De lance maconha segurando, vai na via safada relaxando, vai na pica safada sem vergonha, vai sentando na pica doida de maconha, presta atenção que o bagulho é doidão, trava essa puta quicando safada, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, senta malvada, quica malvada, trava na ponta da pica e não para, ai, senta no meu palhaço, vai senta no palhação, vai, senta no meu palhaço, vai senta no palhação.
Só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja e maconha. A novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda. Naquele pique, só couro brabo, me chamam de proibido, porque eu vicio rápido. Combinação perfeita, sexo, cerveja e maconha. A novinha viciou, tá tudo curtindo a onda.
Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando. Só socadinha, você tá dando vinho. Só socadinha, você tá dando.
Esse é o DJ Holanda, tá lançando a nova moda.
É o DJ Holanda, imã de piranha.
Welcome, everyone. We are doing my favorite type of panel, which is a religion chaos panel, specifically on the problem of evil. You could probably know that if you are reading the title or saw the thumbnail. Good to see you, Agrillapolis. Yeah, late fluence was a little later than normal today. We already have a super chat to Sticker Johnson making me say stuff I don't want to say. Appreciate the $2. Fine, I'll say it. Dreams are gay, even though I think dreams are actually goated. But thank you to Sticker Johnson. Vibe. Oh, yeah. See, I wanted Vibe on this panel. I was hoping to get his attention, but he apparently is busy. Oh no, the evilness of the timing. Yeah, see, that's a classic example right there of how can a good God exist in a world where Vibe is busy on a night where we're talking about the problem of evil. And Big Soda, good to see you as well. This is the best intro. It is the best intro. It really is. And I tried to make the audio better by doing it a different way because sometimes it sounds like shit, but every time I do it, I get copyright struck, but it doesn't really matter because I don't think it makes a huge difference. And we get, Big Soda with the big $10. I didn't even have my soundboard open. One more time. Here we go. Big Soda with the $10 official Big Soda sponsorship, and all hail Jesus Christ. See, I prefer saying that one than to Sticker Johnson's "Dreams Are Gay" comment. Thank you, Big Soda, and I hope you're making your way onto panel, okay? Because we need panelists for this one. You know, I'm hoping we can get a good mix. Brandon, I don't know if Brandon was was joking or not joking. I hope he's for real. He said he was gonna get some philosophy buddies, but then he also said he was gonna say I'm like super bad face so that they like attack me. So I hope that last part is a joke, but I hope the forward part is the truth. Because and I definitely hope Brandon himself shows up. See, this is what I always say to Sticker Johnson, and bro has testicle in his name. So I think, yeah, I think it kind of depends on the kind of dream you're having. That's what I usually say to Johnson. So I agree with you, Vibe. But yeah, we're going to be going through a list of questions. If you've never been to a religious chaos panel, and if you haven't, shame on you, but also good to see you for the first time. We will assemble a panel over a course of time. I have a list of questions prepared, some philosophical, some religious, but hopefully everything that people are capable of answering. Then we will all go around in a panel direction answering them. And afterwards, we will fight about it until we run out of things to fight about. And then we'll move on to the next question. And Big Soda is in the back chat. I see you there, Big Soda. Don't be shy, buddy. Come on up. Come on up. There you are. How's it going? Yeah, you don't have to be nervous around me, Big Soda. It's okay. I know sometimes you're a little shy. You're hiding in the back chat. You don't want to necessarily pull yourself up. I get it. It's fine. It's fine, though. I'm not that scary.
I'm not a conservative. I don't know how to pull myself up by my bootstraps.
Yeah, that's true. You need me to lift you up, okay? You need the liberal assistance. God, my hair is fucked all of a sudden. I'm looking at myself too much in the frick. Oh, God, I'm just going to make it worse. Oh, no, it's terrible.
Oh, my God.
I'm full screening you, Big Soda.
The baldness is coming.
Well, I try to fix this. Maybe I do need another haircut. Maybe Doomerang is right. Doomerang, the day I got my haircut, he's like, "You need a haircut," and I'm like, "I already got one," and he's like, "Oh, that. Oh my God,
I'll cut my hair and make you a wig.
Yeah, I need something. I need something. I think my style just isn't going to work anymore with the amount of the lack of hair that I have. Because like this side looks good, but then shaving this side, it just ends up being chaotic. So, but yeah,
I think it's a little long to shave like the side of your head. I think that's why it looks like that.
You think it's a
little bit shorter?
Which side? Like this side or like the shaved side?
No, not the shaved side. The other side.
It needs to be longer, you think?
No, a little shorter.
Oh, a little shorter. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just a drastic. Like when you're looking at one side, it's pretty long, and then when you look at the other side, it's shaved, so it creates this weird dynamic.
Yeah, I think that's the problem. I need to really get my stuff together. The forehead is just too big. That's what I learned. A side topic, but that's what I learned when you join the internet. Everyone will tell you exactly how big your forehead is over and over again. No matter what panel you go on, someone will mention it at some point. So that's a fun thing.
Well, it could be worse because Doomerang's in good faith, but other people, when their argument begins to fail, it's like your forehead just gets bigger and bigger and bigger.
That's the problem. That's happened to me. That happened to me with one guy who will not be the worst debate I've ever been in with the only person I think I've debated that's actually bad faith. It went in that direction. It was like, not fun when it goes that hostile. Oxycat, good to see you. You get a wig or extensions. What if I get dreadlocks? Extension dreadlocks? Can I do that? Is that cultural appropriation?
No, I guess.
And Marilyn is in the chat. Marilyn, join on panel.
Yeah, we need some.
Let me hit you with that magnet, Marilyn. There we go. You're gonna like some of these topics, Marilyn, okay? Because you said earlier in my Silk Songs chat that suffering and evil don't exist. I understand the evil part. The suffering not existing is confusing to me because I'm sure does pain exist? Is pain an illusion? These are the questions that I want answers to. And this is a planned panel, but it's an open panel. So to stick your Johnson, if you're available, by all means, click the link. Oh, he already did. There he is. Boom. Sorry, I didn't even see you.
When you get mugged, was that guy evil?
When I get mugged, look, I've never been officially mugged. I've been ripped off before many times for trusting people. Unofficially, where someone's like, "Hey," and they're like, "Yeah." I've gotten wise though. The one time this little shit kid, I had a BMX, and he's like, "Can I just drive it for a bit?" And I almost let him do it, but I knew he was gonna drive off with it. I knew, and he's like, "I just want to try it out," and I almost did because of my Canadian weakness and trying to be nice. And I was like, I can't, man. And I felt so bad, but I knew he was like he's a little hood rat. I knew he was going to kill my fucking BMX.
We know what that means, confluence. Wink,
no,
wink.
he was of the same race as me. Okay? To be clear. How's everyone doing? I'm doing great. Ag, are you gonna hop on panel? We got some juicy questions, okay? Yeah, I should get Viking dreads. Okay, I should. Does evil no spoilers, Oxycat. That is literally the first question. That literally is the first question. Okay, so no spoilers because that's what we're gonna be asking. To Sticker Johnson, why are you so quiet? You're muted. Are you there?
Oh yeah, I was politely waiting my turn. I don't know. We'll see how this goes because metaphysics conversations tend to frustrate me. We're gonna be dealing with some abstract concepts, but I don't think I'd miss an opportunity to shit on God, so I'll do my best.
Of course you would. Yeah, wait. Let me hit you guys real quick. Let me hit you with that, man.
Unless you guys want,
disavow that.
if you guys want a circle jerk, I mean, if you guys are all going to be in here agreeing, then that's not
No,
fun.
we do want some atheists, so we want some degenerates like Testicular Johnson.
I do call myself agnostic, so I wouldn't. I'm not
that's
like,
right. Yeah,
so.
you're one of those fence-sitting atheists. I forgot.
From-
we need the Indian Jesus here to proudly proclaim it. Actually, I think he might say I guess he says agnostic atheist. Brandon, I think, just says atheist. I think.
Indian
Not
Jesus
sure, though.
does walk the line a bit, though, because he's like, Christianity is the best thing we have, but maybe there's something better, which I find like a little bit of like a, it's a little bit of a cop out.
It does seem a little bit like a cop out. He's so close. Just like if you like the ethics, and he has all the same stuff of like a Christian conservative and his politics. Just like just believe in God already. Okay.
I feel the same for you in like your conservative like liberal thing. Like you're so close on some of these topics, and you're just like, just open your heart a little bit, like the Grinch. Let your heart grow.
You want my heart to be enlarged? Is that what you want for me? Yes. I don't think that's normally goes well for people. Okay, it went well for the Grinch, I guess, but
everyone else,
for anyone else. Yeah, for anyone else, an enlarged heart is especially I think it was 3 sizes in one day. I think that's an auto death sentence for like the vast majority of people.
Testicular Johnson wants conservatives to die.
Yeah, he's wishing heart failure on me. He's casting a spell. Marilyn would hate that, Testicular Johnson.
Well, did you guys go over the translation of the word heart before? It means something.
That's right. Yeah, it literally means kidneys. Yeah, so I guess you.
I want your kidneys
large kidneys.
There you go.
Actually, that might help because I have to like take so many pee breaks. I don't know if that's really related, but if I had bigger kidneys, maybe I could. I know pee's not stored in the kidneys, but I know they're related to pee. So
we all know that.
Yeah, pee is stored in the Testicular Johnsons.
There you go.
That's what I've heard. Okay, so anyone can join the panel at any time. But we will pull up the first question, and so I'm just saying, all y'all in the chat, if you find it interesting, feel free to join. Actually, I mean, I think we already said this, but we do this when anyone joins, just so everyone is on the same page. Just give like a 10-second thing, starting clockwise. There's only 3 of us, and I think it's already been pretty obvious, but we'll consider it a practice round. Say your religious inclinations. I am a Christian / esotericist, but for this purpose, mainly a Christian, but I might say some heretical stuff. Big Soda, what about you?
I'm a Christian. I probably fall closer to the Protestant belief. And I too may also say some heretical stuff.
Based, red-pilled.
I'm agnostic, meaning I'm more apathetic agnostic, kind of don't care, but I do completely reject like dogmatic views of God, so like Christianity or Islam or Judaism, any of those types of things.
Okay, based. Oh, and look who it is. It is. Well, I should have made Marilyn. I'm assuming I got too excited. I was Marilyn. I didn't do the little test on you to make sure it was really you, but I just got excited. What so excited? Yeah. How's it going, Marilyn?
I'm good. I'm ready for this nonsense.
Great. And even though I think we all know what you're going to say, but Marilyn, what is your religious stance?
I'm God. God. We're all God. We're all God.
Based. I actually do agree with that, which is where my heresy comes in. But
follow a doctrine, you're indoctrinated.
Amen.
I think that's the wrong one. I think that's definitionally true, Marilyn. So I think I agree. I think if you follow a doctrine, you probably are indoctrinated, but not in a bad way, I would say, necessarily. Okay, look, and I got this cool little banner thing. Okay, I was playing the wrong banner before, but there we go. So this is so much handier. So anyone that joins can see the topic and also be prompted to super chat if they want to hear their own topic discussed. Hopefully on topic related to the problem of evil. Hopefully not just some nonsense. But yes. So the first topic, and we will go clockwise again. So initially we go clockwise. We kind of say our thoughts, 30 seconds around, and then that's what we can all discuss. So no one try to jump on somebody else in the middle of their thing. We just save that until we've all gone around, which is not a problem now, but if like 10 people end up coming on panel, then that's when it becomes more important, because otherwise people don't get to say their point of view. So the topic, for those of you that are dyslexic and cannot read: does evil exist as a real thing? In other words, does evil have ontology? Does it actually exist? Is it an absence of something? I guess I'll go last to not poison the well. So Big Soda, we'll start with you.
I will say that yes, evil exists, and the way I define evil is separation from God. So any act that separates you from God is inherently evil. And so I guess ontologically it has a foundation, because what I believe to be good is things that bring you closer to God. And that would be my answer.
Okay.
Is it my turn?
Johnson.
Go ahead. No,
No,
Marilyn,
we're going
No,
clockwise.
go ahead. No,
We're
go
just gonna
ahead.
break the system this early.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. I don't believe in an objective evil. I think there are things like cruelty and malice, and I guess psychological states that we would attribute actions in the world that we would call evil, or that most people would call evil. Sorry. But I don't think that evil is some inherent or like thing that is just out there in the world. I think that people can be extremely cruel, which you could probably, for all intents and purposes, call evil, but I don't believe that evil is like I ultimately believe the concepts, the extremes of morality, evil and good, are just terms that we apply to things out there in the world.
Okay. Marilyn.
You know I'm gonna go magnets on you. No, I'm just kidding. Negative can't exist by itself. No, I definitely think that we feed evil. I feel like evil is merely the intentional throwing off of the equilibrium. And we do that, infringing on other people, or, not being fair to ourselves, yada, yada, yada. I believe we are truth. So we are foundationally truth. We will always be ourselves into eternity. But our thoughts that carry that evil thinking, where it comes from, that manifest, they change. Our thoughts change. So if we were to have our Christ consciousness, everyone were to have Christ consciousness and think like Christ, then we would be in heaven right now, like overnight. So yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't think it's real.
Oh, that was okay. Wait, I thought you were saying it was. I thought you were saying it was real. I was with you until that last sentence.
What?
Well, I thought you said like that people choosing like bad. I mean, I'm not supposed to engage. I'm breaking my own rules. Okay, we'll save that until I'll say my thoughts. I'm breaking my own rules. Getting triggered already. Okay.
Your truth, not your thoughts. Thoughts are lies. They're not real.
Right, thoughts are psyops, if I have that right.
Total psyops.
Okay, so I would say evil, I think, is a real thing, but I don't know if it has. I don't believe it has an actual ontology. I think evil is the absence of good. And I'll say what I've said before, where I use the C.S. Lewis thing that darkness doesn't actually exist. It exists as a concept, but darkness is the absence of light. Cold doesn't exist. Cold is the absence of heat. And in the same way, I don't know if evil actually exists. It's the absence of good. That doesn't, which is God. That doesn't mean that it doesn't have like dramatic effects. So I do think it is very much real. And I think that, I think Satan is a real thing. And I think that the cruelty is a real thing. And I think those things are evil. So I'm not trying to diminish it, but that's how I kind of think about it philosophically. I think it's just like if you took a vacuum and you vacuumed out all the God, then you get evil. That's what I would say. So before we dive into it, just got to plug, where was it? Okay, first of all, Topanga Weevil. Let me hit you with the Topanga emo with Frankie leering in the background. Good to see you, Topanga. Topanga, I feel like you haven't been on panel a hot minute, so if you want to talk about the problem of evil and stuff and suffering and all those fun things, feel free to come up. And oh yes,
real feel good topic.
I really feel good. And I want to plug Agrilapolis, who is doing yeoman's work, who is posting people's links that have their own channels. So thank you for doing that, Agrilapolis. And so yeah. Oh, and also good to see you, Quippy. Good to see you, Quippy. Well, it possibly might. It possibly might. We will move into that. But yeah. So wait. So I guess you know what I'm going to ask. I guess the first question. So Marilyn. So you were saying that like to not do truth. Maybe I misheard. But like if you're not following the truth, I thought you said like that is like an evil thing to do. So, but then you said you don't think evil exists.
You
so
don't
what do you
follow. You don't follow truth. You are truth. You are the purpose. You are the plan. Like you are God's prized portion, treasure. Like there's nothing that you need to go follow and do. But when you start believing lies or don't have the courage to walk in that identity, then you'll believe lies, and
is that evil? Is believing
it's
lies evil?
it's not that it's evil, but it's outside of the presence of God. Just like when God was in the garden with Adam and Eve, and God was like, Adam, where are you? He was with him in the garden, but he Adam went to another place in his mind. He wasn't there. He was no longer connected. It was outside of God's realm of heaven. It was somewhere else. So
I think that's how. But would you say that's not evil? Because that's kind of, at least maybe we agree. Because my definition of evil was the absence of God. I think the word I would give to the absence of God would be evil. So like that outside of God, I would say that's what I mean when I say
no,
evil.
because there's nothing outside of God. It's a lie believed. So once you stop believing the lie that there's actually a place outside of the presence of God, then things can push forward into more realistic sense of being. You can't give any power. You can't feed the animal. You can't feed the daggum evil and say it exists and give it life and make it a place to dwell in. Though it's not
The
supposed to
dwelling,
be
the dwelling isn't a
real.
bad thing.
It's not real.
Well,
Wake up.
Marilyn, I have a question. If evil doesn't exist, does good exist?
Yes, because that's truth. That's what God is. God is
Well,
good.
as a
That's
magnet,
truth.
can you have
That's truth.
one force without the other?
Oh,
Oh, I've been
Soda's
studying.
invoking the magnets.
It's so invoking the magnets. I don't like. It's not negative though. They call it negative just because it's negative. Like a negative
It's two opposing
pole
forces.
on a magnet is not going to hurt you. The air we breathe, they say that's a negative. That's negative space. Like there's nothing in the way of this air around. Like it's not that it's negative. It's not that it's bad. There is a difference between like day and night. Darkness is not evil or bad. It can be a safe, comfy place with good qualities about it. Just because it's dark and you can't see anything at that time does not mean it's
So
something to be
it's good
scared
and
of.
nothing? Is it just like good and nothing? Like, I guess, like, what would be the opposite of good?
There would be no opposite of good. There's no reason to have an opposite.
Well, everything can't be good.
Why?
Well, what about
Is
Marilyn?
hating
What about
dogs good?
Well, his
yeah,
7 days of
or
creation.
what about like Satan? Like you've said before, you think that like Lucifer will be redeemed, but at this moment, would you say like Lucifer is good and is acting
No.
good?
No, I
Or-
believe he's believing lies, but I don't think there's any place else to go but back to God. So he'll eventually turn from his ways.
Right,
It's
but
just
in the moment, is he doing evil or you know what I mean? Like
right. No, I mean you don't have to like God, the devil is not a person. He does not have a body. You cannot go and say this devil right here is um will he return back to God? Is he doing evil right now? But you cannot frame the devil because you can't find him. He's nowhere to be found. It is a figment of your imagination.
Well,
And
what about an action that you can be found? So, like, what if I go around and I start kicking neighborhood dogs? What concept do you think that is?
You got something wrong with you, boy.
But well, what makes something? Well, why is that wrong? Like,
What do
how is
you
that not?
mean? You just told me it was wrong. You know
I
it's
did not.
wrong.
I did not. I just said, what if I went around and did that?
You just told me. How would I know if that was wrong? You already
You-
know. Like, I don't like the hypotheticals. It's
But
not
that's because I
like you
believe in an
know it's
evil.
wrong.
That's because I believe in an evil. So I think someone who goes around and does that is
No,
evil.
not necessarily. Yeah, you might believe there's an evil, but you could also think, hey, if there's not an evil, maybe it's not productive. Maybe it's not my dog. Maybe I need to mind my own business, stay in my lane. Maybe a lot of things that would hinder you from wanting to do that. You know,
But for the sake of the neighborhood, I'm getting rid of stray dogs.
But wait, you
Right.
must be kicking them a lot of times then, I guess.
I am
Well,
not.
it's just I'm trying to grasp the concept because if you think something is good, then there must be something that is not good. And so, if there's something
No.
that's not good, does that make it evil?
When God made earth and everyone in it and everything in it, it's the 7 days of creation, even though I don't believe in creation. Did he not say when he first on the first day he said it was good, and on the second day he said it was good? When he came to us, he said we were very good. But like each day he said it was good. He never said anything was wrong with it.
That
He
was
never
before
said
the fall,
anything
though, I
was
will
bad.
say.
That's before
Right? Like,
people
that was
started
like,
kicking
yeah.
dogs.
I'm not a
That's
Jew.
pre-kicking
I'm
the
not a
dogs.
Jew. No, I'm not a
But,
Jew. I'm not
but
a
if
Jew.
you were, there'd be a
Jesus died. Jesus died so that I would not have to live by the fall of Adam. Jesus died for all that. So if you're
Oh, I
claiming
agree. I agree.
something different,
But
everything should be good.
you can still commit sin and you still have to ask, for his forgiveness. So it's like, even though you're forgave for that
Oh,
original sin, you
brother,
can
what is
still
he going to do for your forgiveness? What is he going to do with your forgiveness? What is he going to do
He's
with
gonna
it?
he's gonna
Put
die
it in his
again,
pocket? Is he going to
Marilyn.
put it in his pocket?
What
Yeah,
makes
die
rolling her
again?
T's. She's
Got
rolling her
die
T's.
again? Is he going to go die again? Is that what
well,
he's going
he
to do?
doesn't need to. He just needs to know
So
that you want his
that you're
forgiveness, because
sorry?
no, he wants to know that you want his forgiveness. If you don't want it, he's not going to give it to you.
No,
Why would he give you
Yeah,
boy,
something you don't want?
I've rejected
he
his gift.
doesn't need it. He doesn't need it. You need it.
Well,
You need
I
to be
never said he
okay.
needed it. You added the needed part.
Can I drill down on something here?
Yeah, go. For it.
Yeah.
So, because I want to take your example of, let's say you're going around the neighborhood kicking dogs, right? So when I think of evil, and I'm thinking of this in more in, I guess, normative terms, um, the what you're judging is the intention of the person, because
Mhm.
a dog can suffer, right? Like a dog could experience pain and all these things, but it's the intentional causing of that. So it's the motivation of the person who's doing it that's being judged. And I weirdly enough, and I obviously he's thought about this issue a lot more than I have. Oddly enough, a lot of the things Confluent said in his opening, I kind of agree with, or like I like the conception of what you have of good and evil. This idea of like this absence of whatever, but so yeah, I think what you're doing when you call something evil is you're making like a normative claim of something. Like we can
Mhm.
recognize like intentional cruelty. Like I would, for my own sort of criteria, I would feel more comfortable calling that evil, but like not in like an ontological like objective sense. Like we're
Mhm.
making a moral judgment when we're saying that this thing is bad and you shouldn't do this thing. And I
Mhm.
don't think that requires necessarily like evil with like a capital E. Is
Yeah,
that
We're
well,
all
it,
God. We should
like
already know how to
I
act.
I can also accept that. I actually really like that. One, because it's like super blasphemous, and two, I just like that. Like that's like ties into a lot of the Nietzsche stuff because he used because I mean the idea of like the Ubermensch and like
Yeah.
moral autonomy and all these things. Like yes, you are supposed to replace the morality with your own, right? So
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, I was with you until you said that part, you know.
well, I just like that idea that we are all God. Like I maybe in more of a romanticized way, I do like that conception.
So, Johnson, then do you if you say like you don't believe in lower or uppercase evil, do you believe in uppercase G good at all, or is it kind of the same thing? It's like
so this does tie into the other thing I was saying. So likewise, I think that good is sort of a state of being, because what I can kind of relate it to is I guess this ties back into evil, but I think it's demonstrable that suffering exists. Suffering is a state of being, but we don't generally attribute evil to that thing. We can, like, people bring up the example of like why would a benevolent God, give a baby brain cancer, for example, right? Like that's a common trope that's brought up by atheists to say like, well, why is he causing suffering, right? I'm not making that argument, to be clear, but I guess by the other flip of the coin, or the other side of the coin, I do like your conception that kind of a lack of suffering could probably be described as good, but I don't ascribe like an intention to it. So like things like, I don't know, happiness, love, like these types of features, I guess, of society, like I would consider those things good, and not in a strictly utilitarian way either. I don't like everything being a utilitarian calculus. I think that has its shortcomings, but so yeah, I think that, again, what I would call good, I do think there is good in the world. I think there are good people, and I would describe that as people who are capable of more. No, I don't think unconditional love necessarily exists, but levels of unconditional love, or being considerate of others, compassion, like all these things. I know sometimes these things are seen as a weakness, but I do think these properties make a good person. But my conception of that would not be universal. So I don't think there's a universal conception of it. Sorry, I know that was a bit of a ramble.
No, you're good.
I had something I wanted to press down on, but I can't remember what it was. Oh wait, no, it's coming back to me. No, it's onto my tongue. Oh yeah. Okay, so with your definition, I guess I'm curious. With your definition of like evil and stuff, right? If we're saying like, yeah, like as Big Soda said, like kicking puppies, we'd probably think that's like a bad thing to do. Maybe not uppercase evil, but we'd all agree that's like a bad thing. I'm just curious, I guess, is evil always tied to suffering, or can you think of any action that you would say is evil but doesn't lead to the suffering of any creature?
I don't think so, and maybe I'm punting. Maybe I'm relying a little bit on the fact that that's probably the way that the word is most commonly used. Because I think ultimately it does lead to some level of suffering. Like even if there's like a corporation that's like polluting a lake, like no being is directly being harmed, but I mean it does lead to harm, right? Like you're polluting a water supply. So I think that our conceptions of evil do need to somehow lead to that like harm of a living thing. Like that makes sense to me intuitively, but maybe
let me take that a step further. Like, what if I steal $1 out of 100 retirement accounts of people who are living off Social Security, and I just take $1 from their account every month? Am I doing something evil? If it's creating no suffering?
Yeah, probably. This is fucking, you guys are gonna jump on this.
It's a wild scenario.
No, it's not that wild. I mean, companies have done this where they skim pennies off of the dollar, and over time, like banks do this all the time with transactions, right? They make money off of like overdraft fees or just skimming off pennies from transactions. But like intuitively, if that dollar means like the difference between like maybe a life or death medication, like I don't think you can predict the dominoes. Like you can't know what effect that action will have, which is why I think stealing is generally bad. Because classic example, stealing the loaf of bread to like feed your family, right? Like but if you steal just like, I don't know, a bottle of perfume because you like the way that it smelled, like we in our minds draw these differences. And I would kind of have to apply the same thing to this scenario where taking $1 out of like a retirement account seems insignificant, but over time, or if that dollar is more important to them than it is to you, like I don't think you can really justify that action.
It's
I think it could still be a small amount of suffering, and I think the smaller we make it, if we get into like pennies, then it. But I think it is still it's just a very small degree of suffering that maybe someone doesn't even notice.
They're being babies, right, Marilyn? It's ridiculous.
Money should not be real. Money should not be real at all. We wouldn't have any of we wouldn't have any of them problems. If we all knew we were God.
Money with like cookies, though, like if I
no, bro,
Oreos and Big Soda takes one of my Oreos, I might it's kind of the same thing.
Well, see,
and Oreos aren't a psyop.
The same thing we can do with money, we can do with food, we can do with
stop. Both of you.
Stop, but it's
I feel like you can, no, Marilyn.
Stop with your lack mentality. We need to be giving everyone everything they could ever want in whatever color they want it. Right now, all of us, every single person on
Oreos, Marilyn. That's all I'm asking. Okay.
Everyone on Earth should have Oreos. I don't care, like anything that they freaking want. Like it has to stop right now. Everybody just needs to get what they want and what they need, and that just needs to be the end of it.
Oh, that doesn't work.
We have a new guest in chat, the average Maryland enjoyer himself. Good to see you, Taylor.
Real quick, if suffering is the root of evil, then you guys are all evil because I am suffering watching this boring ass shit.
Oh my god! What the heck?
Boo!
Yeah, that's right.
Boo, Tyler.
I came in yesterday night with the fucking Mr. Krabs argument to argue for intellectual property. I walked away the MVP. Check that shit out when you after Confluence is done.
Tyler came just to plug. He came just to start plugging.
What do you think about evil?
Yeah, well, we have you here, Tyler. Does evil exist as a real thing?
Evil and good aren't real things. It's just perspective most of the time.
And also, what is your religious leanings? I believe.
Thank you. Yeah,
I'm an atheist utilitarian.
Oh, the enemy. He's the enemy. Get him.
I go to church every week. I go to church every week.
Utilitarian, the worst form of ethical framework.
No, not just any utilitarian, a rule utilitarian, meaning I think that morality is based upon the rules.
You're trolling me.
No, I am not. I'm a prod-authoritarian.
I don't think rule utilitarians really exist.
I exist.
As a rule, they don't exist.
So my rule utilitarianism fits inside the moral framing of the moral framework of the United States. So I adhere to the moral principle and inalienable rights because they're constitutionally instantiated, and I think that they come from a natural evolution of humans, not some deities handing them down to you.
That's in the Declaration of Independence that they are bestowed by the Creator. So
yeah, the moral principle. Yeah.
Interesting. It's an interesting perspective.
So I exist. I'm right here, rural utilitarian, and I'm also a social contract theory guy as well for my ethical system.
Oh, like Hobbes and stuff, or
yeah. So you ever heard of C.S. Lewis?
I have. Yeah.
Apparently, Grok says I line up with him pretty much a lot on politics.
Oh wow!
I don't know who the fuck he is. Some guy.
Yeah, some dude.
Yeah, some bro. Yeah, some bro.
I mean, you threw out a lot of terminology, so I guess let's. So wait, are you also Ayn Rand pilled?
No, I think libertarians are quite possibly the stupidest people. They make communists look intelligent. That's like how dumb libertarians.
All right.
Hey, true communist hasn't been practiced.
Oh my god!
Wow, Marilyn, I've never heard someone say that before. That's a very interesting thought.
What that means is the sixth stage of dialectical materialism has never been achieved yet because for some reason they can't get past that fifth stage of the dictatorship of the proletariat. For some reason, the government never dissolves itself once people get power.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Once you have absolute power, they don't give it back. That's so bizarre.
So bizarre.
Ensign, why are you going after Vibe in the comments? Okay, why? You know, Tyler on panel is a Filipino wife too. Okay, go after Tyler.
Oh,
I'm a big fan of Filipino wives, by the way. I think
there's nothing wrong with a Filipino wife.
More people should marry Filipinos. They're extremely
Vibe's
polite.
Vibe's got that tropical fever thunder too. Thunder fever too.
I think if I'm following the chat right, I think so. And
it's
nice. A hard time. For some reason, because Anson's being Anson.
He's got that Oriental flavor. What's up, bro?
I've only met one Filipino in my life who I would consider rude. All my experiences with Filipino, they're like the good Asian. They're the underrated Asian.
Whoa, the good. The other ones
Well,
are bad.
if I had to, if I had to, I'm not saying I would, but if there was a hierarchy, I'd put them near the top.
Honestly, yeah.
See, I expected this answer. I knew you're fucking, but I just hope that Vibe knows you're fucking with them because you're just giving them a hard time.
Why would Vibe know that? Sorry, we got.
Yeah, what was I pressing down on? Oh, what was the thing I asked you?
I don't know. Tyler
Stinger Johnson.
Bunch of philosophical terminology, kind of.
Yeah, I'm here to
utilitarianism just kind of rotted my mind. I think instantly, just even hearing that someone could possibly.
Oh, that's how the fucking country's been run for 50 years, and all we see is prosperous advances to the human standard.
For laws. That's fine for a legal theory. I'm not opposed to that. For a moral framework, that's the wild part. Okay, but we're not necessarily talking about morals. Oh yeah. That's what. Oh, so Sticker Johnson. Oh yeah, and the fraud thing and the Oreos. Okay, it's all coming back to me. Okay, so but one example I would say, and I know this is like not a good example, but it's the only one that's coming to my mind right now for you, Sticker Johnson. Something that would not cause any harm could be like desecrating a corpse. I hate to go there, but
hell yeah,
you're not like harming a being because that being is gone. But that's like still, I would say that's still like an evil thing to do. So like that, would you not see that as an example of you're not causing suffering, but you're still doing evil?
I got a corner. You can give $100 and get in there while they're warm.
So even
oh my god.
So even though I don't subscribe to, I guess like these maximal types of things, like I can make a more of a secular argument as to why fucking a corpse is bad or than.
I feel like I'm gonna go. I'll be back.
I understand.
I didn't say that.
I can't.
It's a desecrating.
Oh, desecrating. Oh, my bad. I thought I assumed that could be a form of desecration, right?
I guess it could be, but I was meaning like grave robbing or something like that.
Well, I didn't mean it, Maryland. I thought.
Sorry, Maryland. It's turning into boys' night when I showed up. You got outnumbered.
Yeah, I didn't realize that. Okay, that was my bad. I misread that. So yeah, maybe just like digging up a corpse or something. I think it's like it's a normative violation. It's a moral violation. I don't know if I don't think I can call that inherently like an evil act. I think I can list a bunch of reasons why I think it's bad, but I don't think I would call that evil in and of itself.
Okay, I was just curious. So you do think it always does tie into suffering? Yeah,
like if you dig up a corpse
to some degree or another.
Yeah, like their family will probably be pretty offended. Like they're, or to put it lightly, like I think that it's a poor practice to encourage in society for like the spread of diseases and other things. Like
I guess that makes sense if you're because I guess I'm trying to think. Yeah. I'm trying to think of something that is like would be an affront to God.
Well,
but I guess if you don't believe in God, then
well, I can tell you what I would consider to be the biggest violation of my something that I would like. I cannot think of another word except evil.
Take your vibe.
So yeah, so like I could give you an action that I think I can't think of another world but evil, and to me it's torture, because that is cruelty for the sake of cruelty. That is cruelty for the sake of enjoying suffering. And so I can't think of a greater sort of like bar as to something that I would personally consider evil, even if I don't necessarily like bite that's like on an ontological level. It's just such a moral violation, such like a violation of everyone's norms, that you enjoy suffering and you're going to intentionally cause suffering. I think that to me is it like, I don't have a better conception of that than I could say than other to call it evil, even if I can admit that it's not in in those terms.
You bring up corpse fucking and half the fucking chat and panel leave. What the hell?
I didn't bring that up. That's a Sticker Johnson.
Yeah,
I just said grave robbing instead of desecration. But
yeah, he said desecration. I assumed you were going full
destiny pilled.
Already bit the bullet. It's my bad, guys. I mean,
look, Marilyn doesn't like when anyone talks about death, so I don't even think it's necessarily the desecration part. She doesn't like. I think she just doesn't like that. She doesn't believe in death. She thinks it's a psyop. So that's
Fair.
So yeah, fair.
But anyway,
valid.
yeah, I know that's a lot of words. And also, I mean, you guys haven't really jumped on it, but I have spoken to other people where it's like, I can also accept that's like not a super satisfying answer, because I am not 100% like consistent. I do wrestle with certain things back and forth, so I don't have like a clean, you know, morally or like philosophically coherent worldview. Like I can at least admit that there are some shortcomings or things that I haven't like really been able to suss out as of yet. So this is more to the limits, and that's why I gave that example of like I think torture is like a prime example of something where I can't think of another way to describe it other than evil. But
Right.
yeah.
Okay, Marilyn says she will be back, and also good to see you, Fuck It Button. How's it going? Fuck It Button, you haven't joined the panel in a hot minute. I'm just saying, it's always open. Right now we have a 2v2 going on. And I think with that, I think it's time to move on to the next prompt. Okay, oh now it's scrolling. Now it's hard for me to read it. God, it's such a long prompt. Okay, I'll read it out for everybody. Okay. How do we generally view I don't know why I wrote this so long. How do we generally view the problem of, that's supposed to say problem of evil. Fuck. Wait, let me edit that real quick. Typo. Fail fluence. Okay. There we go. How do we generally view the problem of evil? I.e., God has the power, knowledge, and goodness to stop it. So why bad things? Okay. So be interesting to hear from the atheists on the panel, but we go in a clockwise circle. So Big Soda, do you see the problem of evil as and maybe I'll say a bit more about it, right? But I think we probably know it. If God is all powerful, so he can do anything, he's omniscient, so he knows everything, and he's omnibenevolent, so he's all good, then he has the capacity and the knowledge, and you would think the will to stop evil actions. So then, but we live in a world where evil exists. So does that argument disprove God? Is that a good, for the atheist? I'll be asking, is that a good argument that you would say, that's a good reason why we shouldn't believe that a God, or at least a Christian God, exists? And for the theists on panel, then, do you think it's a problem, or is it not a problem? Big Soda?
Well, with the concept of free will, if you give reign to free will, then you have to understand that some people will take their free will and do bad or commit evil, and so it's kind of something you have to accept if you want people to come to you and believe in you and accept you as their God with their own kind of understanding. So if you have the ability to stop that, then you would have to put controls on free will, which I believe would undermine God's whole plan and allowing people to accept him in their own devices.
Okay, fair enough. Testicker Johnson?
So generally view the problem of evil. I mean, this does maybe touch on some of the things I mentioned before, like as an example, like a child born with brain cancer, or we don't even have to go there. We could say, if we are comparing suffering, or we're generally accepting that the suffering of any being is bad, even though we eat animals and stuff, right? It's fine. Like, we understand nature, we can make a naturalistic argument that nature is quite unforgiving. It seems very indifferent to the suffering of other living things. There's just sort of this hierarchical structure that exists. So we could say that, like, the suffering that has existed on Earth is like exponential before humans even existed. If you're not a young Earth creationist type. But yeah, I mean, because of what you guys kind of know of my view of what evil is, I do think like an omniscient, omnipresent God does contradict the idea of free will, and I know the church has tried to reconcile this. I think it's Thomas Aquinas or something. Like, I understand there's compatibilism and there's other ways that this has kind of been addressed, but I think that or there's also the argument that we can't know the mind of God. So, like, even if we don't understand it, we're not able to judge it. I don't really, I guess I'm just rambling. I don't really have a hard take on this one. I think that there are just many different approaches that you can take to this question, and I'll certainly engage in them, but I don't think I have like a firm answer, unfortunately.
All right. And before we go to Tyler, fuck it, button. Did this happen on my stream? Because I don't know what you're even talking about. But I don't know if this happened, or if you mean a different stream. But I'm not sure what you mean by that. Tyler. does the problem of evil, how do we generally view it? Does it disprove God? Is it a good argument if you're trying to be atheist, utilitarian pilled?
Evil doesn't really exist, and if it is, it's in rare circumstances where your worldview sees somebody else's worldview or self-serving pleasure as so outside the norms that's the only means you have to classify it. But generally, it's perspective-based. Everybody on all sides of a conflict always thinks they're in the right. They can do acts generally like, somebody hits their wife or some shit like that. They most regret it afterwards and things of that nature. It's not like people are inherently intend bad. Most people at the end of the day, when I moved to Georgia, I met some super racist dude, but at the end of the day, he didn't even know think he was racist. And he slept great at night knowing he did more good than bad. And I think that's how most people rationalize it. That's why the saying, the road to the hell is paved with good intentions, because there's a specific way to be good under Christianity. And if you just think you're being good, but you're doing it down the wrong path, you're actually aiding what they view as the wrong way to do it. So I really think it's mostly perspective based. And for the most part, everyone's just trying to do what's best for them in a way that satiates egoism. So it is what it is. You do have some anecdotes, though, where there's like fucking people that's brains aren't functioning in a normal, like serial killers and shit like that. But this is such a rarity. It's such an exception to the rule.
Okay. And I guess, Confluence, what are your thoughts? Well, my thoughts on the problem of evil would be, I think that it can be used as an internal critique, but it's not the best argument in some ways, because which I think even my atheist panelists would agree that to forward evil is already kind of presupposing God to some degree, evil as an actual thing. So, but now evil could be replaced by suffering. We could ask the same question: do we expect to see the suffering if a good God exists? And it can be used as an internal logic test. The way I think I would best answer it is, I think things like the soul-making argument, right? That evil is maybe somehow necessary for us to develop as human beings, or, and also combo that with the free will thing. But there's like a few different things. I think there's a few philosophical answers that I'm not going to, monologue about, but I think it is an issue, especially if you replace it, as Alex O'Connor does, with the problem of suffering, because that's kind of a harder problem in some ways. If a good God exists, then why do we have so much suffering in the world? So that's kind of my statement. Now, I want to ask specifically Tyler, I think, but also to Sticker Johnson. I'm a bit confused maybe by the answer, or maybe I'm not following enough, or maybe you didn't say this. I'm not sure. But do you think, Tyler, ultimately, like, would you use the argument of like the problem of evil if you were in a religious discussion against someone? Like, do you think that those things actually together, like if I say, Tyler, I believe that God is all powerful and I think evil exists and I think God has the capacity to stop it, God's all good. Do you think that that's insane? That even hypothetically to hold all those together are just, because that's what the traditional problem says, is that those things are just in contradiction.
Well,
Both of you think they are, or no?
What you're kind of asking more is about the meta of a debate. And if I felt like that was going to win me the debate, then absolutely I'd go down that road. And if I didn't think it fit for the moment, then
I guess not. But I'm not asking just about a debate. I'm just saying, like, in your mind, do you think that precludes God? That argument for you would be enough to say, yeah, there can't be a good God because evil exists, and so how could you have evil existing and suffering if God is all powerful?
I think, for me, I think this is one of, maybe I would point this to maybe why I more so reject like the dogmatic descriptions of God in like a Christian sense, or like these other religions. I do think it is, again, because it is kind of a matter of perspective, like zooming all the way back. And this might seem like a bit of a pivot, but just kind of follow me for 2 seconds. Like I've even can go back and say, let's say that like everything is true from the Big Bang and God has not intervened since. He's just set those conditions in place, and everything then since then has been cause and effect, right? Then I do think that there's like, I don't think it's a contradiction. I don't think it's necessary that because God, quote unquote, allows suffering, that it's an argument against the existence of God. it depends on what your conception of God is and how active you think he should be in these processes. And so again, through the church, there has been different things that have been put forth to sort of like prevent a contradiction. But I also wouldn't fault people who do see a direct contradiction, because I think that there is something there that does need to be addressed. You know, saying that if God is all loving and all knowing and all these things, you know, God is the one who sort of did these things, right? Or at least knew that they were going to happen and didn't intervene. Like, I do think that when people bring up those types of critiques, there is something to them. I personally like think there are ways to kind of explain that, or like get around that issue. And the church has done that because I think that they've hit the same wall like hundreds of years ago. So, you know, there's been a couple different explanations. One could be, that God does not necessarily intervene directly. You know, he allows us to sort of make these choices, even if he knows what choices we're going to make. Like, yeah, so... Sorry, again, I know this is not like the most satisfying answer. I'm trying to play in the sandbox, even though I'm already sort of like outside of it. If that makes sense.
No, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. And yeah, there has been a lot of theodicies, like the answers to the problem of evil, and yeah, some of them are, I think, better than others. And and broadly, I think it depends on how exactly you define God and what you expect of God.
And right? Also, oh, sorry. I was going to say also, I also wouldn't use I generally don't even use the word evil. I wouldn't use that language but if I am speaking to somebody who is religious, I do think that speaking in terms that they are already familiar with, like, it's like talking about smoking cigarettes. Like, you could list stats all day about how bad smoking is for you, right? But if you instead make more of an emotional appeal and you start saying like, hey, you know, like, you'll save a bit of money if you stop buying cigarettes, or hey, wouldn't it be nice to walk up a flight of stairs without feeling winded? And like, I think those types of things are more effective. So I think that by the same token, I'm not trying to like necessarily convert anyone, but I think that it's helpful and more productive to use the language that they're already familiar with. So if you're going to use things from like the Bible or existing theology. And so I think using that terminology is useful in that context. That's a bit of an aside. Yeah.
What was the question?
How do you generally view the problem?
I have a main pushback for Big Soda, actually. You know, some theist on theist violence. Oh, yeah. Do you think, Big Soda, that free will, and there is some related questions that we're going to get into, but just... as soon as he gets called out, he disappears. Okay, so well, I guess my question doesn't mean much. I was going to ask if free will is a sufficient thing to explain all the evil. Oh, he's back. Yeah, he's back.
My bad.
You guys in the
I went
same
to mute
place
myself
so
and left.
Keep track. Oh, and Christian is here too. Give me one of these, Christian. There we go. Oh, now we're having fun. So, Christian, welcome to the panel. State your religious beliefs in 10 seconds, and then I'm going to hit you with a question.
State my religion. Well, I believe with the topic that God can be all good and evil can still exist.
Sorry, I explained that wrong. Like, just, yeah, are you Christian, atheist, Christian. Agnostic? Okay.
Yeah.
and then the question is, how do we generally view the problem of evil, right? I'm sure you're familiar, right? Do you think it is a problem? Do you think it's a pseudo problem? Do you think that the church has fully explained it, that the Bible does?
Yeah, I think it's explained. I think the Bible explains it. Yeah, I think it's a mix like free will and kind of the absence of God in some areas like that. It's for evil to take place, and that we live in a fallen world.
Okay, so great. So you and Big Soda, actually, then I guess this question is for both of you. Before we move on to the next one, I am curious on this. Do you think that free will is enough of an explanation? Like, if you look at like I understand that, yeah, okay, from a Christian perspective, we ate the fruit and all this and caused, evil to happen. But if you look at like childhood leukemia, or you look at like or animal suffering, or like just like the that type of stuff. Like, it's one thing to say like, okay, yeah, if we choose evil, then we, we'll have suffering. But like, do you think that like, yeah, the free choice of like Adam or of people now is enough to explain, all of the nonsense that we see?
I don't inherently view like natural disasters or childhood disease as evil.
You don't?
I mean, like when I think of evil, I think testicle or was it Johnson described it with intention, and so I don't think there's an intention with disease or natural disasters or anything like that. I think
but then then what is like I agree, like evil I think has to have an agent, but at the very least then it's like, do you guys think that free will is enough of an explanation to kind of let God off the hook, if you will let me use that language, for things like childhood leukemia? Like, is that enough just to say that? Because I think if we're Christians and we're going to think that like it was the fall that caused these diseases, and so it's like, is that enough to justify that type of evil or that type of suffering? I guess if we don't want to use if we don't think it's evil, that amount of suffering.
Well, I guess, is there an action being justified?
So
I mean,
I think free will's what introduced it into the world. I wouldn't say that all evil is.
I guess, is it fair? I guess I'm trying to think of the words to say.
Result of free will.
Is it justified that God, I guess, doesn't fix that shit? Like, if we live in a world where you can have like these horrific like birth defects and stuff, and maybe that did come from like Adam and stuff, but like, is it justified that God just like lets it ride, and it's just like that, all that crazy shit that happens? That's where I'm just gonna like sit back, because again, right, he has the power to do it. He's all good. He knows how to fix it. So it's like, is it justified that he lets it go?
In regards to like suffering?
Yeah, like with and specifically the hard examples, the thing, like I said, like with child cancer or like birth defects where a child's born, suffers horribly and dies. They're really like hard types of suffering where it's like no one seems to really benefit from this.
I guess I would say that you would not have to be in a fallen world, and that like the redeeming of people is said and done.
It's
like new creation at the end. When Christ comes down, it'll be new creation. So I think it's like free will allowed it to enter.
And it seems like a snowball question.
These still like, you still have free will in these.
The reason I call it a snowball question is because if he fixes this problem, then what about people who pray to him and don't get an answer? Or what happens when people pray to him and want something but don't get it? And it's like, well, why would God fix this scenario but then not fix that scenario? And then it just snowballs out to where, well, why would God allow anybody to go without anything they want?
And I've also heard people say that, and I think this is kind of a valid thing to think of. It's like, we live in this universe, so we see these examples. There could also be a bunch of like far worse forms of suffering that maybe God has already mitigated, right? Like, because let's say we lived in a world where kids don't get cancer, then to your point, Big Soda, we'd be looking at and be like, why do adults get cancer? Like, we just like, we look at the next cause of suffering, and we keep doing that probably until there was no suffering left. So maybe it's possible that there could have even been way more gratuitous suffering, and we've actually been spared from that. I mean, this comes up when certain philosophers talk about like, if this is the best possible world, if you've ever heard of that, where it's like some philosophers and theologians argue that maybe this is actually the best possible thing based on like what's happened and based on like God's goodness. This is one of the answers to the problem of evil, that this is the best it could be, because to change anything now, you're going to be messing other stuff up. So the universe is actually meant to maximize good.
Yeah, and I think, I don't know if a category error is the right terminology here, but I think that's part of the issue here, because to me, the previous supposition, or there has to be some assumption being made that God would have the same moral obligation as human agents. Because let's say somebody is drowning, right? If a person failed to act, like, you may even consider that to be evil. if you were able to intervene, like they're not going to drag you down with them. You're capable. You're a stronger swimmer. It's whatever. Like it's within your power to help somebody from drowning. Most people would say that the inaction of not helping is a moral failing, if not evil, depending on how much weight you would attach to that. Whereas if somebody is drowning and God knows they're drowning, right? Like, then again, this is like a direct, I'm not talking about getting rid of cancer cells or like thinking of it more in the abstract, but like a direct scenario where God can help. People just don't judge that by the same standard. I would push back sort of on the broader point about preventing further or like greater suffering, because that is sort of like an unknowable thing. It's certainly a possibility. But yeah, I think this is why I think that there are arguments to be made within that realm. This is just why I personally don't find it to be, if you're going to allow room for free will, so let's say that, because here, I'll give you the ultimate like atheist argument so that you guys have something to bite into. So it would be that God knows everything. God is omniscient, right? So if God is omniscient, he knows even billions of years before we are born, or thousands, depending on what you believe, I guess in Christian's case, whenever the universe started, okay, whenever humans started, God knew well before you were born whether or not you were even going to believe in him. So there is an argument to be made that God, in fact, knew if you were going to go to hell or heaven. He already knew this, and in this world, you don't have a choice. The concept of free will cannot exist if God knows, right? Again, omniscient. He knows everything. So wait, just hear me out, because I'm making a bit of a steel man, or maybe like a
I can still hear you. I have something to take care of that no one will be able to guess.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'll land the plane here. So I'm just saying that there are people who think this way, right? They are thinking that whether or not God intervenes, he has foreknowledge of these things, and that in of itself is like the knowledge of itself is worthy of condemnation to some degree.
Okay, so I mean, the argument is that knowledge means there can't be free will.
If God knows everything that you're going to do before you do it, then the concept of free will cannot exist.
How so?
Okay,
because
here,
you have no decisions. He knows what decision you're going to make.
Yeah, so Testy, if I knew you like, if you like cookies, right? If I knew that, right, that you like chocolate chip cookies, right?
I do. How'd you know?
and I bake these chocolate chip cookies and I lay them out on a table, and you eat it, right? You eat one of the cookies. Did I make you eat the cookies?
No.
So how does knowledge equate to you not having any free will?
If you knew I was going to eat a cookie, then that would be different, right?
Well, I know that you like cookies. I know you're gonna eat the cookie. You like the cookie. I know you.
Well, you don't know that I'm going to eat it. You know that you could heavily influence my decision. You could.
Right, but you still made the choice to eat it, right?
Right, but this is the difference between omniscience and, I guess, like a predictive power, or like an educated like guess. Like you could say that, hey, this is his favorite. I know that he loves this, and like I'm gonna make it exactly how he likes it. I'm gonna present it like I know that he's going to be hungry. Like he's coming from, like I just know he hasn't eaten today. Like I feel like you can set up all the conditions that I will 99% make that choice, but you don't have foreknowledge that I will make that choice. And that's the difference between, if it's saying that God is omniscient, again, knows everything, right? So he knows things that have not happened yet in our physical like world. So that does remove that choice. He knows whether or not I'll eat a cookie or not. It's different than, I guess, in the relation to like a human. I guess I don't see the analogy quite being a one-for-one.
We'll see. Even if he knows that you eat the cookie, you still made the choice to eat the cookie. Like, could you have not eaten the cookie?
Well, he knows whether I will or I won't. I could have not eaten the cookie, but then he would have known that I wouldn't have eaten it.
Right, but how does that take away the choice? Just because he knows which one you're going to pick.
Yeah, well, think of it. Let's remove God from it. Let's say that you were omniscient. You know like you're playing poker or you're playing blackjack, and you know the results. You know every single hand that is going to be played that night. You know whether to fold or you know whether to bet. So do people have the choice of whether they're going to bet or whether like they're going to fold or all these, like you have the foreknowledge, you know the outcome of what is going to happen. So they don't really, like, I guess you could say they have a choice whether or not they're going to bet or fold. So like it
Right.
appears as if they have free will, but you have the foreknowledge because you know already.
Well, just because I know when to fold or not, that doesn't prevent them from doing that, right?
Right.
They
So
could
sure,
go
so
all in.
I agree.
It doesn't matter if I know, like, oh, if you go all in, you're cooked. You know?
Yeah.
But,
So that's the scenario one. Now the scenario two is not only do you know whether or not you're or all of the hands, you know already how much everyone is going to bet and if they're going to fold or if they're going to if they're going to fold or bet. So you don't only know your hand and the cards that are going to be on the table. You now know all of the outcomes. You now know whether or not the 5 people at the table. You know exactly what hands they're going to bet, how much they're going to bet. You know what their cards are for every single hand. So in that,
it feels like you're just kind of, it's still running. It's just, you're just expanding the knowledge that I do have, but I'm still not taking away.
Yes, I know what I'm saying. Well,
brief aside, we are moving away from the evil talk. So
yeah, I'm sorry. I know we got
to land. We'll try to land the plane.
Sure, I'll land the plane real quick. I guess I would say that I think that like expansion of knowledge, I think is like fundamentally changes the situation. But if you don't like, and again, I am arguing a little bit from the sense that like this is an argument that needs to be contended with, but I do think there are ways around the issue of free will. That there can be a conception of God that allows for it, but I just don't think that saying if God is omniscient, then to me that is a contradiction. And maybe I don't know.
Okay, I think well. I mean, it'll probably come back to free will at some point. It is a related discussion. It is so I'm sure we will be talking about that a lot. But good to see you, Keelan. By the way, God existing outside of space and time doesn't mean free will. Oh, it's a free will comment. Fuck off, Keelan. I'm just kidding. Okay, so next topic, and again, you viewer, little Confluence ad, you can super chat to choose the topic if you want, okay, or just to support the channel
Super
if you're
chat, make it
enjoying
for
what
you.
you're seeing. Yeah, no, please don't. But you could, but don't. Okay, so actually, I just wrote this off rip because I was so inspired by Testicular Johnson that I was like, not about the free will, but what he was saying before, okay. Because this is something I'm not exactly sure. So that's the good thing I go last. So everyone else, I get to kind of maybe steal one of your answers. Why do I have to morally stop a kid from drowning if God doesn't have to? Like, why? Like, C.S. Lewis says that we can't steal because God is not a thief, right? This is a very C.S. Lewis thing. And I agree with that. We don't murder because God is not a murderer. So then, but if there's like a kid in a waiting pool and like, so for this example, kid in a waiting pool, I can just reach over and pick him up. I'm not talking about like risking my life. I just mean I'm literally right beside the child. All I have to do is pick him up. We probably all say that's a horrible moral thing if I don't pick the kid up. Maybe not Tyler. He's saying no, perhaps. But
I mean, the kidnapping
doesn't need to do that. So what's the symmetry breaker between like the whole like, yeah, we can't steal because God's not a thief and all that stuff, and between that and helping, like why are those things different? And we do, okay, we have two briefly before we start. Okay, fine. We'll be the next one. Thank you for the $5, but not thank you for the free will. And Marilyn with the $5 saying your mom flew in, which, I will accept that. Hey, I would rather talk about my own mother than talk about free will. I like talking about free will, but it's a very complicated thing that goes in a million directions. And Keelan also says he's kidding. I'm out of the wood. It doesn't have to be the next topic. Based, Keelan. Based. Okay, so, yeah.
Let's talk about your mom.
I'm glad. Marilyn, she's kidding, I guess. So maybe, but so I'm glad I don't have to do this one first. I'm glad I go last on it. So yeah, Big Soda. Why do I have to morally stop some little shit from drowning if God doesn't bother doing it?
Yeah, this is an interesting question.
I got it.
We're going clockwise. We're going clockwise. We're going clockwise. Okay.
I
The way
would
God
probably
intended.
I would probably answer to the fact that I guess when God doesn't act, that I don't think that's classified as like a moral decision or not. And so I would say when I act, I guess I am confined to morality and the morality set forth by God. But when God acts, I don't think he's confined by that same morality. I I would say that when everything that God does is in fact good, but not everything that I do is in fact good. So by him allowing that situation, that doesn't equate that situation with being evil, but with me allowing that situation, it is in fact equating, or it is in fact evil because I am confined to those morals. And that would probably be my best argument around that.
Okay, I think that's valid. Testicular Johnson.
Sure. Like there are. This is gonna be very philosophy cucked, but the three easiest ways to break it down would be through virtue ethics, like a deontological view, and egalitarian. So virtue ethics, like you should help the drowning child because that's what a good person would do. Like you should, it's kind of the good deed is its own reward type of thing. If you can help, you should help. Egalitarian, you could say that all human life has equal moral worth, and therefore, you're obligated in some way to help. And then deontologically, you could just say it's a moral duty. It's the best thing for society. Drowning people should be saved. I think that I take a little bit of an issue, or it's not an issue, sorry, but it is interesting to hear Big So to say that, to say that morality, our sort of moral impetus, comes from God, yet he himself operates outside of that. So that is an interesting thing, and I also would agree. I don't think God is bound to human morality, and I think that is his out, because it's I feel like it's sort of baked in, but I don't necessarily know why that should be the case. That why a human failing to act would be immoral, but God is beyond morality, even though he gives us morality. So that is an interesting sort of splitting of hairs, maybe, but yeah, that's just general thoughts.
I'll provide an answer once we go around and kind of.
Yeah, no problem.
No, don't worry about it. I got it. I'm about to provide the answer. So, all right, stand back, everybody. So, gentlemen, here's a proposition. A family stuck on their roof because there was a flood. First, a boat rides up, and the man's praying to God, God, please save us. And the boatman says, hey, get in. I'm here to save you. He's like, no, thanks, man. God's got me. Then the National Guard rolls up. He's still praying every moment, every day, waiting. God, please save us. I'm your most devout follower. I've never lost my faith. And the National Guard's like, hey, get in here. We got you, bro. He's like, nah, God's going to save me. And then they sit there and pray and pray and pray. It's been 2 days now. They're like, Lord, please, we still haven't lost our faith. Please, my Lord, please save us. And a helicopter flies over, and they're like, hey, climb up the ladder. We got you. And they're like, nah, God's got us. And then they sit there and they eventually die from dehydration. They go to heaven, they get in the gates, and they're like, God, why didn't you save us? He's like, motherfucker, I sent you a boat, National Guard, and a helicopter. You didn't take that shit. So God's plan is beyond your understanding, and you being in the vicinity of that drowning child is God acting through you as a vessel. Because you don't understand it doesn't mean that God didn't act. So it's just your ignorance that brought us this proposition.
I had to full screen that for the actions. It was it was very tight presentation.
That's it.
I'm an atheist.
That was solid.
You cooked.
All right, follow that shit, Christian.
Yes.
Told you, had the answer.
That was it.
Are you just co-signing Tyler?
I mean, he cooked. Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, well, I guess what I would say, I'm gonna steal a little bit from everyone, which is why I went last.
Boo.
So I think I agree with Tyler in the sense that yes, it's like God uses humans to alleviate that, and that's why we ought to. maybe, and I know I'm not supposed to be pushing back, but I'm not really trying. I'm trying to just like lay it out in my own mind. I think, but a difference would be that if let's say there's no humans around and God sees that kid in the wading pool, sometimes kids in wading pools just drown, right? So that would be maybe a difference where it's like, yeah, if I'm there, I'm supposed to save it. But then let's say it's just God, there's no humans around, because sometimes a boat doesn't come, sometimes a National Guard doesn't come, sometimes a helicopter doesn't come. And then so what then, I guess, is my thoughts. But I think ultimately where I'd land, and I don't know if this is cope, because I'm actually not sure either, but I would say it's like the reason that we have to do a lot of these things. I'm a virtue ethicist, so I would say that like we are meant to do good things, and life is a bit of like a bit of a test, a bit of a soul-making process. God is already perfect. So I think the reason why for most things that it's wrong to do, I do appreciate that we should alleviate others' harm, but I think it's like we should not steal because we ought not to be thieves, and we should murder because we ought not to be murderers, because we are imperfect. God is perfect. And so I think there's a difference in there. And I think that kind of ties in a bit to what Big Soda was saying about how like our morality is not going to be exactly identical with God's. God obviously has a higher plan, a higher purpose, all of that stuff, and knows what's going on. We don't. And so in the moment, yeah, we have imperfect information. Of course, we have moral stuff that we must follow. In the same way that I can't decide to go in and slaughter a bunch of Amalekites, and God, apparently can in the Bible, right? There's a difference between what we know and what God knows. And $5 from Testicular Johnson. Well, wait, I haven't read this first. This is going to be a bad message. It's about free will. No, it's not. It's not. Boom. Wanted that child to drown. It is not for us to understand / question. Well, now we're in open panel mode. Thank you, Testicular Johnson, for the $5.
Okay, so I heard you say that it's natural for you to push back and you want to swallow a mouthful of Amalekites.
I did hear that as well.
I don't think I personally said that exactly. If I said it, it was in a normal way. I guess that's what I would say. Not in the way your guys are taking it.
Well, I guess with this question, when someone goes against God and they're a non-believer, did God want that, or was that their free choice?
So I don't think it has to do with what God necessarily wants, but he certainly had foreknowledge of it.
And so should God step in every example like that, or is it something to where, like, because I assume God wouldn't pick and choose people that he would save. So does he now have to step in every infraction that goes against, I guess, someone's life?
Well, I am playing devil's advocate a little bit here, because I do think that God, I don't want to use the wrong terminology, so I won't, but I do think that I kind of agree that God doesn't have the same like moral obligation as a human would, because we're he's not like a neutral agent or anything like that. So I was being a little tongue in cheek before, but to answer your question more directly, no, I think it depends on what your conception of God is, whether you think that he plays a passive or an active role in these affairs of the world. And I think that knowing or guessing, I think it is a guessing. It's an educated guess as to which is which. Like say a flood happens and all the houses around you are destroyed except yours. Like most people would, or if you're religious, they'll say, well, they'll thank God. They'll be like, thank you, God, so much for saving my home. But if a flood happens and your house is the only one to be destroyed, and yes, maybe it is not for us to understand or to question why God may be putting us through this soul-making, suffering through this process, or losing a child, why would you allow me to conceive and all these things just to have my child pass away immediately? There are arguments to be made. I think it's just the rationalization that people choose to employ. So
we're in an open panel right now, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just go ahead.
I just want to say this. Yes is real, dude. His dick is so small that he pees on his balls and has to dab it with a towel afterwards.
Oh, did Tyler get one guide? I always try to tell Tyler every time I see him.
Yes, it's real. I'm not I think I've seen you in chat, but I'm not exactly sure who you are. I think
that's your best friend.
So I'm not exactly. Yeah, I just want to say that unless you go by a different name or I'm forgetting a conversation, I'm not 100% sure who you are, but I recognize your username. I will
Yeah,
say
that's
that. Okay.
Anson's ninth account.
And if what you say is true, that you're friends with him, that means you're a fucking Canadian cuck, and you can't tough guy anybody. So drop the threat.
I'll defend you, Confluence, my Canadian brother.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, we had Jamie. Jamie's in the back. Jamie, cam up, hit me with one of these, and then you can cam down if you want to, of course, but just hit me with one of those. There we go. Jamie, another atheist. Do we really want another atheist on the panel? Another one? Okay, fine. Good to see you, Jamie. How's it going?
Hey, everything's going just fine. How you doing tonight, Con?
Doing great. So how this goes, if you've never been to a religious chaos panel, which I'm not sure if you have officially, you've been to panels that are both chaotic and religious, but this is a special thing. So what right now when someone joins, 10 seconds or less, just say your position, like Christian, atheist, whatever you are. That's the first order of business. So I'll let you do that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jamie. I am an agnostic atheist.
Hell yeah.
Hello, Jamie.
What's up, Jamie?
Like an AA
This is
meeting.
the dude. This is the dude. That's who. Okay, yeah, I forgot you have a different name. Okay, that is the dude. Okay, never mind. Okay, sorry, Jamie. Yes. I was getting distracted by chat, but I did hear what you said. And obviously, I know your position already. Anyway, and then now that you have joined, I guess this is, I don't know how you want to answer this as an atheist, but why do I have to morally stop a kid from drowning if God doesn't have to? I don't know what you, as an atheist, you can kind of say whatever you want to that because it probably doesn't hit for you as a, if you don't believe in God, but
The way that I answered it, I said something in the comments. It was a line from Captain America Civil War. It was something along the lines of, if you can do the things that I could do, and you don't, when the bad things happen, they happen because of you.
Wait, can you say that again?
You guys still with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of where that was.
Yeah, what I'm missing something.
I was only half paying attention and I lost you.
Like, if you have the ability to help and you don't, then you're responsible for.
I was tracking. Yeah.
Oh, so if you don't give all of your excess money to the poor, then you're responsible for it?
No, that's nothing to do with what I'm getting across.
Where's the line?
We're talking about child drowning, right?
Yeah, but like, what about people missing meals? What about child malnourishment? Like, you're not going to give money to poor families so they can feed their kids if you have extra money? Where's the line here?
I don't want to step on Jamie's toes. He can go.
Sorry, I was
yeah.
Oh, I was challenging you. I'm sorry. I'm half paying attention. I was listening.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just trying to to reiterate. But yeah, sorry, Jamie. I didn't mean to cut you off. You can go ahead.
Give extra money to people who need so.
So I think
we missed the first half of that.
Yeah, sorry, I think your mic cut out for the first half of that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Maybe there's a slight delay on my end as well, but the question I was asking is, like, who says that I don't spend my extra money to help out the poor?
That's a good point.
What was your question?
Oh, no, I was challenging him. I didn't even hear what you said prior. I was checking something else out. So yeah, disregard. That wasn't for you, Jamie.
Okay, well, Tyler was asking, like, by the standard, or by, I guess, this quote from Captain America, like, yes, and then, well, you already answered. Like, you basically answered the question, saying, like, well, how do you know that I don't give extra or my excess money to families and stuff? So.
Well, I guess I would let me challenge this with another Marvel, I guess, reference. Tony had, I guess, Tony's family survived the snap and Endgame, and so if he had the ability to then, I guess, perform the snap and sacrifice everything, did he have the moral obligation to go do that just because he had the ability to? because we see how it turned out for him.
Man, you guys are killing me. The free will is already a hard enough topic, and then you're hitting me with Marvel. You know how much I hate Marvel? Oh my god, the worst possible example. Can't stand it. But yeah, if anyone has any, I can't relate because I don't watch those gay ass Marvel movies. Okay, I'm just saying.
It's because they don't come on Canadian TV
unless it's Enter the Spider-Verse, which is actually a good movie. Okay.
Hey, Superman's a pretty good movie too. That's my favorite Marvel character.
Just can't do it. Can't do it.
Confluence only likes Captain Planet.
I don't like any of these superhero stuff. I'd rather someone mention Harry Potter.
I gotta go pick my wife up. You guys have fun with Marvel and religion.
All right, take care, Tyler.
But I guess the point that I'm trying to challenge is like, so if the kid's drowning and you have the ability to go out there and save him, but a bad thing could happen to you, which causes, I guess, your family to then suffer because you're the head of your family. Do you have the moral obligation to then go do that just because you have the ability to?
I mean, in my personal opinion, if you have the ability to help somebody, you should do so to the best of your ability.
Even by risking your own life and limb?
Sorry, you cut out on me there a little bit. I don't know what's been going on lately, but I've been having issues with my personal Wi-Fi.
No, I've been in the same boat before. I just moved, so I've been having problems with my service and stuff like that. I'll repeat it. Should you risk your life and limb because you have the ability to go save someone, even if it means, I guess, the cost of your own life and then the cost of the stability of your family?
No, Jamie, you're robot coded.
That was me a couple days ago.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
I've been having issues lately. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah. You're good.
So yeah, like I said, to the best of my ability. If my own life were at risk, there's certain things I can judge like within the moment of like whether or not if I'm able to do a certain thing, or like, hey, can I make the situation a little bit safer for me so that way I don't risk getting like myself injured or hurt in the process of trying to help somebody out.
But like with the pool example, like with the wading pool, that's one thing, right? But I think we could like keep going to a point where we would get to a kind of a moral problem, right? If let's say a kid is 10 feet out in water or 20 feet out or 50 feet, right? There's a degree of risk that we would probably all say like you're not obligated morally to take that risk, right?
Yeah. Can I give a clean like thing here? Because I feel like it's just dragging here for a sec. It's like, yeah, and you could even change it from a child because there's a good chance, or this is a known thing. If you don't know how to swim, you're going to thrash, and if somebody tries to save you, it's a known phenomenon that you may drag down the person who's trying to save you. Like I don't think that any risk of somebody drowning, there will probably be some degree of risk to you, even if it's just getting maybe scratched in the eye or something. Like you don't know if they're going to be whipping around or what. I think that. I think that the standard by which we judge is kind of it does kind of boil down to like just a normative judgment, because I think that like let's say there's a life vest sitting right next to you and all you have to do is throw it in the water, like that's better than doing nothing. And if you fail to act or you choose to do nothing, I think most people would say that's like worse. Like that's a horrible thing. If you just watch them drown and you literally had the ability to not even risk yourself but just like throw them a donut or whatever. But then there is the alternate, which is you jump in there and then they start thrashing and potentially you could also drown. And I think that like those situations can and do arise, but I don't think that you would be morally judged in the same way from one to the other. Like clearly society would view you differently if you were able to help and refused to versus you wanted to help but couldn't. Like
Maybe God doesn't intervene for the same way. Maybe he's just worried we're gonna drag him down down with us, you know?
Well, we do live in a fallen world, so
Exactly.
Kind of
Exactly.
did.
Like what happened when he came to Earth? He tried to help us, and we freaking crucified him. So I mean, if I was God, I'd be a bit cautious. I think that makes some amount of sense.
He only made it 30-something years before we decided to crucify him.
Yeah, so that's not a good outcome. Okay, if anyone has any further thoughts on that, I have another question, but if anyone does, speak now or forever hold your peace. Wait, hold up. We got Keelan. Keelan, hit me up with one of these. Bow. Okay, you can calm down if you're so inclined. Good to see you, Keelan. How's it going?
Not well after the Packers game yesterday.
Oh
yeah, you're still heartbroken about that, hey? So, so state, just briefly, yeah, are you for the panel and for people watching, are you Christian, theist, atheist? What best describes you, Keelan?
Probably agnostic theist, if that makes sense.
Unique.
Could you elaborate?
Built different.
Well, like, I think it's like you believe there's probably a God, but you don't know what that God is. So, like, just really open to understanding the different beliefs.
So this is kind of like Brandon pilled of what Brandon was saying, that like, yeah, agnostic, you could be like unsure, but then the theist, you could, believe in it, but then the other one's your confidence. I think I have that right, although I possibly don't. But so it seems like, you're most likely think that there's a God, but you're not sure which God. Is that right?
Yes.
All right.
But you don't believe in a Christian God, right?
I don't think that I could necessarily say that, because like I think Islam is pretty interesting, and Islam believes in the same God as Christians do. So I think.
No, fair enough. Any thoughts on this?
So the way that
move to a different prompt, but if you have thoughts on this prompt, you're happy to jump in, Keelan, if you want.
Why do I have to morally stop a kid from drowning if God doesn't have to?
Yeah, because most people would say that if, like, an example was earlier, I said, like, assume it's like a wading pool. If you walk by a kid, probably most people would say you have moral obligation if they're drowning in that wading pool to just pick them up and not have them drown. But does God have that same obligation? It doesn't seem like it, because kids do drown in wading pools if there's no humans around, and God doesn't stop it. So why do we have a moral obligation that God doesn't have?
Well, I don't think a kid drowning is necessarily a bad thing from God's perspective. I think from our perspective, it's a bad thing. I don't think from God's perspective, it's a bad thing necessarily.
But then why do we morally need to stop it? If it's not a bad thing from God's point of view, why do we need to, like, why are we obligated then to help the kid?
Are we obligated? I don't think we are.
Like, even in the wading pool example, like, so it's like, there's no risk to you at all. It's like 1 foot of water and it's a toddler drowning. You don't think there's like a moral obligation to just like move child?
I mean, the kid doesn't pay taxes also, to be clear.
That's a good point.
He's kind of a useless eater in a way.
It's crazy.
But I guess I kind of see the rationale. Like, are we obligated to, or is it something we want to do because it's good? Like, is it something we have to do because it's good, or is it something we want to do because it's good?
That's interesting.
I would feel like, this is like an intuitive, just gut reaction, but I would feel like I had done a sin if I didn't save that kid.
Watch the fucking toddler drown.
Yeah, like versus the example before of like kicking neighborhood dogs. I think I'd rather kick like 100 neighborhood dogs than like be in a situation where I'm at a wading pool. I'm just like, nah.
You don't have to watch it. You can just keep walking.
Yeah, you could just leave.
True. You don't have to be a voyeuristic about it or anything.
Is that less like?
You can move on.
Is that less moral than watching him drown? Or is that more? Is that moral? I guess is that more good than?
I think it's probably worse to
it's worse.
watch.
I think it's
Yeah.
worse.
And then it's like, it's like, what do you even? Now you're like intrigued by it, but not
You're, like,
intrigued
sipping-
enough to help.
You're just like sipping your ginger ale.
Yeah,
You're like, yeah, that's and also I also do take kind of more of the virtue ethic thing, which is what Confluence said. I think that like for me there's no like calculus of like there's no utilitarian calculus or like this is my duty in the deontological sense. It's just like this is the right thing to do. Like this is, and I can't really explain it further than that. It's like I've broken up bar fights and stuff before, and looking back, it was probably a bad idea. I've almost gotten bottled before and almost gotten like stabbed, and like intervening on the behalf of strangers. In the States, it's probably even fucking crazier because you guys have guns. But like, I didn't question in the moment. I just saw two people going at it, and I'm a bit of a bigger guy, and I just decided to intervene. And that's like, maybe that's a morally good thing to do, but that also is an extremely reckless and stupid thing to do. So yeah, I don't know. I like we come up in these situations not often in life, but I'm sure we've all had situations where we have had to make that split second decision. And I don't think we think it through in these terms. We just act or we don't act, right? So sorry, just to add a bit more fodder to the conversation.
Yeah.
So I was going to say, if those two people had guns and they were fighting, you might not be so morally obligated to jump in the middle of that.
Yeah, living in Canada, my default assumption is that people don't have guns. Although, you know, again, people do have knives, and I have had a knife pulled on me when I tried to intervene because somebody thought that I was like part of the fight when I was just trying to break up the fight. And so that was extremely terrifying. Like, yeah, I got the fuck out of there. I'm like, all right, you guys want to beat the shit out of each other or you want to stab each other, go for it. And then bottled, yeah, I almost in a bar, like somebody broke a fucking, bottle and was fucking waving it around. And I'm just and it is that split second thing where it's like, man, looking back, and I was younger as well, but it seemed, I don't know if I would do the same thing today. And I don't know if that's cowardice or if that's wisdom, but like, yeah, if I knew guns could potentially be involved, I would be much more hesitant to help my fellow man in that situation. I just didn't want to see people get hurt, and I think that's just like I don't know, some sort of programming or something. It's just, again, I didn't think about it. I didn't think this is like the right thing to do in the moment. I just acted. So
that could be God inside of you, Testicker Johnson. I'm just saying, it could be that you're created to have inherent morals and that you acted in a way that God wants you to act. Just throwing that out there, okay?
So I've broken up a handful of fights in my life, and one of the fights I broke up, like, it was between chicks, so I was like not that worried in the sense that like I didn't like they were, they weren't that big. It was like a cat fight type of thing, right? Women don't know how to fight, and they were scratching at each other and shit. But like one of the most blackpilling moments is that everybody around pulled out their phones just to film, and I was like, I was even asking the crowd, I was like, does somebody want to give me a fucking hand here? Like, what's going on? And like that was like very disheartening. that is the reaction 9 times out of 10 is that people will document things, but
that guy breaking up the entertainment.
I'm incredibly
I'm drunk and you broke up the chick fight.
There's some horrible cases that I can't even say on YouTube, but there's some horrible news cases I've read of people that will pull out their phones to film like a hideous crime, and lots of people, like 7 people, pulling out their phones instead of like calling 911 or intervening or doing anything. It's like that's the stuff that really gets me.
Well, not even crime. I've seen people like fall into the subway and like where they're on the tracks, and like the first thing someone does is pull out their phone.
Yeah. So
it's a weird thing.
Do you think that is? I mean, obviously, it's a recent phenomenon because we have smartphones. And I know this is getting a little off topic. You can always recenter us if you want, but like, I guess that idea, because we do see this all the time, right? This happens where people think that because, and I think this is why I take more of a virtue ethic stance on it, because just going back to like the trolley problem, right? I think that intuitively what tells me is I think most people would refuse to act. They would refuse to pull the lever and say that their refusal to participate was the moral choice, and they absolve themselves of a moral responsibility by saying, I'm not participating, therefore I'm not responsible for this. And I view it similarly with the filming of stuff, where it's like, I'm not
only would they not pull the lever, they pull out their phone and film the trolley.
And they fucking yell "World Star" while it's happening. But like I see it of a similar thing where it's like I think we like to conceptualize morality in all of these ways, but I'm very much like where the rubber meets the road, and I think the majority of time we don't view inaction as immoral. We view actions as moral, just mostly like stealing or murder, like it's an active thing. We rarely view inaction as immoral, and I think this is a good example of the drowning child where your inaction is what is the immoral thing being questioned, and I think that's why it's a little bit of like something we're not as used to in these circumstances. We usually view immorality as like an active thing, but yeah, I guess I would still consider this like I think, and it sounds like you guys would mostly as well, except for maybe Keelan, which I would love to get further thoughts on, but I think most people would probably view allowing a child to, or feeling that you have, I guess, some sort of moral obligation. Maybe that's what I'm adding to this, is that how much of that obligation actually exists.
Before briefly, and I know this is me bringing it off topic, but I want to mention this just on the topic of filming, and because to Sticker Johnson, I know you are Canadian. But we also see it in cases of like people's own self-preservation instincts. Like I'm thinking of the plane inversion that happened at the Pearson Airport in Toronto a few months back. Do you know what I'm talking about, to Sticker Johnson, where the plane ended up upside down on the runway?
Yeah, oh yeah, I remember a video that was fucking wild. That was fucking
crazy. and some people in the plane as it's upside down and I think on fire, that some people are pulling out their phones, and the flight attendants are like, just get out of the fucking plane, like they have the emergency like slide or whatever, and it's like they're trying to get. And it's like the people's first instinct is to film, and we've seen this in mass shootings where it's like there's footage that you can find of people when it's a mass shooting, and they're like Snapchatting, and it's like it's a mass shooting. Why are you Snapchatting? What the fuck?
So this is actually maybe a more recent psychological phenomenon, but so I used to work for a car insurance place. And this is actually a thing when you initially go through a traumatic experience. We are so indoctrinated or ingratiated with our phones, our smartphones. It's actually a comfort thing, and you'll be surprised at how many times people immediately after they get into a car accident they grab their phone, or like they freak out once they get out of their vehicle and they realize they don't have their phone, they left it in the car. Like the first thing they want is their phone. And for whatever, whether they have I have to call, like it's their lifeline to everything. They have to call family. They have to do this. I understand in like the plane thing and like the mass shooting, but it is a weird known psychological thing. So I don't necessarily know if I would attach moral weight to that. But when people go through traumatic events, for some reason, that is a thing that happens. Is that
that does make sense. I mean, it is. Yeah, it's like I think probably all of us have been in public. And if you feel a bit awkward and you're like, hey, maybe should I be talking to other people? If it's like people you kind of know, I think we've all done it where you pull out your phone because now it's like, well, now I can I'm checking something. I'm doing business right now. So like, that's the reason I'm not interacting with these people around me. And so I think, the
I
phone
try to fight that. Yeah, like if I'm hanging out with somebody,
I think it's unhealthy.
I think it is unhealthy, and I don't know if I think it can be antisocial, but I think at the very least it's like a nervous tick type of thing. I think people need to consciously try to fight that. Yeah, it's not a good habit.
Okay, Anson, welcome to the panel. Anson, I'm really curious.
Tell us why we're all idiots.
Are you a Christian? Are you are you Muslim? Like it's got to be one of the two, I'm thinking.
So I've been kind of vague about what I am sometimes, and I tried as hard as I could to like come up with the exact definition for you.
He's a Scientologist.
So I'm a pre-evolutionary romantic stoic transcendental atheist who is culturally Christian and a virtue ethicist.
I think I understand all of that, except what is it? What's a transcendental atheist? That's the one part I think I'm confused on.
Yeah. So I developed a syllogism. Actually, it came about like a year and a half ago or something. I debated Jim Bob about this, but he pulled the tag argument out on me. And I was actually doing a debate with somebody else about tag. It was after the debate that I was arguing with them about it. But I developed a syllogism that essentially replaces God in the tag argument with the universe, because it's defined within the syllogism of the transcendental argument for God what God is. And so I just defined it in a way that was congruent with that and applied it to evolution instead of their sky daddy that was this Jewish God that they worship.
Okay. Kind of strange, but I'll accept it. I'll allow it. Now,
did
any
Anthony say
thoughts
God's
on
Jewish?
wait, so who was talking? Go ahead.
I said, did Anson say God is Jewish?
I think he said their God is Jewish.
No,
I'm
the
not sure
Christian
though.
God is
And
Jewish,
said,
yeah.
is God Jewish or like
Yeah,
what's
the
good?
the Christians worship a Jewish God. Yeah.
That is true.
Oh, I mean, would their God be Jewish, or would it be, I guess, the God of Judaism? I guess
Yeah,
that's
I
some
mean,
things.
I mean,
Jesus is God, and Jesus was Jewish, so.
Well, I wasn't even talking about Jesus. I'm talking about the one in the Old Testament was a Jewish God too, right? Y'all's religion is.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He's a God of the Jews, but
Yeah,
like
he's not Jewish.
when I say is God a Christian, I don't think
If
I
you were
would say
talking
God
about
is a
Jesus,
Christian.
I think that
you
would
know?
make a
No,
a little bit more sense.
Yeah, so the mythology that the Jews created to legitimize their power and keep control over their people is the God that the Christians worship.
But is the God himself Jewish? I guess that's kind of the part.
Yeah,
I was
I mean the
wondering
fictional
here.
character that y'all worship is a Jewish creation. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Jewish creation. Okay.
Yeah, that's like saying Iron Man's American, right? That's all I'm saying.
But that's fair. That's fair.
Okay, what if a Japanese anime is about an American? Is that character Japanese or are they American?
Yeah, no, that's definitely
like, you know what I
Japanese.
mean?
That's definitely Japanese, but it's cultural contamination. So yeah,
okay.
we share.
Have any thoughts
cultural
about the
information.
drowning kid, Anson, or are we ready to move on to
probably the one
another
drowning him.
topic?
No,
you'd probably like press his freaking head down. You'd be like, get wrecked. This is a libertarian country, and you're not paying taxes.
Well, it would depend on the context of the situation, but since it's a very vague thing, I would save the child unless doing so would impair my virtue.
You just wouldn't use tax dollars to do it.
No, absolutely not. No.
Okay. Great. Okay, so this is a challenging one. Okay, I'm gonna hit you guys with a challenging one. Okay, boom, Steel Man, the other side, plot twist. So if you're a Christian, pretend you're an atheist. If you're an atheist, pretend you're a Christian. Okay, so basically with the problem of evil, right? So if you're a Christian, then I want you to act like an atheist and explain why evil actually does disprove God. If you are an atheist, then I want you to explain how the existence of evil that's totally compatible with God, the Christian God, or like a theistic that has the qualities of being all powerful, all knowing, and all good. So we'll start with Big Soda. So you're atheist coded right now, Big Soda.
Okay. Let me take like 10 seconds to think about this.
Yeah, that's
But
juicy. This is why I make myself
I don't
go
want to be
last,
funny with it. I guess the best argument is I would say that you're begging the question because you're inserting evil and saying that evil it's necessarily evil or damn, okay. I'm not good. I don't think I'm the best.
Remember, you're attacking the Christian God. You're saying the problem of evil actually disproves the Christian God. If anyone else, I don't want Big Soda is always to the right of me, so I don't put it on the spot. So if anyone else wants to go, we can break the clockwise.
I don't understand
tradition.
the question because I'm dumb.
Well, I guess the best way I would tackle it is by saying that you're saying that there's an objective evil, and if I'm an atheist, I wouldn't believe in an objective standard of evil because I think that would kind of mean that there's an objective standard of good, which would kind of lean more toward a pro-Christian argument. And so I guess I would reject the question just because it seems like I said, you
don't want to reject the problem of evil, right? Just to say it again, right? The problem of evil is saying that if God is all powerful and all knowing and he's all good and evil exists, then that God doesn't make sense. There's something contradictory, and therefore we should deny the Christian God.
Oh yeah, I got this.
A Big Soda, you were supposed to steel man that, and then someone like Anson is supposed to actually say why it's not true.
Yeah, I'll steel man it from the opposite side.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. So
You can go for it, Hanson.
God is all powerful. He is the creator of all things in the universe, and his power is absolute. He did create evil, right? I mean, that's factually true because this is his creation. The problem of evil is that it's a matter of human perception and our inability to accept what is, right? We want to blame someone for our difficulties, and we blame our creator for that because we are fallen beings and we seek to shift blame to other people for our own misfortune, right? We just need to accept that God's plan exists and stop being so prideful.
That's actually a very good steel man. I'm impressed, Hanson. I agree. It's a good one. So, anyone else? I'll make sure we go through all, but because this is kind of a complicated one, if anyone else has something ready,
I mean, I would kind of have to just piggyback off of that as I do think that
you coward.
I was going to go with the angle. I think we don't know the mind of God. And I do think that there is a level of hubris or excessive pride in order to try and, apply human morals to that. And I do think that, it's, tragedy happens, suffering happens. It's extremely difficult to make sense of. And so people turn to blaming God for that because they lack a better explanation. But that's no fault of God. That's just, but again, that's just because we live in a fallen world. So,
Okay. Yeah, no, that's good. That's good as well. I guess I'll go. We'll give Keelan, Jamie, Christian, and Big Soda time to think a bit. So yeah, if I'm an atheist, I would say, I think the sheer amount of suffering we see. I think evil is one thing, and as an atheist, I deny that evil objectively exists, but I do accept the existence of suffering, and I think there is a large degree of suffering that we would not expect to find if God is all powerful, all knowing, and all good. So I would say what's more likely, that we live in a universe without God or that we live in a universe with God? And I would say, based on the sheer amount of suffering and the sheer gratuity and the fact that God doesn't seem to intervene in most cases, then I would say that yes, the problem of evil is valid because it points us in a direction that God does not actually exist. That's my best steel man.
I think I'm gonna have to side with Big Soda here. Like, I think if I was atheist, I would just reject the premise that says
no, you don't. You're talking like an atheist. I don't want to hear anyone say if I wasn't. No, you're steel manning it.
Okay,
you're steel manning it.
Okay, so yeah, I would reject.
You're an atheist right now. Not I would reject. I do reject Christian. Grow some freaking hair on your chest, right? You're an atheist right now.
I'm saying I would. I'm all right. I'm atheist right now, right?
Okay, good.
I would reject the moral smuggling as if evil and good existed. So I would say, I would just
saying it's a false dichotomy or
it's
something.
not evil.
Yeah, but you're supposed to be you're supposed to be saying that this argument is like a defeater for Christianity.
Let me see if I can try and steel man it. I guess what I would say is, if I'm still manning atheist, why would God allow for evil and suffering upon those who follow him the closest? It would seem to me like if a being was to love another being, why would he allow that other being to go through suffering and evil for a greater plan when he could take it all away at the blink of an eye? And it just, logically, I guess it wouldn't make sense that, because if my child was physically suffering and I could take that suffering away, I would do that in a heartbeat. And I guess that would probably be my best steel man.
That's a great steel man. I like that.
Thank you.
And also, I did notice
I
this.
reject the question.
Marilyn was like, "This guy's trying to be Anson." And I was like, "She doesn't think it's Anson." Anson does look very different without his beard.
Yeah, you can see my
so Keelan and Christian and Jamie, if anyone wants to jump in. Christian, do you have your thoughts? If you were to imagine yourself as an atheist,
I would okay. All right. Okay. All right. guess Big Soda. I guess Big Soda would be the closest. What he had said. Yeah, I would. If I was a good god, I would alleviate suffering. I wouldn't let it take place.
Y'all can't
like
do
taking my own son, and like I wouldn't want to watch my own son suffer, right? So
that's valid. That's valid.
Morality.
I just want to say the atheist side seems like they did a little bit of a better job steelmanning there. So,
who's judging this? I would disagree. Who's judging this?
God,
I know I'm biased, but I think I did a pretty good job. I think.
No, you did. You did. Yeah.
And Big Soda as well. Christian kind of just stole what Big Soda said.
No, you guys are.
I still agree with Christian.
I'm just joshing. Yeah.
Jamie and Keelan, any of you? Do you have something prepared?
So I'll hop on. So God is the Alpha and the Omega. God is the creator of all, and God is the creator of objective morality. And our understanding of what is right and wrong is nonsensical to what is right and wrong in the mind of God.
Okay. And this is the time I tell you I'm actually asking this question so I can just like clip all of you guys saying that you're actually Christians so I can make Jamie and Anson seem like they're actually like true believers. So
I already said I was going to clip you specifically. So you gave me the perfect sound bites. Yeah, it goes both ways. Oh shit! That was
and to Singer Johnson with the $2 saying praise be. He's going all the way. You're going all the way to Singer Johnson. Praise be indeed. Do you have anything? You're right. I don't even know. You can interpret this how you want, Keelan, because I know you're agnostic atheist, so I'm not really sure. You could steal man kind of either side, I guess, if you're there.
I think he said agnostic theist, not atheist.
No, he said.
Yeah. Keelan, are you around?
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm just sitting here, because I don't think it's really a problem for either side to answer. I think the problem of evil isn't actually a problem if you're a Christian or if you're an atheist.
Say more.
Yeah, say more.
Do you believe that evil exists? Or in what terms would it exist if it does?
So I don't believe it. I don't believe evil exists.
Okay.
So you're basically saying the same thing I did, that it's a problem with perception. Right.
Yeah, I guess if someone defined evil for me right now, then I could answer the question, but I don't know how to define evil that isn't going to like make something that's good actually evil.
Yeah, I kind of, in more words than that, that's sort of also where I was originally coming from.
Wait, could you say that?
Everyone keep talking. I'm getting us in, so y'all fight amongst
Again?
yourselves.
It's
at the hour.
I don't
Okay?
think it's within. No.
Can we talk about vices? Let's talk about vices and why you're making baby Jesus cry with your vices.
Keelan, could you repeat that last bit about defining evil?
Well, I think if someone defined what evil is, you could conceive of an example of someone doing something that, if you define good, would be good, but would have evil outcomes.
Okay, so I guess as a theist, you don't think there's an objective good toward that theist?
Basically, I think what Anson said, like, our perception of good and evil is not accurate. Or, like, if there's a good and evil, an objective good and evil, we couldn't possibly understand what it is.
So how could we not understand what it is?
Well, it's the problem of objective truth in general, right? Like, we are subjective beings and we are limited by our subjective perception capability. We don't have the ability to perceive the timeless and the actual facts of the universe, because we process all data and information through ourselves, which is inherently a subjective process.
And we also don't have nearly enough.
Right, but if something external from yourself tells you that, like, that would be objective. Right?
Yeah, I'm not saying that objective truth doesn't exist. I'm saying that it's not something that we could perceive objectively. Therefore, it's always outside of our reach, even if it exists.
Well,
I
I
don't know
guess
what you mean by perceive objectively.
if you believe you're like, and if you have the title of agnostic and theist, do you not believe there's an objective standard toward the theist side of your belief?
Like there's an objective good if I'm a agnostic theist.
Yeah, and it's like I understand that there wouldn't be with your agnostic side, but the fact that you do believe, I guess there's some part of you that does believe that there is a God, even if you don't know it. If there's an objective standard that's tied to him of good and evil, would that change your answer?
If I knew what that standard was, then it might. But since I can't possibly know what that standard is, then I don't think it does.
Well, can something, I guess, can that standard exist even if you don't know what that standard is?
Can I steal man from the Christian perspective?
Go for it, Anson.
Yeah, so Jesus came and gave us the divine revelation and told us the nature of God. So we were provided through God, through Him, the ability to know what the objective truth was, and therefore we no longer have to guess using our subjective perception. We have been it has been divinely revealed to us, and we have the roadmap. We are no longer lost and bound by our bodies. And therefore, through Jesus, our Lord and Savior, we have been given that revelation, and we no longer have to be lost. And unfortunately, the atheists have forgotten that in our culture and are seeking a different God, a God of confusion and chaos, the God of empirical knowledge.
I would say that that's incorrect because
I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. Hey, just real quickly, who's a Gorilla Polis? Who is that?
He's like the top mod for Confluence.
Okay, well, my cousin just called me, and my cousin is yes, it's real, and said that punk was talking mad shit.
A Gorilla Polis? I feel like he's one of the nicest people I've.
Wait, wait. You said you were the dude. Is the yes guy? Is that you, Stacy? Is that a Stacy song? You said you were the dude. Were you cosplaying the dude?
It was my cousin.
Oh my god. Okay, that explains it, Ag. That explains it.
And then
he was being a dick.
He said this guy, a Gorilla Polis, was bullying me. And I said, what? He said he was bullying me. He wouldn't let that happen.
This makes so much more sense because the dude will make fun, but not in that way. So I was like, the dude is on some like whack shit.
Stop. Is a Gorilla Polis the dude?
No,
you said you were the dude. Maybe you just meant the dude as in like just a guy, but the dude is like a person. And
No,
that comes into the studio.
I meant like I just said he's here.
Oh yeah. Gorilla Polis is here. Yeah, he's the head mod, as Christian said.
My cousin, yes, it's real, and he called me, and that's why I showed up because I was like, "Who's this punk?" If it's the dude, the guy. Wait a minute. If it's the guy, the dude, then never mind.
No, it's not. I think there's a lot of semantic overload. I think between the dude and someone who's just the dude. So I think we both have been confused on that front now.
He can beat my cousin up. I'm like cool with it.
So Christian, I wanted to ask you something about this topic because unless it's not clear, I can very easily steel man the Christian frame of mind. And you had trouble steel manning the atheist frame of mind. And I think that you ought to explore why that is and take some time considering from the perspective of the non-believers they believe.
The first Steelman that you did, I don't believe was a Steelman. I think that second one was better than the first.
Yeah.
But I mean, you have atheists that reject objective morality. You have some that accept it. I mean, if I was atheist, I would reject objective morality.
Yeah.
I don't think that's.
Oh, I don't.
I don't think that's.
Yeah, you could. Well, because you just said atheists can exist, or atheists exist who also may subscribe to an objective morality. So if you were to be atheist, why would you then have to also reject objective reality?
Yeah, well, if I was atheist, I would reject objective morality because there's no basis for that objective morality in that worldview.
Yeah, for most atheists, that's true because they're empiricists.
Just to put a pause on this. Hey, Stacy, who is your cousin? Is it Yes? Is his chat name Yes? It's let me scroll back.
Yes,
Okay.
it's real
that's who we're
13.
talking about.
He's
Yeah.
the
Yes,
first
he's real
one
13.
to. He's the
hung
first
like a
one to
horse.
throw out an insult.
So yeah.
being an
So
asshole.
I came up to
Very
kind of
much
clarify.
was.
Yeah,
Like
I have
I'm
a
actually
screenshot of it.
Polis.
Wait a minute, I can't. There's too many people talking. What now?
Well, I just came up to clarify. I mean, I'm a mod in the chat, and when your cousin, I guess, yes, it's real 13 came up, he was like just kind of throwing mad shade and insulting everybody in chat, and he's claiming to be like best friends with Confluence, but he's like insulting everybody, including like the mods. So
No, he's a little.
you know, when
retarded.
he started throwing the threats,
Right.
like he's gonna make me his bitch and find me and all this shit, that's when I banned him.
I'll talk to him
You know,
about that. He's a little
yeah,
retarded.
because that's. I mean, even though YouTube didn't pick that up as a TOS, I'm still trying to look out for Confluence's channel.
No, I got you. Constantine's a good dude. The thing is, my cousin's
Who is Constantine?
That's what he calls me.
That's what I call him. Man.
That's what your cousin calls Confluence.
That's what I call him too. It's a family.
Oh, okay. Apologies. I got you.
Anyway,
I'm
my
following.
cousin's a little retarded, but he's hung like a horse, so that's why he gets a little pass, you know. I mean, because
he's a little spoiled.
Well, no, yeah, that's why I wanted you came up and you were like, "Who the fuck is it?" Like, I wanted to come up and clarify. Like, dude, you have to do some pretty major shit to piss me off, dude. I'm a very chill dude.
You sound like a good dude. You're probably an atheist and Democrat, but I look.
Me? No, I'm actually the exact opposite, bro.
But I guess word to the wise, I would prevent putting threats in chat and like just coming in and spazzing out, or people will get banned.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm screenshotting all of it because I watched my back and Confluence's back. So
here's the only people that matter: Constantine. The rest of you are nice people. Dude, don't ever fuck with him. Whatever he says, that's the way it is. And Maryland, who I've always
no. So if he says what he's saying in his threats, then he's gonna go. That's all I can say.
I'll beat his ass, okay? Like
no, but yeah, that's cool. That's cool. But if he comes in the chat and he makes threats, that's all. That's my only thing. I'm not a stifler. I'm not like this like uptight mod. But if he comes and he starts threatening people, that's it. Like that's one of the things. I'm like, no.
That's true. That's a hard line. That's hard. So tell your cousin that, Stacy. That's a hard line. Okay.
I got him, man. But as long as Maryland's happy, I'm happy. I like Maryland.
Well, you know, Stacy, as a pre-evolutionary, romantic, stoic, transcendental, culturally Christian, atheist, virtue ethicist, I appreciate your admission of being able to change.
I don't know what you mean by that.
His cousin is the one changing. I mean, Stacy doesn't have to change. Stacy did nothing wrong.
No, he said
think about it.
He said he was going to take care of his family. I appreciate, inner family, taking care of, right? Like, take care of your own, man.
Yeah. I mean, he's a good dude. He just, like I said, he's a little retarded.
Yeah.
But, he follows me around and shit. I don't have time to monitor him all this stuff. I should have known it was probably something hyperbolic. But anyway.
And listen, it's no shade. I take no personal offense to it. I just saw it as somebody like I've never seen before, jumped in chat, started no offense, but he kind of jumped in chat and was being an asshole and he started making threats. So I gave him a little timeout. I mean, I said calm down first. I was like, hey, calm down, chill out,
He didn't calm down. He talks. He gets very defensive. The only reason really that he's a good dude. He's a little retarded, but he's hung like a horse and he's a chick magnet. My other cousin Richard.
How often do you see your cousin's dick?
Like that dude, he said that twice now.
It was a gaming panel full of dudes.
I'm starting to question, is that you, Stacy? Are you yes?
Of course it is.
I mean,
is this your cousin or is this you?
No, can't. No, this is my cousin. He's hung like a horse.
Yeah.
Well, so you're not.
What do you mean? You can't just say that.
Let me explain. he could just you could just be hanging out with him, and chicks, it's halfway down his fucking leg, and they're like, "What the fuck?" And so he's a chick magnet.
You talk about your family members' genitals a bit too much for my liking, Stacey. I'm not gonna lie.
He's not
to
the
you.
only person with that problem. So
I
what?
just benefit from it because the chicks look at it, they go, "What the fuck?" And then I'm like, "You don't really want that much." So he's a chick magnet. I got my other cousin's named Richard.
So he's kind of wingmanning you with his large genitals, is what you're saying. That's okay.
Hey, gentlemen.
It's a
That's
novel.
cool.
Would it be okay if we change the topic?
Well,
please.
No shade.
Yes.
No shade. That's all. I just wanted to
I don't know who
clarify.
said that,
I
but
got
yes, we are changing the topic.
Named Richard, and his last, but for real, his last name's Head.
Okay, we are changing. I don't know who said that, but I'm going to take their advice. We are changing the topic. Egg, are you staying up? Yes, Egg.
I mean, I'll stay
up?
for a few, man. I kind of wanted to clarify that, like mano a mano.
My cousin Richard had his tongue clipped. Like
No, we're not talking. We're moving on, Stacey. We're moving on to all the nonsense. Okay, we're moving on from all the nonsense. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so actually, 10 seconds each of you. 10 seconds, Stacey. I'm serious on this. What is your religion? Okay, just that's all I want to hear. 10 seconds or less.
Protestant.
Based Grill Polis?
Christian.
What's the question?
Not worthy of that.
Just your religion. So when people join the panel, I just like to ask that so everyone watching gets an understanding.
I was Orthodox, and I've kind of taken a few years off, and I'm getting back to it.
Backslider.
Okay, this is a slightly longer prompt, but I think we can handle it after the steel manning of it all. I hope this fits. It kind of does. Wait, maybe it doesn't.
Can I ask one quick question? Has anybody seen this thing about there was a protest, Iranian?
Only if it's really on topic, Stacey. If it's like, if it's like about the problem of evil specifically.
No, not really.
Well, then it's not really on topic if you think about it.
Okay.
So
never mind.
We could come back to it. We could come back to it. Okay, but we've been diverting enough at this point. So we're going to a new prompt, which is this. And I have some clarifications that I will add. But yeah, if suffering and death are so natural, why do we have such an aversion to it? And so this part wouldn't fit. So I will read this. But so basically, if you are a Christian, why for Christians, like most Christians are still, not all Christians, but a lot of Christians, right? When a death happens, they see it as a negative thing. And when their own death is going to happen, they see that as a negative thing. So I guess for Christians, the question is, like if heaven if heaven exists and God is good and we're going to be resurrected, is it just about missing family members? Is it just about why are we so, when someone says like someone died, we're sorry for your loss. We see it as a tragedy. Why is that? And then for atheists, why is it that I guess if we're naturally evolved creatures, right, most animals don't seem to have a knowledge or care about their mortality. Obviously, there's some benefit in not wanting to die from an evolutionary standpoint, but why are so many people terrified about the end of their own mortality? So if that's not clear, anyone can ask for clarification. Big Soda, if you're ready. If you're not ready, that's cool too. Again, you have the disprivilege of being to the right of me, but yeah, we're gonna go clockwise in a snake formation. So it's gonna go Big Soda, Christian, Jamie, Keelan, so on and so forth.
I'm always the last.
No, a Grillopolis in this scheme would be the last. It's like a little snake,
I know.
I guess my best answer, because I could look at this from a couple different angles. I could tackle it from kind of like the biological sense of it, to where we kind of avoid things that we feel is a threat to our existence. And so that would explain why we view hurricanes and tsunamis as natural phenomenons, but we still have some type of aversion toward them. I could also look at it to the fact of, as Christians, we have faith. So it's when our faith is tested, there's a lot of times that we're kind of adverse to that idea, because we don't want anything to shake that faith. I mean, if our faith isn't foundational, it can lead us to existential crisis and stuff like that. So I would say generally from the biological side, I mean, we have aversions to all types of things that are natural. And then to the spiritual side this is kind of one of those tests to where we get to kind of test our faith in a sense to where is what we believe truly what we believe, and are we going to heaven? And so it's kind of this I guess best way to put it is like the ultimate test when it comes to death and suffering. But I would say that would be my general explanation.
Right, great. Christian?
Yeah, I would say since we live in a fallen world, death is natural, but I think it's more just you're not going to be able to, while you're living, be with that person. So I think that's where we get the, sorry for your loss. That's why we go through pain like that.
All right, Jamie.
So, we are mortals. Our life is limited. And I think that most of us want to try to live out the best life that we possibly can before that inevitable end comes.
Okay. Keelan?
I think the main purpose of us being alive is to interact with other conscious beings in the world. And I think once you die, whether you believe in God or not, whether you believe in an afterlife or not, so especially like heaven or hell, there's a possibility that you may never see these people again. And I think that's what I grieve when people die, when dogs die, when people leave me as friends. It's like I'll never be able to interact with them again. I'll never be able to talk to them again.
Okay. Makes sense. Anson?
So I am in the 99th percentile in trait openness in terms of personality. And in being in that percentile, I actually feel suffering like on a cognitive level on a constant basis due to like metacognition loops that I'm constantly within. And so suffering for me is like a natural daily thing that occurs. And I just accept it. But in terms of like the question, right? We are not just like simple objects that exist, right? We are higher beings, and we exist on a level that is greater, and so we're actually able to perceive why it is that we have these reflexes, this evolutionary memory of why all of the work and effort that has gone in to create the object that we are today. And so we have this inherited burden to stay alive and avoid things that will prevent us from being able to make more copies of ourselves, because we have an unlimited amount of prior evolution going back to when we were non-biological objects that basically created a scaffolding that we feel in this reflex that's causing us to have an urge to go on and endure the suffering.
Right, great. Stacy?
That's some deep shit. Read the question again. I mean, I know it, but I just want to make sure I understand it.
Sure, yeah. If suffering and death are so natural, why do we have an aversion to it? And because you're a Christian, yeah, it would be the secondary thing is like, if you have hope that you're going to die and go to heaven and that we're all going to be united, then why do we still see it as such a negative thing as Christians?
It's kind of like the passage in the Bible where it says, there's great weeping in the night, but in the morning there's great hope. And as a Christian, you'll hear this, suffering's in the glory. And I agree with what the gentleman just said is, if you're raised as a Christian, especially like a strict Christian church I was raised in, is there's supposed to be a certain amount of suffering because the world's not supposed to be our natural element. And there is for Christians, it's really supposed to be, it's kind of like that passage, there's weeping like when somebody dies. But, like my mother had some friends pass away in the last few years that were seriously older people. And there was a lot of joy. They truly felt like, okay, your ride's fixing to come pick you up. It's that kind of thing. And so there was the earthly or the worldly of the flesh, but there was true joy in some of these people passing, in the sense that, like, their tickets punched. Now, I can differ from that a little bit, but that's the gist of it, So yeah,
that's great. Yeah,
kind of a double-edged thing.
Grilla Polis.
I think we're all kind of born with this inherent greed, and a lot of people don't realize how insignificant it is until they realize Christ and realize what the Bible is trying to tell us. But the inherent greed is like we want to live like what human doesn't want to live forever, and we want to live so bad, and we don't want to face death. That it's almost like a fear that we've built up, and it's really big in Western culture. I don't know. Ancient peoples and civilizations used to like plan for their death. Now we like avoid it and like shame it, and it's like, oh, disavow. It's not going to happen. No, but like our physical bodies die. Like we know this. But I think it gives more, like, as far as you said, like the question was about the prompt. And the prompt is, does suffering and evil disprove God? And I think it actually proves God, because you can't have evil at this. You can't have one without the other. It's like having light without dark.
Yep.
So
I agree with that. Okay, so I will close us out, and then it's a free for all. Okay. So I would say I have two things to say, and I have the advantage of listening to all of you, so I get to decide what I think has been best and best arguments that I can steal from. But I think one of the things I want to say is that there is a gap because we're time bound, and so there's a difference between the temporary and our final state. So I think that explains why, at least when other people die, it's like there's obviously we're going to feel sad about that. And I think this punts on what a lot of people said. And I'm thinking of like Keelan when he said that, like when people go, it's like, are you going to see them again and stuff? And it's not just that, but it's also like the time. If someone close to me dies and I have to wait like 50 years to see them again, I mean, in the same way, I think I would be sad if a friend or a lover or a family member was like, hey, I'm going to move across the country and you have no way to contact me for the next 50 years. I'd be sad about that too. And then a second thing, and I think this is I'm kind of stealing a bit from Ag here, but I think it is the societal stuff about how we avoid death, and also I think it ties into a lack of kind of faith. And I mean, I have a lack of faith myself, so this is a self-own, but yeah, I think if we truly believed fully, like if we had the confidence that a lot of times we say we do, then I don't think we actually would necessarily be like afraid of our own death. And I think we would kind of understand things in a better way. Yeah. And part of that could be how we interact with religion. Part of that could be, that we just don't talk about death. So I think it's kind of a mix of those things.
I think it's got a lot to do with, like, this is how I kind of look at it. Like, you know, if you go to the gym once a week, you're not going to get very buff. If you go to the church once a week, you're not going to become very knowledgeable in, whatever religion you are going to church for. Doesn't matter. So, like a lot of these Christians that go to church, like I go to church every Sunday, so I'm a Christian. It's like, okay, I don't believe you.
Right.
I will say though, and this is me being I want to kick things off. Well, I want to say one thing in response to Ag, and then we can all just go insane. But the one thing I've noticed, and this could be a skill issue, I admit this, but even when I have been like really really like involved in like the church and like, you know, being like actively and like reading the scripture every day and praying every day and doing like daily like meditations, and like that's like the main focus, the fear of death has never really gone away from me. I don't know if that, again, that could be a skill issue, that could just be like a doubting issue. It's always kind of been there, you know. It ebbs and flows, but it's like even when I'm like super devoted and stuff, it's still kind of like, yeah, like lives in my head rent free to some extent. And I'm not sure exactly why
Yeah,
that is.
because you're human. Yeah, of course.
Like Jesus,
It's never going to go away.
Jesus had his moment of doubt. Being human is to do everything in our power to stay alive. I mean, it's
right.
That's flesh. I mean, they cut out a snake's heart, and it kept beating for like 6 minutes. There's something instinctive. We're not snakes, but there's something instinctive in humans that's kind of the same. It's like we don't want to catch. I mean, even the people that are prepared and everything, we hit something about us doesn't want to cash out. We want to ride it to the very end. Like the super wealthy dude was talking to this other super wealthy dude, and he goes, "Tell me that you wouldn't give everything that you own just for 30 more seconds." And he was like, "Yeah." So
I guess before I will open this up, I just one thing came to my head. So there's a Christian band called the David Crowder Band. If anyone is super doped up on Christianity, maybe you've heard of them. And there's a song, I don't know if it's a cover or not, but one of the lines is, and it could be an older song that they covered, that says, everyone wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. And it's a very simple refrain, but it kind of hits where it's like, I want to go to heaven, but I don't want to die. And like, what is the reason for that? Why, if we want to go to heaven, would we not? Death is how we get to heaven. So like, what's going on there?
Almost like the religion.
Because our human minds tell us we don't know for sure.
Exactly, the doubt.
No, the religion is inconsistent with our nature because it's a flawed philosophy.
Says the atheist.
No, that's the simple explanation. I'm a fan of simple explanations.
Man, I just want to point out that Marilyn knows the David Crowder Band, the goated Marilyn. Okay, I'm just going to say that.
Why won't Marilyn come in? I like her.
Yeah, Marilyn, you should join. You should join Marilyn.
She's awesome.
Anson, do you think any? I know you're atheist, but I'm curious. Do you think it's specifically Christianity that is causing that that disconnect, or are you saying like any religion or any belief in God is going to do the same thing?
No, humans have evolved all sorts of different ways to prevent them from acknowledging that this part of their nature, because it is like the most difficult part of our nature to accept, right? Like the fact that we are finite beings, the fact that we will no longer exist, right? And we have all of this reflexive
Wait. If we've evolved, why is there all this fucking cope?
Yeah. No.
We haven't evolved. We're still scared, just as scared of death as we were thousands of years ago.
So some of our evolutionary features are different now. They're different than animals, right? Like, so we're actually able to perceive our fear and think about our fear, and then think about us thinking about our fear, and see other people thinking about fear, right? We're not dogs, right? So
yeah, that's the human problem.
Right. And so that's why it's unique, right? So if we hadn't evolved such a high capacity brain, then we wouldn't have this issue, right? And so religion kind of dovetailed with our ability to think, right? It came out as like this extra cope mechanism so that we didn't have to worry about these thoughts that we were having.
So we could just kind of like instead of like dying and that's it, when we die, we have something to look forward to.
Right, because it's a maladaptive behavior for humans to go around deleting themselves. That's why all the modern atheists are total fucking idiots for trying to spread this ideology of atheism and empiricism and it was that secular humanism around, because it's basically a death cult.
Right. Well, like, not to throw a kink in this, but like, and I'll be quick. But like Buddhists, I studied it for a while, and like Buddhists, like they seem to like have this thing where they try to evolve to where they're cool with it. And then I hear this joke a few years back where guys talking about there's 3 Chinamen sitting around, they're all Buddhists, and the end of the world's happening. But one, they're not all great Buddhists. One dude says, it's the end of the world. I'm going to run down to the bar and get loaded. The other dude says, I'm, going to run home and squeeze all my relatives and try to love on them. And the third one says, we're playing a game here, Chinese, whatever, chess. I'm going to finish the game. And it's supposed to translate that like he's the ultimate Buddhist, just like they're accepting it, like they believe they're going to evolve. They just have a calmness about it, which is different than Christianity, it seems like.
There's like a transcendence coded part of that, of Buddhism.
Yeah, I kind of slaughtered the joke, but it wasn't a joke.
I mean, piggybacking on what Stacy said, have you guys seen, and this has happened a few times, but there was that, I think it was in protest of the Vietnam occupation. There was a famous photo of like a monk, I think in like the 70s. Yeah, and he self-immolated, and he just like sat in lotus position for like 20 minutes until he like fell over. And like that's a degree of both accepting death, but also an extreme amount of self-control. I don't know how that's like, no, that makes me think like, are they getting something that we're missing? Because like, I don't like how many Christians could possibly do that? Like that just seems like insane, either of both in terms of like your mental control, but also in terms of your acceptance of death that you're going to do this.
And Richard Pryor claims that the dude that was with him and the guy that was with him when he set himself on fire, and he finally admitted it, he said that he saw that on TV, like unedited, not during the original time, but he saw that, and he looked at the dude he was all messed up on freebasing and shit, and he was like, looked at the dude and was like, man, that dude didn't even flinch. And the guy that was kind of his handler that was trying to help him clean up and stuff, he said like 5 minutes later, Richard Pryor comes running down the hall with a blue flame coming off of him. And anyway, it's just weird. Like he tried to commit suicide.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
He wasn't a Buddhist, though. It didn't work for him.
Based Maryland. Death is the enemy. Does anyone have any further thoughts, I guess, about the prompt or anything that's been said? Or are we good for a new prompt?
Well,
or forever hold your peace.
Yeah, I just think it's really important for us not to do away with the religions that humans evolved, right? Because they evolved for a reason.
Yes.
And the atheists are not capable of supplying us with a reason to live. And so there's no reason to spread atheism around in mass because humans aren't capable of surviving if people think that there's no reason to live.
Exactly. And I agree with everything Marilyn says, except she thinks we're all gods. And that's like kind of Mormonism.
It's like the main thing Marilyn's right about, though, if you think about it.
I'm not a god.
Oh, that's...
You're not a god. You are a part of God, okay, Stacey? No, even you, Stacey.
Come on, Confluence. There's a reason why you disagree with her, because it's kind of like you're referencing that we are a part of God, and she thinks that we are essentially God.
Exactly. She says that
we might have some disagreements on the phraseology. I would see that.
To Marilyn, she looks at a computer and she looks at a part on the computer and she says that part is God. When in reality, it's kind of like when you look at a computer, yes, all aspects of the computer in a grand scheme are God, but you wouldn't point at a motherboard and say that's God.
Yeah, she says that Constantine is God.
I mean, that's hard to kind of disagree with when she puts it that way, when she puts it like that.
Yeah, but
Section 230.
You even said something to the contrary earlier. I said something in chat.
Oh, yes.
Section's I don't recall exactly how you worded it, Confluence, but you said something to the contrary where you specifically designated the difference between God and humans.
Yeah, and Constantine, if you were God, you wouldn't be losing your hair.
That's a good point.
This is what I said. Everyone has to bring that up at some point. Okay, everyone is, to start talking about how big my forehead is next. Let's just get it all out of the way. Okay.
Hey, do you still have that gay piercing on your cheek?
You have a piercing
Tell me, Anson. Pretty cool, though, if you think about it.
Yep. piercing on your cheek.
So, Khan, what was your new topic of opinion you wanted to discuss?
The new topic that we're moving to. First of all, I just want to correct section. Okay. I'm not my own God. I am, I am a manifestation of the divine. Okay, that's what I would say. Okay.
Was that Mr. Rogers?
No, Mr. Rogers is not here. Mr. Rogers was invited. I hope he shows up at some point, but he has not gotten back to me yet. So no, Mr. Rogers is not here. I don't know if we're going to disagree on this one, but I am curious. So here we go. Does the problem of animal suffering pose a greater challenge than human suffering? So just to give a bit of context on why I think this could be a noteworthy thing, right? A lot of times when we explain away evil, at least from a Christian point of view, we say stuff like, oh, well, we're freely choosing actions, and so we suffer because of it, or that a type of soul making, that the suffering actually makes us better. But with animals, it's like, does that happen if like a random, like, I don't know, dog is suffering? Like it feels kind of purposeless. Whereas for humans, a lot of times we could say, well, in the ultimate scheme of things, it is actually making them a better human. Is it making a dog better when Big Soda goes around and kicks all the neighborhood dogs?
No.
That's a hard pill for me to swallow. So Big Soda, we'll start with you. Does animal suffering pose a greater or different, possibly, problem than human suffering?
Yeah, I would probably say different. And I would probably say you gave a pretty simple explanation to as why, because it's like with humans, a lot of humans who have gone through great deals of suffering have lived extraordinary lives, and it's like with an animal, I'm not so sure the same thing happens. It's kind of like we have the ability to go through suffering, like have a rational understanding of why we're going through it and why we wouldn't want, I guess, people who are close to us to have to go through a similar route of suffering. And so I would say it's quite different, because I don't know if an animal has that ability to, I guess, provide rationale of why it's a good thing to go through that suffering.
Okay, we're going to move to Christian. But first of all, I think Stacy, who I think dropped off the panel. Yeah, I don't think Stacy's here anymore. But Stacy has summoned him, who he calls Mr. Rogers, which is actually Alex. Alex with the $10. We fear death because it's the end of the game we're currently playing. It means that all of our efforts and our connections and the things that we want to do in the future are over. That is true. That is true. Although if I definitely knew for sure there was a new game to be played, I mean, I believe there is, but if I knew for sure, I don't know if I would fear it. I might be like, I still want to play this game, but if I knew there was definitely another game, I don't know if I would fear it as much. But Alex, thank you for the $10, and also 15 people watching. So everyone, you guys subscribe and like, help out the channel. Just hit that subscribe. If you're not subscribed, hit the like so it goes to more people. And Alex, yeah, come up on the panel, brother. I mean, you don't have to, but I'm just saying. Anyway, sorry. Christian, you are next, Christian. Oh, full screened. Oh, jump scare. Okay. Yeah. So does animal suffering pose a different or possibly stronger problem than human suffering?
No, I think it's different. The same way Soto was saying that they can't process like how humans can. I think it's a symptom. Animal suffering versus us suffering because we were given stewardship over the earth.
So I'm not supposed to intervene on this, but I will briefly intervene. So just to be, I guess, more clear, does it provide any unique stuff kind of based on what I was saying? Like if we think about free will, or that it's making us into better people, that like by our suffering, because with humans, when we go through suffering, we can like learn things and we can be developed as people. Animals, that probably doesn't happen. So is there anything with that there that you think that animal suffering is like a bigger problem in that sense, or no?
Oh, no.
All right. Okay. Keelan.
I don't think it is a big problem. I mean, I didn't think regular suffering in humans was a big problem either, but like we don't really understand how animals experience suffering in the first place. So we don't know what they gain or lose from it exactly, unless they die, then we're like they're dead.
We do know that one for sure, yeah. But yeah, that's fair. Okay, Anson.
What's
I
the
don't know who
question?
that is. Who's that a picture of, by the way?
That's me.
Is that you?
That's me.
There's no way that's you.
That's me. That's
There's
what
no way
I
the
actually
beard
look like.
There's no way the beard changes that much. I refuse to accept that. Although famously, when you shaved the beard, I actually didn't believe it was you at first. We got another $10 from Alex. Alex supporting the channel. Oh, he says not feeling great. We'll try another day. I'm sorry to hear that, Alex. I truly am, and I hope you're doing good. And I will
feel better, Alex.
I will fix. You know what I'm gonna say, Alex. You know what I'm gonna say. I don't need to say it, but just trust. Okay. Anson, yeah. So the question was, does the problem of animal suffering pose a greater challenge than that of human suffering? And I know you're an atheist, so you could, if you want, pretend that you're a theist, because probably to you, I guess they probably wouldn't, I'm assuming. But like, yeah, you can ask that question how you want, but you could cosplay a theist if you find that more entertaining or helpful.
Yeah, I have trouble understanding why suffering is a problem. And I can't even like pretend to be a Christian and understand why y'all would think that suffering is a problem. So, yeah, I don't know if I'm able to answer that, except for maybe to say that like animals have like we have a duty to care for like the things around us, so that they like our reaction to the things around us don't impair our own like individual virtue and the virtue of our community and culture and family, right? So if I'm making decisions that impact an animal and cause that animal to suffer wantonly or needlessly, then I have harmed myself. So to the extent that animal suffering impairs my virtue, it is a challenge, and it's probably a greater challenge than human suffering, because humans have their own agency and are able to handle themselves on their own, whereas animals are not.
All right. Okay, Agrippolis?
As well as not an atheist, I would say we're given dominion over all animals, so their suffering is irrelevant. Kind of counteracting what
I feel like I have to. I'm not supposed to, but you think it's irrelevant? You don't think you don't care if if Big Soda kicks a dog?
What was the dog doing?
He was just being a dog. He was just hanging out, and Big Soda's like, "Fuck this dog," kicks him.
The dog's just chilling, hanging out next to his foot, and he happens to twitch his foot and kick the dog. Oh no. Anyways, like that's irrelevant. I mean, are you talking about like a dog just sitting there next to someone's foot and you know what? I'm just gonna kick this fucking dog. Or are you talking about the dog's like trying to attack me and I'm going to kick this fucking dog?
Well, I guess even in
like,
general, do you not care? Like, let's say an animal is like a dog has like cancer. Are you saying that like you don't care about that, or like am I misunderstanding what you're saying?
I've had a dog that had cancer and I had to put her down, and I love that dog. But
right, so but you said before it's like irrelevant, but is it?
I also had a mom that had cancer and I had to put her in a hospice.
Right, but that's what I don't think either of those things are irrelevant. I think those are like real things to.
Well, which is more relevant, the dog or my mom?
Oh, the human for sure. Yeah, your mom.
Yeah. So like the dog is more irrelevant to me than like any human.
Right.
Like even my dog I had to put down that I love to death, that would be more irrelevant than a human.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I fully agree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So I know I'm not supposed to be interviewing. Sorry.
You're
my own rules. Okay. And before we move to Jamie, we have another super chat, and I don't want to read this, but I will. $10 is fucking $10. This is towards confluence and pending need for hair transplant in Turkey. XO. XO. Well, we'll put it to good use. Okay. I still got like, I know it's thinning, but like it still exists though. If you think about it, right? It still ontologically exists. Okay. I'm just saying, thank you, Sweet Baby Ray, for the $10. And now, yeah, Jamie. So yeah, the question was, does the problem of animal suffering pose a greater challenge than human suffering? And again, you could feel free to pretend you're a theist if you feel so inclined, or you could just answer the question as it is.
Maybe I don't understand the question entirely. Is there a way maybe you could rephrase it?
The thing is that this question kind of is, I will say, it is more specific to the religious. So what I said at the beginning was kind of like that. For when most people, like for me as a Christian, if I'm answering like, well, why does suffering exist? I might talk about like that we make free choices and we face the consequences, or I might say that when we go through bad things, we gain something out of it. So like if I'm like super, let's say I have like a loved one die, there's still a chance that like God can speak to me through that and I could gain something out of it. But with animals, it doesn't seem like they even have like, they don't possess the consciousness to do that, or the sentience, or the mental ability. And so for the problem of evil, it can kind of be a unique problem where it's like, well, for me, right, what's called like the soul making theory, that it's like we are being transformed by suffering, right? We're in like the crucible, we come out better. But does a dog? So that's kind of what we're punting towards. So for an atheist, again, that's why you can just share your thoughts, or you could speak from a theistic view, or kind of like any thoughts that you have on that.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think suffering is suffering. And if there's anything we can do to lesser that suffering, then we ought to do so. And I think that's really the only thing I can say about that, regardless if it's human suffering, animal suffering. So ironically, just a couple weeks ago, I got into an argument with a vegan over a similar issue in regards to this. So,
yeah, well, it generally.
That's what I was going to ask. So is
cases,
suffering
yeah.
like a human? We've conceived the term suffering, so we kind of realize it's suffering. But if humans were just minused out of the whole equation and there was just creatures and animals on Earth, would suffering exist?
Well, sure,
Yeah,
suffering
it
probably
depends.
still exists.
Yeah, it does depend how we define suffering. Or
Well,
if we
like
distinguish
okay,
it
so like
from pain.
a brown bear, grabs a smaller black bear and rips its arms off just for fun and plays with it while it's dying. But humans aren't around to perceive this, so we don't know, that that's what's happening. So is that still suffering?
I would still say it is, I guess. And I guess
But it requires you to say this. It requires a human brain to say this.
It requires me to say it, but I don't think it requires me for an animal to feel it, I guess is what I would say. But
would
the
the animal describe it as being tortured? Like the animal is going to be like, oh, this bear is, the black bear is like, oh, this brown bear is torturing me by ripping my arm off and playing with me.
No, they wouldn't. In the same way, like I think a 2-year-old
human
can
conception.
suffer.
Yeah.
No, but I think a 2-year-old could suffer, but a 2-year-old can't put that into words. They probably don't even know what's happening, right? Like a 2-year-old,
but that's still a human.
Cancer.
Yeah,
they're still human, but they probably, in the same way that an animal can't describe it, a 2-year-old can't. They just like are having a sensation of like pain, right?
Yeah, so but they will never they will never become to the point where they can describe it. Like bears will, or the creatures of Earth minus humans and our brains and our capabilities, will never be able to describe the fact that it's suffering. So it's not suffering unless humans are involved.
On a species level, but I guess if we imagine, let's say and this is a retarded example, but it just came to me. Let's say every human born is like developmentally delayed from now on, and they lack the knowledge to actually express that it's suffering. I think we'd all say they're still suffering, even if
but you're including the human brain to be able to decipher the fact that that's.
Well, I think the only difference is the naming.
Well, no,
Like,
the only
suffering
difference is the
suffering,
human
just part.
brain that's able to conceive the fact that it's suffering.
Oh, briefly, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot. Sweet Baby Ray is the dude. Okay, yeah, that's. I knew I recognized the name. Okay,
So that's
the dude.
where I
just
become a
point
little
that out.
asymptoted because like without our human brain, we wouldn't be able to conceptualize, an afterlife. Like animals and creatures don't sit there and they have dignity. They go off in a fucking hole and they die. They don't sit there and they're like, begging for their life and hoping they live that few seconds longer. They go and they fucking die. Like
But
humans
do
are
you not,
different
like,
because we have the brains to conceptualize that. It's like, oh, I don't want to die, so there's an afterlife.
So I think y'all kind of missed the point, like Agripolis, about what I was saying, right? Like the suffering isn't actually the relevant data point. The relevant data point is like what you are doing in relation to the animal and whether or not your actions are the right actions.
No, I completely got the point. That's why I'm saying that's a human conception. Like the whole suffering part of it is a human conception. Like we came up with suffering because we have the brains to be able to actually comprehend the fact that look, like we're like torturing this animal and we're making it suffer. Like without humans around, we would like suffering wouldn't exist, even though there's like creatures ripping each other's, the limbs off and playing with them just for fun. Like without humans around, it wouldn't be suffering. It's just it's just life.
But how do you distinguish that from just like the words, like to use like a mundane example, like right, like a rock. Rocks would still exist if humans weren't around. We wouldn't call them rocks because there's no humans.
But rocks don't feel pain.
No. But I'm just saying in the analogy, right? We don't need humans to acknowledge that rocks exist. And so in the same way, right, we're just giving the name rock. And so
that's my whole point. Without humans, they wouldn't have a name.
Right,
like rocks wouldn't be named rocks. They could be named anything.
But they still are rocks. You know what I mean? They're
that's because we are humans and we name them rocks.
I know, but they're still rocks. Still exist, I guess, is what I would say. Now that word, I understand. It's like X. It's like we can't because we haven't named it.
Sure,
but that thing still exists. And so with animal suffering, we can't give it a name. We can't talk about it. But is that dog not feeling pain if it's being like ripped apart by like some like fucking eagle or something?
That's not the question. The question wasn't if they're feeling pain. The question is if they're suffering.
Well, right, but that's the same. I mean, we've given the name pain as well. But
you can have pain with suffering.
But we've named pain as well. Can't you make the same argument? Like, pain isn't an objective word. That's a human word that we've come up with as well.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you could make the same argument, Confluence. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But then do you
without humans to apply that factor, I mean, how does a bear know the other bear is feeling pain? They don't give a fuck. They're just going to rip it apart and eat it.
Not the word, but the other bear is feeling what we would call pain.
But suffering, I mean, like, how do we know it's suffering? Like without humans around, I said, like in my hypothetical, humans don't exist.
Do you agree that the other bear is feeling what we would call pain?
Okay,
without humans around, no.
We have a sorry to interrupt this, but we have a hot $20 from Alex. Thank you, Alex. What a dumb argument. Find out who's dumb from Alex's point of view. The thing exists whether we're here to perceive it or not. Animals either feel pain or they do not. If your argument is that they don't feel pain, that has nothing to do with us existing to name it. So I think
that has nothing to do with the prompt, though. I'm not talking about pain. Like
he's talking about the value judgment of whether or not suffering is good or bad, or has any additional meaning. Like that, we're discussing the meaning of suffering in relation to humans and animals, right? In terms of animals and the way that they relate to one another, there is no meaning; it just is. And I think that's kind of what you're trying to say, Agripolis.
Yeah, I think that's trying what I'm. That's kind of. Thank you. That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
So that just takes out the second half of that question. Like,
well, right, I mean, without like that's why I said that's why I included the caveat without humans involved. I mean, I said that from the start. Like that was my little
just to be like the I guess this is a question
imaginary situation.
Right. Yeah. So like Anson and Egg. Let's say like all humans die off, right? And then a cat is being like ripped apart. Like, I understand that now there's no humans to say it's suffering, but that cat is still feeling pain, right? We don't
no,
have,
the theory of
we
the
can make a
cat
moral
feeling
judgment on that, but
no, the theory of the cat feeling pain would have already existed since humans already existed. I'm saying taking humans out of the equation. Like,
okay, actually,
anyways, all right, we can move
do
on.
it.
This is a stupid analogy. All right,
We can do it the other way, I guess. Let's say before humans existed, or if you, I guess, I don't know if you're like a creationist, like a direct one, or if you think that animals existed before humans. Well, even creationists think that, right? That animals existed, right? So on like whatever day of creation, let's say, so no humans yet, and then there's like, yeah, like some animal tears apart a cat. Is that cat feeling pain? I understand we can't make a moral judgment if that pain is like bad to feel, but is that cat experiencing something that we would call pain if we were there to name it?
I don't know.
I would say, go ahead.
I think the super chat's pretty clear that he was paying for us to shut up about this because it's stupid. And
it is stupid. I would concede yes. I mean, I'm sure the animal or creature would feel pain, but that wasn't the prompt, and that wasn't. I was going off your prompt about suffering. Suffering is a human, a thing that humans created. That we feel bad for animals because we lock them in a cage and fucking call them our pets. And we're like, and then other people come across them and they're like, oh, they're suffering and poor animals. It's like if humans weren't around to do these things, it wouldn't be suffering. It would just be like fucking predator and prey. I mean, they're like,
gentlemen,
I don't understand why that's so hard to understand, but that's my hypothetical.
No, I think that's a valid distinction.
It's a stupid.
I do think it's a valid distinction to separate pain from suffering. I was just trying to understand what you're saying, but I do think there is a distinction there. I'm not sure if animals actually suffer. I know they feel pain, but yeah, the suffering things. I think it's valid to distinguish those things from each other.
So, it's kind of important though, because like there's different kinds of suffering, right? It's not just like this physical stuff. Like humans like created like mental suffering and anguish and all other kinds of layers of suffering that other animals can't possibly feel. Like, for example, Stacy, like if Stacy was like Ilhan Omar and married his sister and moved to Somalia and became like a prominent politician over there and like started committing fraud, like he might experience suffering, right? Because that's, Stacy's life,
Well, that was very good as far as what I was kind of trying to explain. Like, it goes beyond the physical realm, and we have the mental capacity to be able to understand it, and animals don't.
Yeah. But I want to keep bringing it back to Stacy marrying his sister and moving to Somalia and becoming a prominent politician, kind of like the anti-Ilhan Omar. He's Bizarro Ilhan Omar in this scenario, right? So Bizarro Ilhan Omar, also known as Stacy, right? Like, do you think he ought to suffer for marrying his sister?
Who? Me? What?
I don't know. I'm just saying shit because we're supposed to entertain the chat right now.
Jamie, you got a topic?
Do I have a topic? That's an interesting question. Let me think about that. What is the best movie of 2025 in your guys' opinion?
I did not watch any movies that came out in 2025 because they all fucking suck.
I don't think I've watched a movie that's come out in 2025.
None of you guys have seen any movies that came out in 2025. Predator, Badlands.
Nope.
Superman, Fantastic Four, First Steps.
I've seen Fantastic Four. I've seen Fantastic Four.
Nothing. They all suck. The last good movie that came out was that Godzilla -1 movie.
Godzilla -1. I quite enjoy that.
Yeah, that was the last time I went to the theater.
I see.
Everything else sucks.
No.
Yeah. Like the quality of cinema blows, dude. It's not worth it.
Okay, I have an answer to this, but no one's gonna like it, okay? And y'all are gonna call me gay. I understand this, okay? But I'm gonna be real with you guys, okay? best movie of 2025. Okay, K-pop Demon Hunter. Okay, it just is. Anyone seen that? Anyone seen that movie?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my
It's on the list.
God.
But I
My
can
kids watch that shit, dude.
It's great. It's
Like,
good for
really?
all ages. It's fun for all ages.
I'd
It's
take
incredible.
28 years later over that. Fuck, dude.
For a moment, I thought you were going to say.
I've
For a
seen it
moment,
I've seen it like 3 times. Okay, once in a sing-along theater. Okay, once where it was they had the words on screen in theaters and everyone sing along. I was there for that. I was singing my fucking heart out.
My 7-year-old watches that shit, bro.
It's
for a moment, I thought you were going to say "Wicked for Good."
Okay, I'm just saying. It's a goated soundtrack,
kid-coded,
goated movie.
but-
It's great. It's great. Okay,
Yeah.
if any of
Jamie.
you have not seen it, you should. Okay, I'm just saying.
Jamie, to say 2026, I'm absolutely going to go to the theaters to see the new Highlander movie with Henry Cavill in it, because I've seen all of the Highlander movies. I'm a huge Highlander fan. I've watched the entire Highlander series and the one season spinoff.
That shit was
I've watched
based.
all the episodes.
I like Nuremberg. That was pretty good for 2025. 2026, yeah, I'm gonna go see the Highlander movie. That's pretty based.
Okay, I can respect that.
Okay,
Everything else blows.
Confluence is pulling up a new prompt. Okay. The prompts will continue. Okay, until morale improves.
Something not.
I thought it was a
K-pop
free
coded.
for all.
It's a free for all on the topic, but I feel like
Oh,
I don't even know what the last
Yeah.
topic was anymore. Yeah, it does the animal thing. Yeah, we've moved off the animal thing. So boom, a new one. Does the doctrine of the fall sufficiently explain natural evils like disease, earthquakes, and other bad shit? Okay. Possibly, again, hard for the atheists to possibly answer. I understand that. So I mean, you will maybe have to take that question as you will, or well, actually, no, you can answer it from an atheist point of view and just explain if you think, it's a fine question. You could just explain, do you think the Christian explanation makes sense or does it not make sense? So we'll start with Christian. So does the fall, right, Adam eating the fruit, does that explain how we have earthquakes, diseases? Does it sufficiently explain all of those things?
Yes.
Is that it? It's fine if that's it, but I'm just wondering if that's it. Okay.
That's it. Yes.
That's it. Anson?
So from a Christian worldview or from my own?
From your own.
Yeah. No, it doesn't. Just like the all the other different mythologies across the world don't accurately explain like nature. I think it was a really good try by the desert people that wrote it initially, and I give them props for a good story.
Okay. Grillopolis.
Oh, sorry. No, I don't think so either. No.
Okay, can you? Okay,
Sorry, I got kid shit.
understand why
I got
Anson-
kid shit going on, so I mean, I might have to come back to this.
Oh, okay. Then
I can
will-
expand on this.
Kids and dog shit. I'm telling my dogs to shut up, and my kids are fucking awake. So yeah.
Fair enough. Jamie, then, does the doctrine? So again, I know you're atheist, but if you think of the doctrine of the Christian fall, right, that Adam ate the fruit caused all the evil, does that sufficiently explain things like diseases, earthquakes, and other, and I quote, bad shit?
Honestly, no, it doesn't. I mean, that's almost the equivalent of me waking up every Christmas morning and seeing Christmas present under my Christmas trees and saying, "Oh, Santa Claus must have came over last night and delivered all these presents."
Oh, Jesus is Santa. God is Santa. That's like the lowest brow atheist argument possible.
Hey, I didn't say it. Anson said it. I didn't say that. That was Anson. Okay. I will say I will actually kind of I agree with section 230 on this, so I'm pulling him up. Natural disasters aren't evil; they don't have intentions. Now I think I will say the problem remains, but yeah, it's hard, I think, scientifically for me to think that like an earthquake couldn't have possibly happened before the fall, or even like mundane examples like gravity exists. So like, what if a rock like falls on your head? You know, like, so I don't know if that's not an evil thing. It's just something that happens. And so I would say like, yeah, earthquakes, diseases. That's where I'm maybe I think the fall could explain that from like a traditional Christian worldview, that like, you know, like our gene codes like mutating in like maladaptive ways and like stuff like that. Like that's possible. Or maybe animals developed maladaptive things to harm us, like parasites. Like maybe those didn't exist, but like certain things like the earthquakes and the natural disasters like floods, like those are all like kind of tied to just how like physics works and how the earth works. So it's really hard for me to see that. So I guess I will do a Christian on Christian violence and ask Christian this question, I guess. Like, Christian, how do you feel about what I said specifically with stuff like a tsunami? A tsunami is like a physical thing that happens. It's like, we know how it physically works. How would that not happen if the fall didn't happen? Let's say Adam and Eve never ate the fruit. How would tsunamis like cease to exist? How would earthquakes cease to exist? And all that other science bullshit.
I'm muted. I'm not against.
I was wondering, you're hidden behind your mic, so I couldn't tell if you were thinking or talking.
I'm not against it happening. There isn't a lot to go off in Genesis like before the fall. So I mean, could there have been an earthquake? Sure, but I view it as more like creation, like in pain, like after the fall.
But then if I can drill down on that a bit, then like, are you saying that it's possible that like are you saying earthquakes, it's possible they didn't happen until the fall happened? Or are you saying earthquakes could have happened, but they don't like hurt anyone?
Yeah, I'm more inclined to believe that earthquakes didn't happen until after the fall. Just because I view it as creation, like groaning, like in pain. It's kind of like storms and different.
So
things
I
like
guess
that.
so to drill down a little bit more, if you'll allow me. So stuff like earthquakes, like, do you deny that they're kind of a natural, just like to do with like tectonic activity and just like physics? Like, are you saying there's something like what changed? I guess like because that's like,
I would say the fall. I think the fall just kind of broke the intended design of creation.
But what specific did it? Are you saying the tectonic plates wouldn't have shifted? Or are you saying like floods, like water, like, you know, like there's a flash flood in Texas, right? 6 months ago that like killed all those kids? It's like, are you saying that just like wouldn't have happened? And like, I guess if so, can you say more on that? Or
I mean, I don't know. Like I said, like prior to the fall, creation wasn't groaning. So I can't be like, oh, you know, like the flash flood would never happen ever. Like that's just would it never happen? Like there's not enough to go on. Like now we live in a world where that is the case, and the Bible just mainly says that creation is groaning. It's like a lot of this is from the fall. So that's,
I guess I'm just curious what you specifically mean by that, but briefly I have to pull up, and this is the real question from Sticker Johnson. Okay, God exists. That's a good question. Sticker Johnson, you can say a lot about him, but he's always asking the right questions, and that is actually probably the hardest question for any of us to really explain. But no, Christian. So. Like when you say like creation is groaning, I guess I'm curious what you like. Again, when it comes to some stuff like the cancer stuff, it's like, okay, that's like a gene thing, and maybe it is the exact same answer. But for me, for some reason my mind can understand why, like, okay, biology starts like acting like, you know, a little crazy at a certain point. But with stuff like rainfall, or even like the example I gave of like a rock falling on someone's head, it's like, what would have happened if no one sinned, but then like someone goes beneath a rock and the rock falls? Like, do they die? Do they not die? Like what do you think happens?
Yeah, there's no Like again, this is like pre-fall, post-fall. Like that's kind of like there's nothing. There's
that's what I'm saying. Pre-fall, a rock falls on someone's head. What happens?
Yeah, I'd probably say God would prevent a rock from like landing on top of Adam during that time. I think when we introduced free will and the fall came in, God took, not that he's not active, but that more choice is allowed in the mix.
More hands-off approach.
Shouldn't we have to engage with
not completely hands-off, but yeah.
I mean, he paid for the question.
Testicular Johnson?
Oh.
Yeah.
If God existed, why do I have a
see the fall busted up your family's genes a little bit, so somewhere in there you just got scuffed. Yeah,
I actually agree with Christian.
Somewhere in there you just got.
And he's Testicular Johnson is an unfortunate victim to the fall. It might not be his fault, So that's kind of an Adamic sin thing that happens, as just
it's a pretty epic name for the claim he's making too. I mean, just saying. Like Testicular Johnson, small thing. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I think that's why he focuses on his testicles, because I think if his pee is so small, then he's like, well, I still got them balls.
At least those are so
checks out.
Because you just want to eat them.
Comparing the two, yeah.
We need to answer.
Not with him, not yet. With the sticker, or with the sarcastic saint, then absolutely, because that guy's giving me trouble.
Eat the testicles and gain their knowledge.
Gain their power specifically, but yeah.
Confluence, if God existed, why do you have a tiny dick? Come on now. Answer the question.
Hey, he said I. He didn't say you. He said I. So I can't answer. Answer that. I can answer the question on his behalf, Okay, I can answer. But, it was not you. It's not you coded. So the I in that sentence refers to Testicular Johnson. So anyone have any thoughts? Ag, you didn't. Ag, if you're available now, do you have any thoughts on this?
What? What's the question?
Like, does the fall? So like Adam and Eve and the apple and all that stuff. Does that explain things like natural disasters, like diseases and earthquakes? And in other words, right? Like if they didn't eat the fruit, would there be no earthquakes, no tsunamis, no flash floods? Or would those things happen regardless?
Oh yeah, that's right. I mean, how the fuck are we supposed to know?
I mean, that's a fair answer. But it kind of like, I guess it runs up with the Christian narrative, I guess, of like, because we usually think that death.
But it's like God stopped on day 6 and then was like, fuck it, I'm not going to create humans. I've created everything else, the heavens, the earth, and all that. But I'm going to stop and not create humans. But what you're asking, would all the shit that has happened and still happens on Earth still happen? Probably.
Close. I'm saying no. Let's say like God made humans, but let's say they just didn't eat of the fruit. And so they like reproduce and they multiply and everything. And now we live in a world where no sin has entered the world. Do we still have earthquakes? Because those are like a scientific thing. Yeah. So like what happens?
We'll never know. We'll never know that happiness.
But I guess if I was to, so are you, I guess would your answer, if I said, do you think earthquakes are the result of human sins? Is your answer that you know?
No.
Or is your answer, so you think earthquakes would still happen?
Oh, I mean, without humans around, does the earth change its,
No. With humans, they haven't sinned though. The humans exist, they just haven't sinned.
Okay, humans exist and they haven't sinned. Would Earth still act the same way? Yeah.
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 I'm inclined to just disagree.
Yeah, Christian disagrees. My problem, I guess, is like the physics of it all, Christian. Though, like I feel like, and I'm not saying like I understand. I'm not like an earthquake expert or anything, but I don't think it's like it's hard for me to imagine what changed at the fall that makes it so that like the tectonic plates behave in a different.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying no. It has nothing to do with it.
Right. Yeah. You and me are on one side on this ag, but Christian thinks that there is a change that happened. And it makes sense for him to say that. Like, I understand both sides, because the problem is, like, if Adam and Eve didn't sin and then an earthquake swallows them, then what happens to them? Because sin is what brought death into the world. So what happens if you get swallowed by an earthquake, but you haven't sinned? You know, like, what? It seems like confusing, you know?
That's why I said originally, how are we, like, how do we know? We don't know. Like, would it have prevented the flood? Would it have prevented world wars? Would it have prevented a lot of things? Jesus being crucified? How do we know? We don't.
I think I think we know. We know two of them. We know it would prevent wars. It would prevent the crucifixion, because if sin didn't happen,
there's no need for sacrifice.
Yeah. Well, it gets more, I think, the real thing, and I agree with Ag that, like, we have no way of knowing, but the natural stuff,
like, I don't think
floods or a rock falling on someone's. But like, it's an interesting question. I know it's kind of silly, but if a rock fell on Adam's head before he sinned, would he have died, or would God, like, stop the rock from falling? Like, what? I think that's what you said, Christian. You think they would stop it?
Did we lose our immortality from eating from the forbidden tree? Like, we don't know.
See, if I'm taking it literally, and this might be
the Bible does say when they ate the fruit that, like, lifespan started dropping. Like, it was they did lose.
Yeah, but
that's what
your calendars.
I think you could have been domed by a rock, and I think you still would have lived before the fall.
Yeah, but if you go off of moon cycles, if you go off of moon cycles, it's easy to believe that someone lived for 800 or 900 years. I mean, that's simple. I mean, until he came up with the calendar we use now, I mean, people lived a lot longer.
But I will say, Christian, I'm going to challenge you a bit theologically, if you'll allow me to. Okay.
Are you just going to discount that fact?
Wait, no, I agree. I agree with your fact. But what I don't necessarily agree with is Christian's fact. So, like, Christian, are you talking about their years are numbered to be 120? Is that the passage you're talking about? Because if you are, I don't think that passage. I don't think that passage means, I guess, what you think it means.
Well,
or you just mean the diminishing of lifespans that we see.
Yeah, you don't have like, people normally aren't living to 120.
They've lived past 120.
Yeah, I mean, according to our calendar now that we use, yeah.
Oh, you're gonna play the calendar? Okay.
No, yeah, the Galilaic or whatever calendar that we use. Yeah.
I think when death was introduced, I think it didn't just only hit humans and it was called a day. I think it hit everything, and the Bible says that.
Oh, you're one of those that think death didn't exist. That's hilarious. I love you guys. You guys are great.
Yeah, that's kind of what we don't know.
The fall.
Right. I mean, that's like from a literal biblical thing, right? It's like it first came sin, then death, right? Through sin, death was brought into the world, right? This is said in the New Testament.
It's very.
I think Adam and Eve discovered the fact that they are going to die. And that's what pissed
here's
God
a
off.
question and a bit of a topic change.
How long were Adam and Eve in the garden before the fall?
Never.
We don't know, because they went off in a different time period.
So
how do you know that? How do you know that God's days that He created this? And His first 6 days. How do you know each day was 24 hours?
I've got a related question that's actually serious and topical, right? And it's based on the same reasoning you're using. How long was Iron Man in the cave building his suit? It's like
Marvel bullshit.
How does
Marvel bullshit?
How does that correlate?
Well, like, I'm taking a story that's fiction that a lot of people like and enjoy, and everybody knows about. It's a common fictional story, and it's not really clear how many days he was in the cave, and so it has to do with, like, his prowess as an inventor, and that mythology around him, because that's secular mythology.
Yes, Anson. Not everything was put in the Iron Man movies. You might have to read some comics to get some context behind how long you spent in the cave.
I didn't reference the canon. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Like the Holy Bible probably doesn't include everything that Christians want to know. I'm sure the Jews had some stuff hidden, that we don't know about.
Did James?
So here's a question. Here's a question and a bit of a topic change. How does everybody feel about the creation story of the Bible? Do you believe it's true? Do you believe it's false? Do you support evolution, abiogenesis, pretty much any bits of what modern science has to offer as an alternative answer? What are you guys' thoughts?
Sure, that's as good a thing as any.
That's
We'll start with
Christian.
confluence.
Oh, if we start with me, I believe in theistic evolution. So I do think that just from the stuff in biology and in science and stuff, I am tempted to agree that evolution happened. And so I take Genesis as more metaphorical. And I think that God, and me and Alex fought about this viciously for a long period of time, I think hours on chat. But I think that evolution can only happen if you have God, because I think it's so there's so many unlikely events that I do think that God is required. So, but I still believe in evolution, but I think that God is needed to make that possibly happen. Christian?
I'm a creationist.
But before you answer, Anson, when you say creationist, are we talking young Earth creationists? Are we talking old Earth creationists? I mean, what form of creationist?
Yeah, like I believe the Bible. No, not flat Earth. No.
Wait, no, but be more. No, that's fair clarification. Like you say, you believe the Bible, but do you think the Earth is then 6,000 years old? Do you think?
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Anson.
Yeah, so there were a few questions in there. It wasn't just, hey, do you believe in the creation story of the Bible? It was also like, are you willing to replace that with modern biology and science as an explanation? And as a pre-evolutionary, romantic, anti-enlightenment, stoic, transcendental, culturally Christian, atheist, virtue ethicist.
Man, you practiced that, haven't you? You got that detailed down.
Crazy.
I actually don't believe in the creation story as being true. I think it is mythology, but also I don't believe in anti-enlightenment, the fetish. I don't believe in the post-enlightenment fetish for pure reason, and the empiricist hard-on that most atheists have for explaining all phenomenon just by using a test tube and a measuring stick. I think that is woefully inadequate and that it is destructive.
Okay. Agrippolis?
I'm going to stick with, I believe God created everything and all to his glory. Whether y'all hate
That's
me or
very
not.
non-specific of you, Agrippolis. That's very non-specific.
Creationism. God created everything. How is
In
that not
6,000,
specific?
like 6,000 years ago,
No.
or like 13 billion years ago?
No, I don't believe the Earth is flat or the Earth is 6,000 years old either. But I also believe that time was different when God was creating in Genesis, when it's describing God creating in his days. I don't think those were 24-hour days. That's where the misconception, in my opinion, is.
Yeah, I get that. Jamie.
Obviously, I mean, me being agnostic atheist,
I'm gonna be shocked by your answer. I'm ready to be shocked.
Yeah, no, I pretty much when it comes to the Bible, I don't believe much of anything that comes from it, especially the creation story.
What?
It's based.
Cool. I don't know who did that. I didn't do that.
Yeah, Jamie, I'm right there with you, man. I don't even think Jesus existed. So, like, that's where I am on the Bible.
Literally, no scholars think that.
Great,
Even
like
like
that-
all
that's
atheist
crazy
scholars
thing.
don't think that.
Yeah, that's
Okay?
wild.
Now, here's the thing: when it comes to when it comes to Jesus themselves, I'm willing to admit that maybe there's some truth to the myth of Jesus. I mean, but when it comes to the fact that he was crucified and then resurrected 3 days later, I do not believe that. So maybe there was a person that the story was inspired by, but in terms of him being like crucified and then resurrected 3 days later, I personally do not believe that. So
I don't know. I think that there was just a bunch of anti-Semitic rabble rousers that got together and concocted a story to try and destabilize Judea. So,
Wait, that's what you think the Christians were?
yeah.
But all the early Christians were literally Jewish.
I
Like
know.
literally
Yeah.
all of them.
The calls coming.
So how are
from
they
inside the house.
anti-Semitic?
The calls coming from inside the house. They were self-hating Jews.
Oh, they're like
If
they're
I
Uncle
may.
Toms of the
Gentlemen,
Jewish
if I may.
community.
There's a comment here in the sections that I would like to respond to. Section 230 says there's no such thing as an agnostic atheist, one or the other. And my rebuttal to that is agnosticism and atheism are two different things. Agnosticism deals in knowledge, where I don't know whether or not a God exists. And theism, it regards to belief in a God, where I may not know, I personally do not believe. The best analogy that I can give this is, for the sake of argument, let's say that there's a woman who I slept with, and she claims that I am the father of her child. Now, I know that she's been around the block and she slept with many other partners during the date of her conception. So I don't know whether or not I'm actually the father to this child, but given the fact that she's been around the block and she doesn't have any evidence to support whether or not that I'm the father currently, then I don't believe that I'm the father. If we did a DNA test and then the DNA test proved that I was the father, well, then not only would I know that I am the father, then I would believe, okay, here's the evidence to support that. I know I'm not. But if the evidence and the DNA test comes back that I'm not the father, then I can say, I know I'm not the father, and I truly believe that I'm not the father.
Okay, but how do you feel about this? Okay. Atheism means you deny there's a God, not that you don't know. Your response, Jamie?
So again, that's what I describe agnosticism is. Agnosticism deals in knowing. Atheism is the lack thereof. Is the lack of belief. So you're asking me whether or not, do I believe that there is no God? No, I do not. But I don't believe there is a God.
Okay.
That's that lack of belief.
This is kind of a bit Brandon coded, I think. So good to see you, Brandon. I just pulled you up. I don't know what you just said, but I'll read it. To be fair, atheism in the literature is a view that there are no gods. A lack of belief atheism is more of a layman usage. Yes. Although Brandon, I think I agree with Brandon when he made the distinction, and I think you would as well.
That's a word salad.
It's within the word.
Believing something is different than your knowledge claim to it. And I think me and Brandon are agreed on this. Well, Brandon kind of convinced me that that I might not have any good reason to think that unicorns exist. So I'm agnostic in that sense. But let's say I think that they do. And I don't actually have any good reason necessarily to think that. And so then I would be agnostic on if they exist or not, but I'd be like a unicornist in the fact that I suspect that they exist, or I choose to believe, even despite a lack of knowledge or evidence. I don't know if I'm getting that right, Brandon, but you tell me. And Jamie, do you agree with that? What I just said
sounds pretty legend coded. The movie from the 80s.
Sorry, I was
distracted. I can't say.
I was in the middle of getting ready to respond to the comments again. Could you paraphrase what it was you just said?
I was just saying that I think me and Brandon had come to a thing, and if I'm understanding it correctly, would you agree that? So I brought the example of a unicorn up. Let's say I believe in unicorns, but I don't have any actual knowledge. And so I admit I don't have the knowledge. So I'm agnostic on if unicorns exist or not, but I choose to believe that they do. So then in that sense, would I be an agnostic unicornist? Use that analogy?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that analogy makes perfect sense. And I would agree with you with that.
Okay. So I do accept that distinction. Oh, and Marilyn, hit me with one of these, sister. Marilyn's in the back chat. There we go. Finally. Now, Testicular Johnson, please do not say anything untoward. I mean, I know you're not on panel right now, but you scared Marilyn off for so long.
Death. Watch out.
Look, I just wanted
to cast any spells.
No
How are you doing? How you feeling, Marilyn?
No death or screwing dead bodies thing.
Look, yeah, no, I just want to be clear. I didn't. That was Tisticker Johnson. Sometimes brother gets a little wild. Okay, I'm just kidding.
No, we're
Good
cool. I
to see
got
you, Marilyn.
busy. I got
Marilyn, what do you
busy.
think about? I don't know what you've heard, but like, just since you just joined, any thoughts about what we've been talking about? The
I just
fall,
joined.
all this
Tell
stuff.
me what we're talking about.
Okay. Okay. Well, don't threaten me with a good time, Marilyn. Okay. So what I'm about to ask you is the question that we have right now, because I want to hear your thoughts on this. Earthquakes, natural disasters, do those need to exist? Have those always existed? Did those happen at a certain
The
point
Jews.
when like people show
Patents, they're all patented. The ones they talk about. They use
I should have
electromagnetic
probably been expecting
frequencies.
that, but I was not expecting that. So kind of like a weather machine, kind of space laser.
They're using the
type thing.
magnet. Exactly.
I should have seen that coming in
Magnet-coated.
hindsight, but
It's all psyops. They got tornadoes patented, hurricanes, all the natural
you think that the
disasters.
Jewish people have patented hurricanes,
patented
tornadoes,
all of it.
earthquakes,
All
all
of it.
natural disasters?
Fauci. We're gonna blame
Yeah, well.
Fauci for all the natural disasters from now
So you
on.
agree with Brandon that natural disasters are a psyop?
Total psyop.
I don't know. The problem is like if someone actually gets like
Psyops
hit
are
like
psyops.
for real with like an earthquake, they probably don't think it's a psyop in the moment. If you're like getting swallowed by the earth, you're probably not. No, earthquakes are
Everything's
a
a
psyop.
psyop. We're in the fucking Matrix.
Yeah,
You
I
don't
was a
think they
figure.
just dug big giant holes and then finally put dynamite to them? It was like, fuckers.
You'd be surprised to learn that I don't actually think that, Marilyn. I don't. I don't think there's a group of people that dug a bunch of holes and that's what an earthquake is.
Finally blow them up strategically.
Humans. Man, I tell you what.
Truman Show at its finest.
Well, we wouldn't have the ability to blow them up if we weren't human, though, right? I mean, like animals don't come up with dynamite and blow shit up.
That's true. Fact check true. Yeah, I'm tempted to be Section 230 coded. We can set up nukes that don't cause earthquakes. I think that is kind of true. I feel like that's a. So I don't know what people are doing to necessarily cause those things, Marilyn. I'm not sure about that one.
What do you mean?
Okay, let's move to.
You can definitely detect nukes going off.
Let's move to a different question for you, Marilyn. Okay, so what happens, like, let's say before everything, like, because you say, if I'm understanding you right, Marilyn, which I always am, even though you say I'm not, that there's a time where people have chosen to believe a lie or not believe that they're God, all this stuff, right? Which is red pilled. Okay. But what happens at that time if a giant boulder falls on your fucking head? What happens to you? Or does that not happen for some reason?
Well, it obviously doesn't happen for some reason, but if it did happen for some reason, I don't think it really matters because, I believe God is a God of restoration, not retribution, and we're all his children, and he wouldn't want to be away from us for all eternity. It would not sit well with his soul, so, eventually he would raise people from the dead, heal people, and some will just walk in. It's not that complicated. Like God is the beginning and the end, so we're going to end up with him regardless. There is no place else to go. He is the source of all energy that sustains life. He feeds us every breath. Every breath we take, he has given to us. There is nothing apart from him, from God. So
It sounds like you've been. I mean, I agree with you, Marilyn, but I also have to point out. It sounds like in the time that you left and the time you came back that you've been perhaps partaking in
oh man, I'm tired and I ate. I'm fat and happy. I'm fat and happy and in bed and it's dark and it's 11 o'clock and I haven't slept much. I'm ready to pass out.
Okay, based. And I think I don't necessarily even disagree with what you're saying. I actually think that if we follow like a biblical narrative and stuff, I think that it's possible that it's like either God would raise them or it just like wouldn't happen or that it just wouldn't kill them in some ways. I think that's true. Sticker Johnson says Marilyn owns you. Well, if Marilyn is God and I am God, then it's that's I feel
we
like that's
own
okay.
each other.
Yeah, so I feel like I'm a bum to that. I feel like he's there. There's no spell casting there. So based at Sticker Johnson, I guess.
Dis a fucking vow.
I agree with Marilyn that she is God. I want to be closer to God. I want to be all inside God and know God.
My God.
My goodness gracious. You fucking simping bad, bro.
He's fulfilling his profile picture that he has right now.
Yeah, I mean, goddamn, he's going all out.
Yeah, he really
Goodness,
is.
I can't see it. Oh my God. I just saw it, you guys. I love it here.
Freedom from Maryland.
Oh man, what a religious conversation.
What a religious conversation.
Yeah, so religious, let me tell you.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you guys with a new one. I don't think we've done, unless I'm insane. I hope I'm not insane. Okay.
Oh, thank God.
So this one. Okay, so I said this earlier. I hope this isn't like too confusing, but the question is soul making. So this is like a theory, and anyone can disagree with this. We will start with Christian, move in a clockwise direction, but can soul making justify suffering imposed on people who never consented to the process? So to kind of simplify that a bit, right? One theory is that like suffering happens because it makes us into better people. And I think for a lot of us in our life, we can probably look at the struggles we've gone through and been like, yeah, we're better people because of that. But does that fully explain it? Does that justify people who don't think that? And I guess, I mean, in to Marilyn's point, right? Let's say the people who don't know their God yet and they're going through suffering, they're feeling pain, right? Is that enough justification or is it not? I also agree with Testicular Johnson. It can make you a better person and a worse person. So starting with Christian, your thoughts on that?
I mean, I don't.
It's on the bottom if you have to reread because I said a lot of shit, and you have to wait for it to scroll. But yeah,
I don't think it explains it, but I mean, definitely happens, right? Like I wouldn't say, oh, because of this that justifies suffering. Like I wouldn't say that.
What about? I know I'm not supposed to say anything, but what about people who didn't consent to the process? So like an atheist, right? An atheist, like maybe I know I'm being soul made, inshallah, right? But if someone doesn't, is that like fair? They didn't agree to that, and they're going through suffering, and it will make them better. But it's like they didn't necessarily choose that,
Like, what do you? I guess I'm confused on the consent part of it.
Okay, so to briefly say this, I don't know if you've ever read C.S. Lewis's A Grief Observed, right? It was the last book he wrote after his wife had died, and it's like one of the most raw books. He wrote it under a pseudonym, and in it he like calls God the divine vivisector, and vivisection is when you dissect something while it's still alive. And so it's a very raw C.S. Lewis book, very different from The Problem of Pain or the other times where he talks about like suffering. And he gives the example of like a dentist so it could be possible that God is the divine dentist and he's going to drill your teeth even if you don't know that it's good. And I think we can maybe even look at like if you take your dog, if you've had a dog or a cat, right, you take him to the vet might poke him with a needle and the dog or cat might not understand, but like you in that situation are kind of analogous to God, or the dentist is, depending on, I guess, where we're going. But like, you know what's best. The animal doesn't understand, but you're like, look, this will make you into a more healthy dog or cat. So I guess that's what I'm saying. Is that okay to do to people that are unaware or don't consent to being made better off by suffering?
I mean, yeah, I would say it's okay. Yeah, I'd say it's fine. I don't really see the issue in that. I guess unless someone just doesn't want to be a better person, I mean, they can make that choice, right?
But in this example, they can't.
No, they can't.
If suffering makes you then you will suffer. If Anson was like, you know what, fuck that God shit, I don't want to suffer. He can't get out of it. He's stuck in the same fucking loop.
Right.
Is that fair? Is that valid?
just so Anson just has to become a better person.
Basically, according to like, I think the Christian God, I mean, to some degree, yeah, he's kind of like cajoled into it. To some, at least he has to suffer. He could maybe be a worse person, I guess. But the suffering is a non-consensual process, I guess, is the point.
Right. Okay, so Anson's not being forced to be a good person from the suffering.
Right,
so,
but
like,
he's forced to suffer.
But he's forced to suffer.
I mean, he is, right? I mean,
without
he can't opt out
like,
of that shit.
I don't how do you opt out of suffering?
You can't opt out of suffering.
That's why it's possibly that's the question, right? Is that unfair that like if God is using suffering to make us into better people, it's non-consensual. It's like you can say I don't want, but you can't opt out. You're like you didn't choose to be born. You didn't choose to be made a better person. You didn't choose to suffer.
The fact that God is the one that's doing that.
This is assuming that God in every instance is making people suffer, like he's doing it in every instance.
A good catch.
Yeah, you just can't be an atheist and believe that, right?
Yeah, that's fair. That's valid. So if you yeah, that's a valid thing. Anson, I don't know how you are exactly going to answer this necessarily, but you could pretend you're a Christian, or you can just answer it honestly as well. I think you answer the question honestly as it's written.
Yeah. So soul making, I will, because I don't have the same conception of souls as Christians do. However, I do have a conception that is what I consider to be what Christians call a soul, that is not the thing that was made by a God. So I will identify that thing as my evolutionary memory, the essence that is me, that I inherited involuntarily, that caused me to spring to life my being. And since suffering is my nature, ignoring my nature and basically futilely attempting to avoid it by saying that it's not justified is a non-virtuous act. And so even like the process of like attempting to blame someone else for my nature is immoral. And so I think that this question is like categorically evil. Yeah, it's just bad. It's a bad question. If you ask this question, then you're doing something wrong.
Wow. Shots fired against Confluence himself. Crazy. Agrippolis.
Well, I mean, I'm going to say, like, we know it's suffering because our human brains are able to quantify it, that it's suffering. So if it's against someone's will and we're causing suffering, of course, I disagree with that. But that's only because my human brain can comprehend the fact.
God does that, right? Like God.
Well, that's God. We're not God. You said that earlier, and I know that's a popular talking point with Maryland, but we're not God. We're humans.
But in this prompt we're talking about God. We're saying does it justify suffering? If God is using suffering to make us into better people, is it okay? Does it make sense, or is it okay?
That's not what you're taught. That's not what it says.
That's
not what you're asking.
the topic's on the bottom. Can soul making justify suffering imposed on people who never consented? So we don't do soul
I answered the question.
God does soul making.
Is it?
Go ahead.
I was going to ask: Is it wrong to, like, make someone suffer for them to be a good person?
Well, that's kind of the
rehabilitation.
Kind of the question.
Is that wrong? So, like, for example, when my kid misbehaves, right, I make him suffer by putting him in timeout, right? Like, whatever that punishment is. So he behaves and becomes a better person. Like, am I wrong for that?
Well,
no.
Well, he's asking on God's point of view on people, not like parenting on your child.
Well, God's a
if we're gonna, if like he's gonna repeat the question to me, like repeat the question to him, because he's talking about like parenting a child, whereas God and us humans that's different. Like although we are his children, we're created beings, and he's always been. So it's kind of a different question.
I mean, the concept still applies.
Yeah, I think they're both like. I think both
to say the same concept applies to us and God it's kind of heresy.
That's not a heresy. God uses like you can like marriage. Marriage is used to symbolize like a relationship with God.
No, marriage is used to symbolize the relationship between a man and a woman. Not like it's under God, but
it's literally what marriage. Like that's why marriage was done, is to symbolize the relationship.
It's between a man and a woman,
right?
And that's the whole thing about the trans
actual
thing.
Marriage is between a man and a woman, but I'm saying the actual
under God. You just said it was between God. It's not. It's
so. What do you think
between a man and a woman?
What do you think it means when Christ calls the church his bride?
When Christ calls the church his bride?
Christ, yes, that he's the groom and the church is his bride. Is he not using marriage to symbolize the relationship?
I think he means by that as in the church should follow his lead. Like a man and a woman in a relationship, like in a marriage, like the woman should follow the man's lead. Just like in a church.
It's still using, like, regardless of how you take that, it's still symbolizing, it's using marriage, right?
Well, yeah, but the marriage between a man and a woman is between a man and a woman. You can have that without religion and without God. That's why we have like marriage certificates, and you have to go register them and all that bullshit.
But I think what Christian is asking is like,
that's
why,
kind of irrelevant.
But why, like in the New Testament, right? There's like a bunch of times where it uses that analogy. It says that Christ, that we are in some ways divinely married to Christ, like us as the church. So I think Christian is asking, correct me if I'm wrong, Christian, but like, why is that analogy used? Like, why? What does that mean?
Well, I mean, he called me a heretic for saying a parent correcting a child, and said that was heresy for comparing that to God. But I mean, God calls himself a father.
Yeah, but we're not God.
You don't have to.
A parent disciplining their child is not like God disciplining, us humans. I mean, like he caused the flood. We might put our children in timeout. Like, there's a difference.
The concept applies.
That's true. I think both of you guys are right. Like, it is.
I understand like what you're saying. I can concede that the concept is very similar, but except for the fact that we're not God.
Yeah, I think that's valid.
There's a greater power involved when you involve God, as opposed to like a parent disciplining their child. Like when God disciplined us, he flooded the fucking earth and killed us. like there's a difference, like his next perception of what's going to happen is revelation. Like, I mean, there's a huge difference between us putting our kids in timeout and pressing the quarter against the wall.
I'm not saying our punishments are on the scale of that.
No, I know. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I can concede. It's a similar concept, except the fact we're not gods. That's all, and that's a huge part of it.
Yeah, I think both you're right. I think it's fair to use an analogy, but at the end of the day, analogy obviously isn't directly a correlate. So yeah, so God is a father, but yeah, it's obviously not going to be exactly the same. So I think I'm actually not both sidesing. I actually think both of you are actually right. So just to be clear,
I think he's right too. I think the analogy sticks, and I mean, yeah, you could take a comparison, and that's what we do as Christians is we kind of apply it to our lives, with the church and Christ, as he speaks of how the church should follow. I mean, like that, yeah, I agree. I agree with what you're saying. I mean, I just the hugest difference is, like I said, like, we're not God, so we can only apply our human standards.
I mean, even God uses different created things to symbolize what he's describing. It's not. I'm not making that correlation that we're God.
But he's very descriptive when he says a marriage is between a man and a woman. I mean, that's the whole thing about this gay stuff going on.
I'm not like we are on the same page right there. Like I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying just the concept of marriage, what that symbolizes, can apply to God and His church. Like I'm taking that.
Yeah,
saying, like marriage is for.
No, I agree. Yeah, we're talking past each other.
Okay.
I agree.
I'm glad we found that common ground.
Okay.
Yeah,
Jamie, I guess, and then we'll go back to all this. Jamie,
Yeah.
if you're there.
I'm going to make like Marvin and Pulp Fiction, and I don't even have an opinion. I don't have anything of value to add to this particular topic.
Wait, is he the guy in the back seat?
Yep, he's the guy in the back seat.
Movie. So I will accept that. I will accept that only because it's a good movie. Okay, even if it traumatized me because I watched it when I was a child. But
I shot Marvin in the face.
Why the fuck you do that?
Oh shit. Okay. I like this
Maryland.
Yeah, I'll move past the Maryland though.
I'm Jamie coded.
I'm Jamie coded too. Okay. But can soul making, Maryland, or you can take this however you want. Okay. Can soul making justify suffering imposed on people who never consented to the process? Just what do you think about suffering? Is it okay that people suffer if they don't know? Again, I think this question is suited to you, Maryland, because you said, right, some people know their God, some people don't know their God, but everyone experiences pain. Is that okay that the people who don't know their God also experience pain, or what's good? Marilyn, are you alive?
Marilyn is sleep coded.
Marilyn might be sleep coded. I thought she just unmuted. Am I crazy? Maybe
Yeah,
she
that
was never
happened to me
muted.
the other day. I swear to God, I didn't mean to fall asleep. I did though.
I remember that. Yeah.
I woke up and my phone was dead, and I'm like, "What the fuck?"
You did.
And I watched myself for like 4 hours.
I thought your phone had died. I think that was like me, Christian. I think Christian, you were there for this, and it was like Ag and someone else, and I think 2 people felt like Ag, you were gone, and then someone else. I was like, hello, and they were gone too. So
yeah. When I dropped, my phone died.
Yeah.
I woke up and I was like, "Why is my phone not on the charger and sitting next to me on the bed?" And then later the day, I watched myself sitting there, like fucking for 3 hours, 4 hours.
At least your cam was off, so
Yeah, no doubt.
Have a good night to Sticker Johnson. Thank you for being a
See
part
ya.
of all of this chicanery. Okay. I think Maryland will wake up at some point. Okay, I have faith.
Yeah.
Maybe if she hears her.
Maryland.
Maryland, listen. Is that what? Someone roll their T's real quick. Okay, anyone know how to do that? I don't personally. So
it's a magic trick.
Maryland.
Roll a T. Maryland rolls T's. Like that's the crazy thing. Like say it ends with a T and then roll the T.
Try me.
Yeah, that's kind of it.
And it's like raspberrying that microphone.
Okay, there
Wake up,
is
Maryland.
more prompts, but Confluence is kind of Zen coded, and I don't want to give a prompt before I go. So okay,
Yeah,
so
you
guys,
go on and go.
entertain
I'll
the
talk to
chat.
Marilyn while she sleeps.
I don't think I like that. So can I mute you? No, because you can unmute if I mute you. No, not gonna happen. Ag, control the chat. Ag's in charge. Then Christian, then Marilyn, actually, even though she's sleeping, then Jamie, and last of all, Anson, of course. Okay.
Wake up, Marilyn. Oh, I think she's back. She flashed a little bit. Oh, maybe it's her mic setting off her.
She's sleeping on her phone. Marilyn, wake up! It's time to wake up. Your wedding is in 5 minutes.
Marilyn, you're marrying Anson in 5 minutes. Wake up.
Jamie, do you remember our conversation last time? You want to pick up on that?
In regards to,
we're talking about the Melton babies. I think we moved from that.
Yes.
I'm trying to recall where we left off.
Milton babies.
Yeah, we're Melton babies.
Where did we leave?
I mean, go ahead. Just you started off, and I'll pick up.
Oh, we were talking about something being objective, so outside, right? Where do we get the basis for morality, objective morality?
I mean, as I've argued many times before, actions are still.
Hold on, you degens. Fill everyone else in, okay? No one else was here for the melted baby thing except me. So, like, someone give a good summary of why we're talking about melted babies. Okay? No one has any idea what y'all are talking about. So, one of you two or both of you, Christian and then Jamie, say, why are we talking about melted babies? What does that mean? How does that relate to anything?
Okay. It was the argument was Jamie had said if you go back, I mean, assume back in time. Jamie just said if you go 1,000 years in time, and you saw another village pillage and kill another village, would you say that is wrong?
I mean, before I cut you off there, I will say that they didn't just pillage.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they didn't just pillage. They took the women amongst themselves and did a whole bunch of other
That's how we got to the melting babies. That's right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If they took they take the women, and then I had asked, what if you saw?
Did we clear this up that we're talking where this leads is like the Old Testament? Did someone say that yet? That like so?
No, yeah, because we're talking about like every civilization ever. So let's have some context to what we're asking.
So the context. Jamie did a thought experiment, and then what it ended up being was like in the Bible, right? The Israelites are told to go and take the land of Canaan and take the woman for themselves and kill the men and all this stuff. And then and Christian's response was, well, they were melting babies, which they were doing. They were sacrificing children and stuff. And so the question kind of became, what do you do with baby melters? Is it okay that the Israelites went and slaughtered the Canaanites based on their immoral actions, or is it not? So that's where we're talking like, Old Testament, when God commands that type of stuff, is it justifiable? Is it not? Would you, if you went back in time, would you see this instance and say this is like goated for the Israelites to kill them, or can you maybe talk them out of melting babies? That was kind of some of the stuff that was brought up. I hope that's enough context.
What led into that too was the hundreds of years that the same civilization that was attacked had hundreds of years of people coming up and being like, hey, stop melting babies. Hey, maybe we shouldn't do that. Hey, probably stop. And then it led to the
my response would be like, I wouldn't need God to tell me what to do with that. Like right? I mean, even the Israelites back then, I mean, like minus God out of the equation, they come across another village where they're doing these horrible things. Like, did they really need a God to tell them this is wrong and let's fucking kill them and take the babies?
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
But I guess
That gave my
I
answer.
didn't mean to. But I guess okay. So egg. I guess to be maybe more specific. Like for me to be more specific, I guess. And before we dive into this, I kind of want to hear from everybody. This is not. I fucked up the whole thing.
Yeah, I went out of turn.
You broke the screen.
No. I didn't even ask people to do this. So this is not you going out of turn. This is me. But I'm like, I'm fucking everything up. Oh, I'm hitting it. I'm hitting the wrong way. Okay. I'm just trying to put it on screen so everyone can see. There we go. If you encountered a tribe, so this is kind of a question that I want to hear from everyone. If you encountered a tribe that was melting babies, would you use extreme force to stop them? Because I think that will lead in. So I want to hear everyone's thoughts on this, and then we'll lead in, I guess, to the Israel thing, right? Like the Old Testament that God commanded this. Like, so I guess you know what? It's chaos. So actually, I will start with you, Ag, because you were already speaking on this. Does this change things? Like, so not if God commanded, but let's say you encounter a tribe back in the day, and they're melting babies, and you have an army. Do you feel comfortable being like, I will go in and use force, possibly kill a lot of people to stop them from melting babies? Or do you take kind of a hands-off, natural geographic approach? Or you're like, hey, it's not my place to get involved, or a different option?
So like we already scouted and know this is what they're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're done. Bye.
Based, red pilled.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, we already know that. Why send diplomatic? Why even try to be diplomatic about it when you already know that's what they're doing and they're not going to stop? Yeah. They've been doing it for hundreds of years.
It's valid.
So why not directly put a stop to it and save whoever you can?
Okay. And me, Christian, and Jamie have said our stances. Well, me and Christian are, we're pro. We're on the same side as Ag. Jamie is, I think, not on that side. Marilyn, your thoughts? Thank you, Marilyn. Very, very based, very red pilled. And Anson,
that's
if
a good
you're
point,
there,
Marilyn.
Yeah,
that was a very good point.
She agreed with us. That was crazy.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Anson, do you have a point of view on this? Like not the Bible thing, but just this exact prompt. If you encountered a tribe that was melting babies, would you use extreme force to stop them?
And the prompt involves it being 1,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Then
multiple thousands. Yeah. So somewhere
I think
back
maybe
in
even current day, I guess too. You could apply it there.
It's different. It's different if it's current day or if it's thousands of years ago, right? Those are and there's context that's missing for me to be able to really answer the question. But in terms of like, I would have to ask
context missing.
Yeah, there's context missing. Yeah. So I would have to ask myself if these people are in my tribe, like, are they a part of my group? Are their actions reflected poorly upon me and my people? Or are they acting, against my people, right? Like
they're doing neither. No, in this case, you let's say, imagine, just to maybe add more like flavor to it. Let's say back like 4,000 years ago, you have an army and you just wander across people. They're not bugging you. They're not doing anything to you, but you see they're melting babies. And so do you intervene in that case using force to stop them? Or are you just like, hey, we're just like nation first, so we're not, we're just going to like, them. Yeah, we're just gonna leave. Like, what would you do?
If I have an army and there's no like militaristic or strategic reason to engage with them, then I would not.
You would just let them melt those babies. Yeah. That's kind of crazy, brother.
Why? Even 4,000 years ago, like that would be a no-brainer.
Yeah, damn. I think that fits in any time. Yeah.
Why?
Like if an army of, like, let's say, thousands of, soldiers come across a city state 4,000 years ago, and they're like, they already know what they're doing to these babies, and they can easily take them and.
Well, that's different. That's different.
That's what we just. That's hypothetical.
They can easily take them.
That's the hypothetical, though, isn't it?
Well, I don't know. That's not the hypothetical that I heard. It was that I have this army. I wander along these people. Like, I don't know, like, the military capacity. Like, I have a duty. If I'm the head of an army And that's why I asked.
No, you got a point. You got a point. Like, what's the military capacity? Okay, so like what's confluence in this hypothetical? What's the military size of, the soldiers wandering and coming across this city? And what's the military size of the city?
Yeah,
like you are not you. Let's say for the hypothetical, I think this tracks. I think Jamie would agree with this, but tell me if you don't. And I think the hypothetical is fine to say that yeah, you will lose nobody. You will not. You have like you are so you have so much military might. You're just gonna
the one attacking wins.
Yeah. As long as it's as long as there's very little cost in terms of my duty to the army that I lead, then yeah, I would go in there and end it. But if there was any question whatsoever that like it would impair my obligation to my army,
you can induct all the children would be inducted into your society.
I mean,
all
those
the
are all
women would become, yeah.
But that's why I asked if there was like a strategic or militaristic reason to engage, and if there's not, then I would not.
Well, I mean, I guess the strategic position would be to wipe them off the fucking map and take their kids.
That's not a reason to engage.
Take their resources.
Just because other people run their nations poorly, isn't it a reason to engage them in war?
Well, thousands of years ago, that was.
Well,
but Anson, I thought you were kind of saying it like assuming no military casualties, then you would intervene.
Yeah. If there's as long as there's no cost on my end, yeah.
Right. So it sounds like there is enough impetus just by them
I
doing
think I'm trying to say
even
I
if
would
it
do
doesn't
it.
have anything to do with you.
I think I'm trying to say I would do it at like minimal cost. Yeah,
but like
I agree with Anson, but
there are competing interests here. Like I have duties that I have to abide by. I can't just go around doing the morally right thing all the time. There's trade-offs for every decision you make, and so
I agree.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, if you guys could excuse me for one moment, I'll be right back.
No matter how heinous someone else acts, it doesn't obligate me to act.
Well, I think in the hypothetical, they were the Israelites. They were essentially a marching army back then, like going around considering slave.
In that,
right?
In that
I mean, is that the hypothetical?
Story, yeah, they weren't. The Israelites weren't in their land. It was land God was going to give them, and then that being the reason.
Yeah. So
it
like
sounds like a post hoc rationalization for war crimes to say that God owed them the land.
No. They lost the land because they were
supposedly?
melting babies for hundreds of years.
Oh, they lost it. Yeah.
Yes, God revoked it from them. God brought the Israelites and said, "You're going to take this land." After hundreds of years of them melting babies, and God sending people from Israel to be like, "Hey, stop melting babies." Maybe we stop for hundreds of years.
Yeah, that's an interesting fable. Yeah, hadn't heard that one.
I mean,
it's hypothetical. Let's just say
worse. That is something that is confirmed in history, Anson. No, the Canaanites. Like I get what you're saying with like, do we know that the Israelites went to them and talked to them for hundreds of years? Yeah, that's more like.
Well, no, I was more like
even if you grant it as a hypothetical, I mean, we can still ask Anson for his answer.
Yeah, and I gave my answer.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I think we all agree the difference between I think Anson and me and I think Ag is probably on my side on this. I wouldn't say it's no cost. There is a degree of like moral egregiousness where I would feel a need to act even if it harmed my own people. If I was like a military leader, if they're melting enough babies, there is a calculation that goes on. But let's say I'll lose 5 people, but I will stop 1,000 babies from being melted. I would be comfortable making that moral decision to engage.
Yeah.
And Anson is kind of saying I think Anson is saying that it has to be almost like basically zero risk.
Saying he wants zero risk. I'm saying I would prefer minimal risk. Yeah, well, of course.
Zero risk or like a militaristic or strategic reason to attack, because you don't use militaries to enforce morality, right? The militaries are designed for like death and destruction. And so you don't use a tool for death and destruction to enforce good. You use it to
it sounds like
that explains monarchist. Like that's how America.
But Anson, square that circle for me, because you said that if there's no risk, then you would. So it sounds like if there's no risk, you will use military force to enforce morals. In this case, not melting babies.
Yeah, as long as even if there was risk and strategic and militaristic reasons, then I would also do it.
Right,
but you would do it. You would do it with zero risk.
If there's no other external factors, it's only you will stop them from melting babies and no risk. You would still use the military to then enforce morals, right?
Yeah, but it
risk.
would be in the hypothetical where like it's not real because there's always risk when you engage in the military.
No, I understand that. I understand it's like an impossible because there's always risk.
So can we simplify this hypothetical? what's it like?
I think in the topic,
you keep adding too much to it. When you add too much to hypothetical, it becomes nonsensical.
If you encountered a tribe that was melting babies, would you use extreme force to stop them morally? Maybe the only thing I would add is morally. So that would kind of take away the risk. It's just, do you feel if you can do it? Let's say you have actual AR-15s and they have rocks. It's like, so you can, and there's 1,000 of you and there's 100 of them. You could easily take them out. So I guess that's the only thing I'd want to add to that.
I would absolutely do it. If you're saying that not acting would impair my virtue, then I absolutely would act.
Good to see you, average melting baby.
So Ansa, how do you justify that?
How do I justify what?
That you would do it on the purpose of their melting babies.
Well, if under the second hypothetical that he gave, he baked into the hypothetical that there's a moral issue at hand, right? I don't think that melting babies is inherently a moral issue. So he added that to the hypothetical, and therefore
I didn't add that in. I never added that in. If you don't think melting babies is a morally atrocious thing, I didn't add that in.
That was part of the original, but there was a bunch of other shit baked into this, and it kind of made it
so you don't think melting
but not the moral. I didn't bake any moral stuff into this.
Under the hypothetical that y'all constructed, it's basically a civilization at a civilizational level. It's a part of their culture to engage in this, and so and since it's a part of their culture, it's like it's not about morality at that point. It's about a different worldview, and those people obviously don't have to share a worldview with me. I wouldn't want to live in their culture, but it's not a moral issue from their perspective, right? And the only obligation I have is what my moral duty is, an obligation. So if my morality is impaired by not acting, then I should act.
Just put this out there. Hold on. Melted cheese. Delicious. Think of every food that's melted. Delicious. I would at least see what this melting baby tribe has to offer.
Bro, that's crazy.
Maybe I would try it. Yes, maybe I would try it. Because maybe it's very tasty. It's hard to say, and maybe that could change things.
This is so damn awful and evil. I don't know why we're doing it.
I know.
Is it evil? So you agree? It's evil.
Crazy,
if I may hop on. So really, kind of like where we got really down to discussion, it really initially started with me asking the question, what evidence do you have for the existence of God? And as Con and Christian said, well, there's objective morality. And I feel like at first we kind of gave
watch the video.
I missed that question here.
What?
Did you go and watch the video to refresh yourself?
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay.
Just a little bit.
Oh,
so
how did you figure that out, Christian? I actually had no.
Because Jamie was initially like, "Oh, you're gonna have to refresh. We'll just start you just started." And now he's coming back actually, this is exactly how it went down. So
I guess that makes sense. Yeah, maybe I'm just drunk.
Right? Here's how it went. Here's how it all went down. And I feel like kind of the biggest problem we were having was that we were conflating two different definitions of objective morality. If that makes sense.
Well, I remember using the computer analogy to kind of
the speak of the computer analogy. Let's just assume that you and I both go into we go into the room where the computer is, and we see that the computer is on. Can you and I both agree that the computer is objectively on?
Yes.
And this is where this is how I would how you would define objective morality is I designed this computer to turn on by this button. If I push the button, then my justification for the computer being on is that somebody pressed the button. And if things are morally wrong because God said so, then
No,
things
not the act of pushing the button, but because I had built it for the button to be pressed, like that's the only way to turn it on. But because I had built it, and I say that that's how to turn on the computer, that's what I'm talking about. Like you talking about going and see the computer on. It's the same. It's the same thing.
So what I'm trying to get at is that you and I both have like different definitions of what objective morality means. Now, by me personally, what I'm saying is that we both see that the computer is objectively on. It doesn't matter if the button was pushed or not, even if you designed it. We both agree that the computer is objectively on. See, this is where like my definition of objective morality. It doesn't matter whether or not God said it was okay to do so or not. We both agree that like melting babies is objectively wrong.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Well,
That's why I tried to minus God out of the equation.
You're just going the screen's on, ergo.
I did this already.
And that's what my definition of. I mean, that's the objective definition that I'm using.
There are very few objectively immoral acts. Like very, very few.
What if they're not, if it's not melting babies, what are they?
Well, I think
why is there two of me?
Something like infidelity would be objectively immoral because there's no way for you to like actually like be with the person that you're supposed to be with.
Yeah, this is me.
What? Wait,
why is there two of me?
Infidelity is there is two of you because Anson is like
I'm the one on the bottom.
He's like a
which one's which?
He's a clone. He's a clone. Okay.
The fucker's Afro. You fucker.
So I mean, that's really. I mean, and this is really kind of.
Wait, no, hold on. How is infidelity objectively, which I think it is objectively wrong, but how is that the thing? But melting babies is like a gray area where it's like maybe that's their society. Now, how do you square that circle?
Like there could be like a like you could engage in the act of doing that, which it's hard for me to even say.
Wait,
but it not be your intention, and it be like a side effect of a virtuous act, right? Like I'm sure that Tyler would agree with this because he's like a militarist, and the things that he's supported have caused the melting of babies multiple times in foreign countries. And so, people,
what we're saying is we mean the intentional
collateral damage.
Yeah.
To be clear, we're talking about the intentional melting of babies. We're not talking about
okay, that was different. That was different. Okay.
That was
so intentionally, like doing it on purpose, like it just wanton melting of babies.
Yes. That's what they did.
Like, okay, well then that's different than just melting babies. Like
no, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Did you ever notice? Confluence and I have the same haircut. We just wear it differently.
No, it's parted the same way.
Yeah, I'm getting mogged. I'm getting fucking mogged. Okay, fuck off.
So, Jamie, what were we going to build that into?
That being said, I mean, I feel like that's really where like things were kind of like where we were just getting past each other because like you and I just could not agree on like a specific definition on what objective morality is. So like that's the first point that I want to get out of the way. Now to answer the prompt, I mean, me personally, I would try to stop the melting. I cannot talk to save my life today. Let me read the prompt first. If you encounter a tribe that was melting babies, would you use extreme force to stop them? I mean, I would do what I personally could to stop, that tribe from melting babies. But at the same time, I don't think it's right to go and pillage and take the women amongst ourselves because at the end of the day, two wrongs don't make a right. And then both of them are wrong.
Why is that wrong?
I'd introduce them to beer batter.
I don't understand why spoils of war is wrong. Like women are possessions.
I'm so this is
Wow.
I don't even.
I haven't stopped laughing for like 5 minutes.
I don't even know what's happening anymore. It's like we know what's objective, but we don't know what's objective.
You guys melon those babies? Have you tried panko breadcrumbs and ranch?
Like this is a journey.
This is a journey.
I mean, it's a failure of compassion on the part of the people engaging in the act, right? I mean, the people engaging in the act are impairing their own virtue, but that doesn't necessarily necessitate me to act on their behalf, right? But in terms of like the spoils of war, I mean, like human animals have always taken the spoils of war, and women have been a part of that. I don't understand why that's like even in.
Do you think
that's what I was going to say? Define
right?
compassion, like as opposed to now and 4,000 years ago. Like, compassion would be like all the men are dead and we take your women as slaves. You know what I mean? So compassion is like subjective. Yeah.
But melting babies is probably always discompassionate, I would say.
Not if you accidentally.
Well, yeah, and that's why I was like, at first I said like minus God out of the equation.
What angry amputee says, yeah, taking a I don't know.
That's
I don't know if I can say, but what he's saying, I don't want to say it, but yeah, that's kind of what we're going off of, like the intentional, wanton melting of the babies. So not just like some like war thing that's happening, but Anson, I feel like maybe I'm mishearing you, but I feel like you're saying like two things at different moments.
Well,
like you're saying we have no need to intervene, but then you're saying, well, if there's no cost to us, then I would kill the baby melters. So it's like, which one is it? Do you have a duty or do you not have a duty? And like assuming. No, but assuming no risk, and this is the context, and there's no harm to you. Do you have a moral ought? Because that would make you look, you and me. This is a weird Anson and confluence agreement. We are both virtue ethicists. I would say that if I didn't stop the wanton melting of babies, I would say that would harm my virtue ethics. I would be less virtuous if I didn't stop it. Like barring external things of like I understand everything you said, Anson.
You, yes, but you and the thing that you have this obligation and duty to, which is your army, maybe not.
No, but we're assuming that there's no casualties, though. So
right, but what I'm saying is that there's context where it's not appropriate and context where it is appropriate. Both can exist at the same time. Given the raw hypothetical you provided initially, you could have it be both a good and a bad.
No, I agree with that, but it sounds like, and maybe I'm mishearing you, but it sounds like you're saying we don't have a moral ought to do that type of stuff, but we do have a moral ought, and this kind of goes back to the kid in like in the waiting pool, right? Well, I can't remember what you said to that. Like in the waiting pool, did you say we have a moral ought to like pick up the kid?
I wasn't on the panel then.
Okay, well, actually, if I can ask you then. Like no harm to you, kid in a waiting pool, drowning in 1 foot of water. Do you have a moral ought to pick that kid up in your perspective?
It would impair my virtue if I did not.
Okay, based, red pilled. Okay. So then in the same way, you would agree with, if there's no external costs, no cost to your army, it would impair your virtue if you didn't stop the baby melters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey guys, Lips here.
I was going to ask if you could even say your own name, but
Lips.
Say that like 3 times really quick.
Lips.
Oh man, fuck you.
Where'd you find that picture?
You might as well say Rapsicora flapodatorius.
Oh my!
I googled your name.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
So, gentlemen, I got about 15 more minutes here before my phone dies. So I do want to pose another question, and it's always been the initial question, and it really goes more to the theists in the panel. What is the best evidence you have to prove the existence of God?
I guess I'll start. I think there's a lot of things I could go down, but
Existence, bro. Existence.
I'm just asking for your personal best evidence.
Yeah, I think I would say the objective morality thing. I think we all have, and I understand you could say it's God. There's like 3 hands. I just realized there's 3 hands on the panel right now. Fuck off. Okay, but yeah, I would say that you could maybe argue from an evolutionary standpoint. This is why we feel this way, but we all know that there is a deeper morality that we all punt to. We all know this. We all know when we're talking about melting babies that is just objectively wrong. And I just can't see any reason. And this is why I respect atheists that will say that like H-Man did nothing wrong. I actually respect it. I think Christian has said the same thing. And I agree with that because if you were being honest, I don't know how you get to him being objectively wrong. And a lot of like tragedies and stuff like that, I think that it's only under some type of like objective morality, which I think requires God. But I know, Jamie, you disagree on this, but that is my best evidence. I don't think you have given an explanation on how you can get to objective morality without the existence of a moral lawgiver. And so that, to me, the fact that we all agree on this, we all know this to be true in the heart of our hearts, in the soul of our souls, we know that it's wrong. I think, ergo, God. There has to be some lawgiver. There has to be some good, ultimate good that we're punting toward. That's
my proof is confluence, because how else would somebody like that have made it this far in life without God watching out for him, you know?
I mean, I don't disagree, brother. I don't disagree with that.
Confluence, you're wrong. So just because there's a natural morality that exists doesn't mean that it derives from God. It means that we have a shared origin and nature, and that our morality is a inheritance of that biological history and evolution.
I did say that though. I said people that are like atheists and evolutionists will agree with that. They'll say it's all evolutionary coded. We have a shared morality. But what I'm saying is that if we are trying to say that morality is objective, that is objectively wrong to put a blowtorch through a baby, you can't get there without a God. I am firm on that. I am like very confident on that. And I've never heard an argument that has ever convinced me otherwise. So I guess that's why to Jamie, I'm saying that's my strongest evidence. Now, if we don't want to say that, if we want to say morals mean nothing and like you could technically do whatever you want and like melting babies isn't actually bad at all, it's all opinion, it's all my feelings, then my argument falls flat. But you have to be willing to say that to make my argument fall flat, I guess is my argument.
A quick question. If God told you that it was okay for you to melt babies, would you?
No, I wouldn't. But this is we've talked about this before. God. Yeah, we went through this before. This is the Euthyphro dilemma, right? About are things good because God commanded them, or is God right? Does God only command good things? All this stuff. I think it's a false dichotomy. I think that God is definitionally good, and so those two things are intertwined. So, like, I think I can try to engage in a hypothetical, but ultimately, I think it is a false hypothetical. With all due respect,
you just said, just not a couple minutes prior, that we all agree that melting babies is objectively wrong. Now, I'm asking you if God told you that. And then again, I asked you, if God told you personally that it's okay to melt babies, would you do so? And you just said no. So what's your justification for that? Where's your justification for objective morality now?
I would have none. I would have none. I mean, this is like if you asked me if I was an atheist, would I melt babies? My answer is no, I wouldn't. But I wouldn't be able to say it's objective. I would. That's
so now it brings me back to
melt babies, but I can't claim that's objective.
Morality.
So now I'm going back to my original question in regards to objective morality. Why is God necessary for objective morality?
Because you have not provided anything ever, Jamie, that says it's not right. Like at least the God hypothesis at least does give objectivity, right? And so I guess I'm asking you, what is a possible way that you can arrive at objective morality without invoking some type of God or some type of lawgiver or ultimate good? And you can't do that, or at least I've never heard something from you that's convincing of that. Whereas I think that even philosophically, I think you would have to agree that you could.
Am I going robot again? Hello?
No, we can hear you.
No, I hear you. I hear you.
Am I roboting?
Yeah, you're good.
Am I
No,
roboting?
You're good.
No, you're good.
Hello?
We can hear you, man.
You're still good.
I think I'm roboting.
Can you
You're
hear
not
us?
roboting. Roboting.
Oh, wait. I hear you guys now. I hear you guys now.
You're not roboting.
Yeah, you're not roboting.
You're roboting now.
Yeah, Con, I apologize. I did not catch a single word you just said.
It wasn't of value. You didn't listen to me.
Wait, what part? What did you ask that you?
Yeah, which part?
What did you catch? Yeah, which part? Like all, like everything, or like what? Don't make Confluence bald. This is you, Tyler.
Like 10 minutes.
See, this is why I should never shave my hair. I would look terrible. If that's how I would look, I should fucking never shave. God, that's a nightmare.
That
I would
right there is
sooner go
fucking
trans.
loaded.
I would go trans. Give me that HRT. I'll look like this any second.
Hey
before I
guys,
look like
cancer
this. I'm
flu is
just saying,
here.
okay?
Jamie, Con was saying that you haven't given a basis to justify objectivity, like objective morality.
Cancer fluence here. I'm in the 4th stage of chemo right now, so please don't comment on my bald.
But yes, thank you, Christian. That is what I'm saying. I'm saying that at least from a Christian worldview, like even just following strict philosophy, you can build an easy syllogism to arrive at objective morality. So if we agree objective morality is a thing, then I've provided a way to get there, and Jamie, I don't think you have. So that's my best evidence if you accept objective morality. If you're willing to say that like melting babies is totally fine, it's just preferences, then yeah, then my argument falls flat. But if you're willing to say
I never said
that's
that.
bad,
I never said that.
Exactly. So then you would need to provide evidence on how we possibly get from your worldview to objective morality. I haven't heard that from you, so that's my best evidence.
I mean, as much as I want to like kind of resist back on this, I do only have 8 more minutes, so I'll have to probably save that for like another time for me to kind of just
time to push back, brother. You got 8 minutes to push back on me.
I mean, I do got 8 minutes, but I do want to kind of get back to like my initial question being, does anybody else, is any other theist in this chat want to discuss evidence for God?
So you don't like my evidence?
I would
give you
say
an argument.
I would say DNA is a language, and we only get language from a mind.
That's also good, but I don't like that. I don't like that he's dodging my, like.
Well, he's got two
argument,
options now. He's got two options.
Also, I don't even know. I don't even know what's happening. I don't. The end AI destroy Grok. Okay, I'm just get rid of all that shit. Okay.
DNA is not a social construction. Saying that it's a language is inadequate to describe what it actually is. Languages are a social construction. They don't require writing or any physical form. DNA has a physical form.
DNA is 100% a language. That's like that's very basic. Like right, that's not even argued.
Absent its physical form, it has absolutely no purpose.
Right. The argument is that
language is
we get language. There's
form.
no other instance where we get language outside of
the
mind.
other is you can use mathematics. You can call mathematics a language and just say that the universe is a language.
You know what? I agree with you. Mathematics is a language, and that would exist whether we called it math or not.
Right. So yeah, but it's not a language. It's not a social construction. Right. That's the difference.
What is
language? Language is the sense. Language.
He had asked evidence for God.
Natural attributes of the universe.
DNA is a language, and you brought up math. That is also, bro, that's a language.
No, it's not. It's natural attributes of the universe.
Christian, what is the definition?
Require humans to conceptualize.
What is the definition of DNA?
The definition of DNA.
Yes,
that's a hard thing to ask. That I will say that. I just want to point that out. That's like,
could you? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Could you just pull the definition up for us, please?
Of DNA, sure. Yeah, it's gonna be like a bit
deoxynucleic acid or something.
That's what it stands for. But yeah, I'll pull it up. But it's like we went through this before. I think I don't know who's on panel, but like all of this stuff is always going to be incomplete. Like the definition of a dog is never going to be you can't put that into 2 sentences. It's literally impossible. We were I think through this with Brandon. I think and Brandon I think was on my side with this. Okay, sorry,
molecular biological building blocks of life. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
It's gonna be something that's a bit.
Pull it up,
has some like vagaries in
Hey,
it.
it's Canis lupus familiaris. That's a dog. Deal with it.
That's a terrible definition that actually says nothing. That's the problem. That's just using more words to say something, but it's not actually.
Every definition is. That's what the definitions are all just using more words to say something.
No, but in that one, that's almost tautological. Like to say just define a dog by what its like specific like species is basically tautological. It's saying the same thing twice. But anyway, with DNA, we have a self-replicating material that's present in nearly all. See, this is what I mean. The cuckoldry of definitions. A self-replicating material that is present in nearly all living organisms as the main constituent of chromosomes, is the carrier of genetic information.
Genetic information.
What's DRNA?
I've heard of RNA. I honestly don't even know what DRNA is. I've never heard of that before. DNA like RNA? Is this a real thing, Ag?
I think what the point of Jamie, what he's doing here is saying that you're committing a word concept fallacy by simplifying DNA down to just a language, because what DNA is, calling it a language is just our method of describing what the natural order is. That
so it's okay. So instead of
and boom goes the dynamite.
So instead of arguing the point that DNA is recognized as a language, we're just gonna go, oh, use the word language. We can't, or nope. Can't do it.
Well, no, it doesn't prove anything though. Just
Christian pilled on that one.
Natural order doesn't prove that God exists. That's irrelevant.
The arguments I
but you guys jumping on
DNA is a language. Y'all are dying on the word language.
Well, because it's factually. I'm not dying on anything. I'm just saying that
it's not factually incorrect. We could do you want me to pull up the definition of language? Right. It's not going to just say like a human constructed thing. Like the language can mean a lot of stuff.
Go ahead,
right?
Go ahead and pull up the definition of language, Con. Please, I encourage you to do so.
Okay.
The argument that the only way we get language is with a mind.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I mean, you do get language with minds, right? Because that's how we evolved. Yeah.
Okay, see, so this is what I'm there we go. It's got like language has like a bajillion definitions, right? So that's why we shouldn't jump on one thing. So on one hand, the words, their pronunciations, their written representation, probably not what we mean with DNA. A system of communication with a vocabulary and a grammar. These hand gestures, probably not articulate, audible, articulate, meaningful sounds. A systemic means of communicating ideas or feelings, okay, that possibly by the suggestion by objects, actions, or conditions of associated ideas or feelings. Well, that would apply to DNA. The means which is animals communicate, no. A system of signs and symbols, including rules of formation and transmission. This would probably also fall into it. The set of symbolic instruction codes used in binary form that is used to represent operations. A form of matter verb expression, the vocabulary and phraseology belong to a specific art subject. So also that would fall into that. Specific words, especially in law regulation, the state of language.
All of these definitions point to something intangible.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So
DNA is tangible.
It's that's like saying the human mind or the human brain is tangible. The human brain is tangible, but it encodes information, and the information is not necessarily tangible, right?
Right. Like, yeah, information is intangible. That's correct.
Right, and I would say DNA encodes information.
Yeah, it contains our evolutionary history in it.
Right, and the information is intangible.
Right, yeah. It contains all the information from when we evolved from non-biological objects.
So right, so there we go. So
yeah, but it's not a language. It's a natural order. It's more like mathematics.
We just died over the word language.
I don't know what you're really.
We can't just rename it and say it's something different, right? It is natural. It's like saying we can socially construct what the Earth is with our mind.
No, okay.
Gentlemen,
I feel like we have to be.
If I may, and I do apologize for interrupting. I do. It's time for me to go. I'm at 10% right now. I've got things to do before I head into work tomorrow. So you guys have yourself a wonderful rest of the night, and please always stay skeptic.
Yeah, good to see you. Stay frosty, my
Don't listen
friend.
to that, but good to see you, Jamie. But be less skeptical, okay? At least in that kind of way, okay? I'm just saying. But Anson, I feel like we I feel like we agree, because obviously DNA is physical. It encodes information, and information, we agreed, is non-physical. So that'd be the same as like a lot of things. And so to call it a language, right? That's similar to like a lot of things, right? Like even with written words.
No. I'm not.
When I speak, well, I don't know how you don't. When I speak words, I'm
Because
doing a
you're
physical thing.
because
the
Christian
words
is
are
using-
conceptual and are
No,
not
I'm not
physical.
conceding
The
because
meaning of
Christian-
them.
I'm not conceding because Christian is using this word concept fallacy to presuppose that genetics is proof that God exists because it required a mind.
I didn't say it proves anything. I said it's evidence.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. Evidence. I'm sorry. You're going to quibble over proven evidence. Okay.
I would.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought, okay. It's only okay when you do it. I apologize.
Yeah, you quibbled over language for fucking forever, Anson. Come on.
Well, it's because he was hijacking those specific words to squeeze God into some gap somewhere.
I don't know if that's necessarily what happened.
We all know what gap you want to squeeze them into.
Yeah,
Maryland.
You want to squeeze Christian? Okay, I'm not going to repeat that. But
Devil's three-way.
That's a strange. It's a strange thing to want.
Yeah, you guys go late. I gotta go to bed. I got shit to do in the morning. Take her easy.
All right, thank you.
All right, buddy.
Take care. Sweet
Yep.
dreams. Podesta, good to see you. By the way, I saw you before, but everything was so crazy. I didn't get to say hello to you, but good to see you, Podesta.
Think Podesta will join the panel?
He might, inshallah. It's possible.
Still early.
I want another prompt.
Oh, well, it's funny you should mention that because there are 4 more prompts. Okay, there are 4 more. Let me. You guys say something. I'm gonna pick the best one. So like no dead air. So someone say anything. Okay.
Anything.
Wow, low hanging fruit, fucking retard.
I'm sorry, I can't help it. I'm trans fluent. I say stupid stuff.
Well,
I'm just stupid, so I say stupid stuff.
Yeah, stupid is as stupid does.
Yup. Life is like a box of chocolates.
I really don't appreciate that disparagement of Alabama culture that was done. Alabama is not composed of Forrest Gumps. We're not like that here. Greenbow, Alabama is not a place.
Probably got
Yes,
like
it
one
is.
more prompt and off the
It
hop off here.
exists.
Okay,
That's where
well,
Forrest Gump came from.
We have a good prompt, Christian, I think.
Good God.
So it's 3 Christians on the panel. So Anson, you will have to. I trust in Anson to be able to square the circle on this. But the prompt is it coherent to say that God suffers with humanity? And if so, does that actually solve anything? So some possible things, right? Jesus entered into humanity. He suffered. There's some theodicies, like solutions to the problem of evil, that say that like God is like so entrenched with us that God is not causing us to suffer. He is suffering alongside of us. And this could even get Marilyn pilled in a way where like if we are some instantiation of God, then it's like it's not a different being doing something to us. It's that we are engaging in something willfully. So however you want to take it, Christian, go ahead.
Yeah, I think God came down and suffered with us. I think he suffers along with us. I wouldn't say that we're God. I disagree with you there. But yeah, I think he is a suffering God for sure.
Okay, Anson.
The object
Transfluence.
The object that is the universe, which is all of nature, is what I point to derive my philosophical and ethical structure. And for that reason, we are that object, right? We are a part of the object that is everything, and therefore our suffering is a part of the suffering of the whole.
Wait, can you say that again?
Yeah,
You don't
okay.
have to say the whole thing,
Okay,
but I'm trying to follow
okay.
it.
So
He was in con.
No, I have 9 minutes till my next in, so counting down the minutes.
So for my philosophical ethical framework, I point towards something that is above myself. But it's a circular reference because I point to the universe, the thing that created all life, that wasn't actually created because it always existed in terms of evolutionary history and scaffolding, because we derived from non-biological objects, which we perceive as the universe and don't perceive as separate from ourselves, or that we perceive as separate from ourselves. That's an incorrect conception of what the universe is, because we are in fact a small part of the whole. And therefore, since we are perceiving our own suffering, then the universe is suffering also, because we are in fact part of the universe.
Okay.
Are we
Sounds
running,
weirdly
like,
Maryland coded. If you replace universe with God, then I think you and Maryland are on the same page, and perhaps you and me as well, possibly.
Yeah, I know that's part of the transcendental belief structure that I use when I'm arguing with Jim Bob or people that are atheist.
What tells you that the universe has always been?
Nothing has to tell me. I don't like have imaginary.
Do you think evidence points to the universe always being?
Well, what I do is I look at what is, and what is that there's this thing that is everything.
I don't know if that solves it. Like I'm holding an empty container of Zins, but why would I think the Zins have always existed? So I understand that you experience the universe.
Every object is different, right? Like the object that is a human has a different scaffolding and a different history and a different origin, right? But I've seen no evidence to lead me to believe that the universe doesn't exist.
Based Buddhist,
right?
But no, I guess but like, what do you have? Are you just saying you're like agnostic on either sense because you said that you think the universe has always existed? Is there a reason why you would presuppose that?
Well, because time doesn't actually exist.
What do you mean?
Define actually exists.
Yeah, well, time is just a matter of our perception, because our perception is limited.
Well, no, okay, wait. Physically, what do you think about like space time? Like how like physicists talk about like space time.
How the relativity of how objects move over distances. Yeah, I mean that's
not even.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, time the way that I'm talking about is incremental change in various steps. Like the way that we perceive time is just like, lunar, like or solar, or it's actually just like increasing complexity in an orderly fashion.
Kind of like I was saying earlier. Yeah,
okay, but there's a distinction there. That's how we measure time. That's different than
how we measure time. It might not be how God measures.
I'm not talking about the measuring of the time. I'm saying that time doesn't exist. That's just we just have a perception of it.
Yeah. Time is irrelevant to God. Yes,
but we know that like
the universe
isn't
bound by
measure time.
The universe
the way you're speaking, Anson, the way you're speaking, it sounds like you're going like very against like what like every physicist says, right?
Yeah, it's almost like I'm using the transcendental argument for God and replacing God with the universe.
I think you're just rejecting.
No, I think you
evidence.
are. But I guess this is the thing with you, Anson. I can never tell if you're being like for real or not, because what you're saying now would be like disavowing physics, right?
He's being steady, is what he always says.
But then he's like disavowing physics, because physics is like
No,
space time.
I said I was anti-enlightenment, didn't I?
I know, but does that mean you like reject all the science that happened post-enlightenment?
Yeah, I said I was also pre-evolutionary.
But you don't. But that's what I mean. That's where we get back to nonsense, because you believe in evolution. So that's where I don't know how much
I don't use it to inform my belief structure, though.
Credence to give this. I'm not talking about belief. I'm talking about science, right? Like space time is the thing, right? Like space and time are intermingled according to physics, right? Like it's not. You can't just like choose not to believe in time. Doesn't make sense.
I'm fluent. Calm down. I'm a faithful atheist.
I don't know what that fucking means, brother.
Doesn't mean
I don't know
anything.
what that fucking means. That's just you're just spitting words out of your fucking style.
Words are just leaving.
I needed that. Thank you.
Look, see, I actually agree. You know what? I'm gonna go outside of science. I actually agree with the last Joseph. Okay. I'm a presentist. I actually do think philosophically only the present moment exists. I actually do believe that.
You can only live in the present. That doesn't mean that the past and future don't exist, but that also doesn't mean that time exists.
I don't think I believe in time, but I don't think the past or the future actually exist. I actually don't even think that actually goes against modern physics, to be honest with you, because
the past existed.
It existed. Exactly. It existed.
Yeah.
Exactly. It doesn't exist.
And the future will exist.
It will. Yeah.
Time. Yeah. So time isn't a settled science topic, right? Like there are people who disagree and have valid objections in the scientific community regarding what time is. So I'm happy with us disagreeing, because I don't think it's something that humans can actually solve.
I agree. Time is subjective completely.
Anson, do you like? I'm not trying to put you on a spot, but like, what actual like good physicist believes that time just like does not exist? They disavow space time. They're like, fuck that shit. That's some gay shit. Like, who says that?
I don't.
You're talking about like quantum stuff. There's like a bunch of people that like disagree, but if you're talking about like time being a thing, that's like crazy. I am super calm. I'm not Maryland. Don't tell me to calm down.
Okay, calm down. So I don't use physicists to inform my worldview. There's a specific.
You don't use physicists to inform your view on physics? Well, brother, that's a skill issue. I'm sorry. That's a skill issue.
Calm down. It's okay.
I'll calm down when you calm down, Anson.
Right, so the scientist that I like to point to in terms of informing my worldview most clearly is Lee Cronin. He's an evolutionary chemist.
That doesn't even begin to make sense. That doesn't even begin to make sense.
Yeah. We'll study some evolutionary chemistry, and then we'll have a conversation about it.
Okay, first of all, that has nothing to do with what you're talking about space time.
It absolutely does.
It absolutely does not.
It does.
It absolutely. Anyone can look this up, and I welcome all of my 10 viewers to please Google this. It does not. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Totally different field. Nothing to do with space time. Nothing to do with physics at all. Nothing. It's the origin of chemicals, right? That's what that has to do with.
It has nothing to do with the topic either.
It doesn't. Yeah, Tom Lewis is triggered as fuck right now. Calm down, Tom.
I am triggered because you're saying a bunch of fucking shit that doesn't make any fucking sense. Which, if you're trolling me, which if Section 230 is right, if Section 230 is right, then you got my goat, and I am. Then you got my goat. You're trolling me. But if you're for real, you're literally retarded, Anson. If you're for real, so I'm just gonna say those. I don't know which one. Maybe you got my goat. Maybe you're retarded. Hard to say. Okay, hard to say.
We'll never know.
Oh God. Okay. Well, I have to listen to Grok, so there we go. No, it's too bright. It's too bright. I can't do it. It hurts my eyes. I have like a big ring light. Okay, I can't do it. Yeah. Painful. Honestly, you're trying to fuck with me. You know how I know this? Because you know it's 10 seconds until my Zyn timer, and you know I need that nicotine. And so you're trying to fuck with me. And you thought I would break before it. And no, guess what? It is 5 hours right now. So I get a new Zyn. So you lost, Anson. You lost. Because you were trying to make me break my habit, okay? It's every hour I get a new Zyn. And Anson, you lost, okay? Anson L's. And I'm gonna walk away, and I want everyone to acknowledge that Anson took an L. Okay, I can still hear y'all, so I want us to all be on the same page. Okay,
Agri, what's your take on it? What's your take on it? On the topic,
coward.
No, I already answered. Confluence just got all his panties in a twist when I answered.
Okay. Look, Confluence hasn't. I want Agrillapolis. Agrillapolis, say how like goated I am and how wrong Anson.
Oh, Polis. I don't think Polis gave his take on it.
What's that?
On the topic? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna come Christian coded. I don't want to sound too hardcore, but I mean, yeah, God suffered like directly through us because he sent Jesus. So I mean, he definitely has empathy with humans. He definitely tried to feel our pain. I don't know how to explain it, but
yeah,
just by sending his son to die for us. I mean, that should be telling in itself that he was trying to feel our pain in a way.
Okay.
So he suffers alongside us. Yeah, I believe so.
All right. Do you believe in time?
I believe time is subjective. I don't believe time doesn't exist, but I believe it's kind of a like, for instance, you know, they talk about in the Bible and older books where people live, you know, 800 years, but if you go off of moon cycles, that would make sense. So they might have had like different perceptions of time. And even when God was creating, like in Genesis, when God was creating the heavens and the earth and creating everything, those days we don't know that those days are calculated in 24 hours. You know, we don't know that.
Well, doesn't it say in Genesis, it was day and the night? Like it was daytime, nighttime, then that is the second day, and then says the same phrase, and that is the third day.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not trying to put you on spot.
I don't know.
I'm just engaging.
No, I mean that it's a fair point. I just, you know, like how do we know that was a 24-hour time period when he was creating creating everything? We don't know that.
Well,
like,
okay,
even like astrophysicists could go back and
that?
they could be like, okay, when Earth was first formed, and it was, you know, all the planets were first formed, you know, our planet might not have been on its axis and might not have been going at a 24-hour time period as it spun, and it wasn't quite 365 days as it circled the sun. Like, we don't know that. Like back when it, you know, when Earth was first forming, or God was creating the heavens and the earth, it could have been a totally different.
Saying that you just don't know if.
I think time is time is subjective.
I think if it's 24 hours.
I think given off of the many calendars and the many like the as humans have gone off of, time is like kind of subjective. We've kind of almost perfected it with what we're going off of right now, but the Galileo calendar or whatever it is, but we're still off. That's why we have leap years and shit like that, because it's not perfect. Yeah.
Okay.
Time is subjective.
I would say the measurement of time is subjective. I don't think like actual.
That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
Okay.
The measurement.
I agree with that. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying. Yeah, my bad. I missed. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Our measurement of time has been subjective across, you know, all human history. It's changed and been modified, and we've almost got it, you know, almost perfect now, but we don't quite have it perfect because we still have leap years and we still have to add a day. And
we have leap seconds too, right? We have, and a leap year, it doesn't happen every 4 years, right? It does until it's 100 years, and everything's cucked. If you guys know about that, it's all cucked. It's all cucked. It's like
it's all fucked
that's
up.
why 2000 wasn't a leap year, even though it's every 4 years, because every 100 years you don't do it, and every 600 years then you do, even if you shouldn't. And it's like
that's
the whole thing.
The
is
measurement.
retarded.
That's what I was trying to say. The measurement of time is all fucked up. So we don't really know. Like, I'm not saying like, okay, when God was creating everything, it could have been millions of years for all we fucking know. I mean, how do we know? But as far as like, modern calendars going back, that we know of, that was way more accurate than say when like the Bible, like Genesis and what they were talking about in that. Because I don't think days were 24-hour time periods when God was creating everything. That's what I that's my theory. It could have been millions of years. One day for God, time is irrelevant for God. So one day could have been millions of years for God. All we know and all we have written down and we can comprehend in our human brains is that the first day this happened, and the second day this happened, third day this happened. But we don't know how long those days were. We can't, time to God, time is irrelevant.
Well, especially because, and a Christian's not going to necessarily like this, but especially because, right, we're given stuff on different days that doesn't match up with how we measure time. That, like, the sun, right, exists at a certain day, but days are talked about before the sun exists, but a day is defined by the Earth's rotation. So, like, I don't think that makes sense. So, I think it has to be. I think it has to be metaphorical.
And some Christians won't like that, but that's the Christians that believe like the Earth is only 6,000 or 7,000 years old. That's why my theory is we don't know what God's time period was when those 6 days before He created before the seventh day, and we started coming up with time ourselves that we know of, or even way past that actually is when we started coming up with time. But we don't know God's day, like how long God's days were, So that kind of debunks the, Earth is only 6,000 or 7,000 years old. It's like, well, we have physical proof, but we also don't know how long God's days are.
Well, I don't think it debunks it. I think it's just kind of like you're just making a claim.
That's what I believe. Yeah, that's what I believe. Yeah. I'm not saying it like it's like scientific proof or anything. Yeah. Anyways,
what is happening here? I saw this.
Yeah, Doomerang, man, it's cool. We like you, Doomerang. You're a funny guy. Whoever said something to you, I got your back, man.
Doomerang knows what's up. Okay, he knows what's up. There's some lore, right? There's some lore.
It is. It's not.
Was Dea? It's not. See, and okay, I wouldn't say. I don't. It's not a mistrans. It's not a mistrans. Like the word in Hebrew is yom, but it's not. It's not. So I agree with Christian. It's not a mistranslation, but I'm going to be ag-pilled right now. Right? There is a passage in the Bible that says a day to God is like 1,000 years, and that's the same word, yom. Right? So. It's like, so I don't, there's a bunch of times like the day of the Lord, right? There's like a bunch of instances, where it says the same Hebrew word and it doesn't refer to a 24-hour day. So I guess that's what I would say. It's correctly translated, but I think the problem is I don't think it has to be taken like literally as in a 24-day cycle. I know Answers in Genesis would disagree with me, but on Christian, I guess it would as well. But I don't necessarily see that.
I mean, I'm not like between Christians. I just like this is kind of just a don't need to argue this. Like it's
that's
I
true.
think
That's
I think
true.
you just have to be careful that some beliefs can like cause you to believe in something that is not found in the Bible.
Like theistic evolution.
Yeah, and this is something that this is another one of those things like I brought up on the other panel. Yeah, like this is something else that I've talked to like preachers and priests about and asked them, and I get kind of like shunned away for asking, and that's why like I ask it here. Maybe maybe someone might enlighten me, but it's kind of like I asked the other panel where I was like, well, what about like why Catholics believe we should, they shouldn't be cremated, and they should, if we're waiting, for Christ to come back and all that, why, like our bodies shouldn't. It's just the same concept as this.
I think a lot of Christians think you can't be cremated just because it says in the Bible that heathens burn their dead. But
right,
I reject the idea that ashes is going to prevent God from resurrecting you.
Well, yeah. Well, but I mean, it also says to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. So, it's kind of like when you're dead, you're technically what, Abraham's bosom, or you go to heaven, or that waiting period in between, or
I think it's you sit under the throne of God if you were to.
Yeah. So like the physical body doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think cremation or burial is going to prevent the resurrection. Like, if you get cremated and you're put on, I don't think. I think it does say that you'll be given like a new body, like you'll be restored. So
right.
I would say probably maybe that's where kind of the physical body matters. Unless he just completely crafts new bodies, then I mean,
I don't think God is like thwarted. Yeah, I don't think God is thwarted by ashes or like whatever method of dissolving the physical body, right? So I think I agree with that. I think that's hard to.
That's why I kind of ask why some Christian and other religions, don't like, they want their bodies to be left intact.
Well, I think a lot of Christians also take, they'll find like a ceremonial law and die on it. Something. Hello. Something found in the Old Testament, like a ceremonial law, and then they'll die on it. Like heathens burn their dead.
Yeah, the thing is, if people, there's a difference, I think, between like if the Catholic Church wants to say you should do this with your dead, that's one thing. If they say like, you can't be resurrected, then I feel like that doesn't make any fucking sense. It's one thing to say something is like right or wrong and the proper burial. I think I can agree with some of the stuff, but it's not gonna thwart God on if a resurrection happens. It's not gonna make like an actual difference.
God, and God's like, I was gonna make your new body, but you done burned it.
But you were burned, I can't do it. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It's hard. It's hard to, and that's. There's some like aspects of religiosity that feel like kind of strange in that way.
I appreciate the dialogue. Yeah, thanks.
Well,
so I guess final thoughts. Anybody? Feel like we're winding down.
Yeah.
Final thoughts.
Read your Bible.
Christ Master.
Yeah, everyone keeps saying. I don't even know what price. Everyone keeps mentioning.
You gotta watch that shit, man, on your off time.
I don't even know. Is that like The Price is Right? Is that the same thing or a different thing?
No. I am the Price Master.
Dude, that shit's hilarious as fuck.
Yeah,
I'll have to watch it because every so often I think it's probably mainly Doomring that brings it up, but I think a couple other people do. I don't know what that is, so maybe I have to look that up. But so
play a few minutes of it real quick.
I will. Yeah, well, I have to. Is it? Wait, is it a TV show? Is it like a YouTube? Like, what is it? Is it a TV show? A YouTube series?
It's the Price Master.
That doesn't really tell me much exactly.
In the thumbnail.
This is the Price Master. Is this actually?
Yeah, here
I'll look up the Price Master.
There you go. Confluence. I made it super easy for you.
In what sense? I feel like
my
nothing is
profile name on the screen.
A Price Master of Denton. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
It's funny, man.
I'm putting it in the side chat so you can
watch a couple minutes.
Chat.
You'll laugh.
Go to the full version video. It's 32 minutes long, and it is the funniest thing you'll ever see.
I feel like this is gonna be diabolical.
Yeah, just watch a couple minutes. You don't have to watch the whole thing now.
You have to watch the whole thing now.
It's fucking hilarious.
You have to watch it all now.
We're gonna watch 1 minute and 30 seconds, okay? And I hope this isn't TOS. 1 minute and 30 seconds. That's my arbitrary standard. Okay? We're gonna find out what this is once and for all, live on stream. Okay. Wait. Federal law provides severe. Oh, this is just like a fucking copyright thing. Wait, so is this a TV show? I don't even know.
No, it's not. It's performance art.
I think I hate that even more.
I think this is gonna last a minute and 30 seconds.
Ooh.
I feel like I'm watching a snuff film.
It's like the worst part of it.
Some kind of garage sale.
What the fuck?
This is not what I thought this would be. I thought this was an
that's
actual.
why you got to go to the whole thing and just like skip a couple minutes.
This is the whole thing. This is the whole thing.
You got to go the whole
skip
thing.
a couple minutes.
Calm down and read. You'll miss important context.
Okay, fine. Environments are not passive wrappings, but are rather active processes which are invisible. The ground rules, pervasive structure, and overall patterns of environments elude easy perception. Anti-environments or counter situations made by artists provide means of direct attention and enable us to see and understand more clearly. I'm so glad I read that out loud. I hope that explains everything for everyone.
It does.
I mean, it does.
Oh, there's more.
Humor is a system of communications and as a probe of our environment, M dash of what's really going on, close M dash, affords us our most appealing anti-environmental tool. A lot of spaces. It does not deal in theory, but in immediate experience, and is often the best guide in changing perceptions. Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message. Okay. Again, very important context.
It is.
The music is great.
Yeah, it is.
It's like some shit from the Golden Child, Eddie Murphy.
Oh my god, okay. That is what Ans's profile picture was. I don't think I like anything I'm seeing right now. I don't know.
It's the art sale.
No, it's great. Trust me. These people think it's an actual garage sale.
It is an actual garage sale. They'll sell stuff to you.
Well,
everything's
true.
for sale.
Yeah.
I don't like any of this.
The fucking
I don't
best
like this
costume
guy.
ever.
I don't like this guy.
What is that lady wearing? Holy shit. I forgot about some of these like early 2000s costume or what these people were wearing.
I still don't
What are
have
you
it.
doing?
I am not any more clear on
It's a
what the
yard sale.
fuck
Fast
this
forward a
is.
couple minutes.
It's
Fast forward a couple minutes.
don't fast forward. You'll miss important context. This is a yard sale confluence in Texas in 2001.
Look, okay.
All right.
I am committed. I will, I'm drunk enough that I will watch this whole thing, but I know Christian said he had to go. So Christian, if you need to leave, this is your time because we're gonna watch all of whatever this nonsense is. So good luck with that. All right. So Christian, God bless. Final thoughts? Anything you want to say?
It's been fun.
Specifically about Price Master. No, I'm just kidding.
It's weird.
It does seem a little weird.
You got to watch the whole thing. Trust me. It's funny.
All right, well, I'll catch y'all later. This was fun.
Right, take
see ya.
care. God bless Christian, for real. Okay, Confluence needs a drink. I will watch this just because I have nothing else to do, right? It's like fucking 11:30 at night. So if y'all want to watch whatever this is, I'm down. Okay, so I'm just gonna grab a drink. Give me like 2 seconds, and then we'll fucking watch the whole thing. Okay?
Yeah.
That's fucking awesome. The best day of my life.
Where he paused it right now. It's great.
Yeah, I know, right? I love it. I miss those old magazines in the stores. Those were the good old days.
They had them fucking racks you could go to, and like my parents just thought I was looking at comic books, but I was grabbing those guys right there.
Yeah, Doomrang is right. Curious Fluence. Okay. It has piqued my interest. Okay, I also agree with Podesta that it seems like a surreal art exhibit critiquing materialism or something else. I'm not exactly sure, but I am curious enough to commit to this. Okay, we're in the weeds now, boys.
Yeah, all this is for sale.
As far as I know,
Look for one with 2 views.
Yeah, he doesn't wear like that.
Yeah.
One of them is like a used thing, container of caulk.
Yeah. Old pocket watches and old wind up wristwatches. Oh yeah, that's my stuff.
It's amazing to me how they even forge with stuff.
Oh yeah, back when I made old pocket watches, those guys, some of them could read right. They were geniuses.
Yeah. I mean, like just the mechanics of it. I don't even really understand how a little sword.
Take a check. I'll give you 17 out of 5.
How do you all know what this is? How does everyone know what this is except me?
This guy's like, what the fuck? I'm putting this back.
He takes checks. He's generous. See?
The fucking
morning,
music,
sir.
I love it.
Hey, beer. It's not just for breakfast anymore.
It's a fucking fever dream.
Look at all the people ready to buy shit. I'll make an offer.
Rice Master, how much for the bronze crucifix?
Oh, these wonderful. The signs themselves are worth it. They're hilarious.
Staring at it.
Take $5. $5? 5,000. 5,000? Yeah.
Cash.
He takes 5.
Yeah, he takes checks. That guy's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I would think
Wait for the guy with the Camaro. Isn't there a guy with the Camaro or something that drives up?
I've been waiting all morning for this. The appearance of
Yeah,
the
there he
Black
goes.
Firebird. This is a rare sight indeed. The Black Firebird.
Yeah, this guy.
And there it goes.
I thought they come back for a deal.
The Black Firebird.
Some useless ass picture.
Yeah. Dr. Cyclops.
He's got the whole setup, and people are just stopping from everywhere.
For the used caulk.
That used caulk.
Hey, fuck
That
it.
shit-
Now I'm actually invested, so I need a Zen. Give me like 10 seconds. Now I'm like
That
for
shit
real
fucking-
invested, okay?
That shit makes me laugh every time with the caulk.
I know, right? Yeah. Oh.
Doesn't that guy in the Firebird come back for a deal?
Shit, I don't remember.
I
I'm just
thought they
waiting
came
for the
back.
laser gun and the enema box because those are my favorite part. I mean, the laser gun and the enema box are like that's what I'm going to remember about this for the rest of my life.
I don't know why.
Useless
I don't
ass
know why
shit.
no one has told me to watch this before. I don't know why you guys haven't
I've
told me
told
to
you
watch
several
this.
times, Confluence.
Nobody's
no one has ever
told
told
you.
me to fucking watch this. What the fuck?
Well, shit. I just like how more people keep coming up as he's shouting $1 million, $1 million. He's got a whole setup. It's great. Little triangle flag things. and the music. I mean, the fucking music is great. This is where it gets great.
Come on.
Yeah.
I haven't done anything with myself this morning. Stop it. And can you play dominoes without all the dominoes? He doesn't really want to sell the stuff, does he? He wants to play with this. He likes to create this stuff. Well, I gotta go home. Come on, I need this stuff.
Is she holding nunchucks?
She needs it.
No.
500 million.
I'm just taking it and don't give me money. That's it. That's all I can do. I'm gonna have to price it myself.
This is before you could look up how much something costed on your phone.
Oh, there it is. The price master has spoken.
How about $5 for all this?
It's Price Master's deal.
Well, I'm gonna leave.
He's a
and take
stickler.
it.
That's theft. If you can't make a deal, then you need to put it back where you found it.
Sell, but it's whatever price
Well, I'm for 500.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. So.
Then that's the price.
Thanks.
Sorry.
She needed it.
Yeah. Kids all nearby. Like,
I feel
Mommy,
like the
what's
kids
going
have
on?
to be scarred from this, okay?
Mommy, why does he want $500 million for that?
Crazy ass.
Oh, fucking that haircut.
$1 for $4.
I like that one right there. The fucking dollar bill for $4.
She gets it. She understands.
$1 for $4.50. Some fucking useless ass magazines.
I agree with this fucking button. That's true.
Mine, is it inside or is this all of it?
Just out here in the yard.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. There's David Prochaska.
If I went to a yard sale and this music was playing, I'd...
And the lunchbacks migrate north.
What is this useless yellow nonsense?
making a lot of money today.
There it is. Make me an offer.
Yep. Calls him out.
He introduces himself. Hey, she's got my
I am the price master. Make me an offer.
Anytime electronic device will become a good. Is that for sale, Price Master?
Make me an offer. I must not really want that.
How much do these work? What do they do? How much is this? Are you wanting to sell?
Like, oh, fuck it.
Only the price master.
So you're not
garage
selling
sale.
things?
No, the price master's selling things.
Okay. Well, we would like to get. I'd like to get this and this. How about $5 for both of us? Well, I need someone else to talk to the price master.
Price master, she's offered $5 for both.
He just got his decimal too on.
She accepts.
Okay,
Will that be cash or check?
that will be cash.
$500 cash.
No, $5 cash.
If you can't pay $500, you should just put the items back. I'm sorry.
Can I pay $5?
No, the price master decided on $500. I don't think he's going to change his mind.
What do you guys want to negotiate with him?
$5? Now he's going up in price. I think he's getting annoyed.
She's like severely confused.
Yeah. There's no fucking clue.
$5. Take a buck for this cake.
We haven't even gotten to the good parts yet.
No, this is early. They put the shit back and are leaving. Nobody wanted that. Yeah.
No one needs that much Dr. Pepper.
This explains so much of what you guys post in my chat. Okay, there's so many references. I'm now realizing.
Stupid as fuck.
You're not selling any of this stuff, right? Oh, you. This stuff is not for sale. This is a joke. That's the price that you're wanting. Hi.
This is our
This is about the best yard sale I've ever been to. I just, these prices.
Go to ask Grandma
Is there a
right
real
there.
person in there? You do not talk. He doesn't talk?
Yeah, that's up there.
No, the other guy up there does all the talking. Oh, is he real? That
Yeah,
guy?
he's real. He's real.
He's the price master.
You think he's a robot or?
No. Well, who knows around here? I mean, look what you got in that plastic thing over there.
The enema box.
Are you ready to go to lunch, Mom?
Oh, some frozen meats.
Yeah, I think I'm vegetarians. Did y'all know that poor, you need to do
This
something
guy.
about dead fish?
What?
I need some food. If only a
Fish in murky water.
where would That's why who thought I thought of
Was it $5?
the guy in there? The bow-legged guy here in red pants. Bye, y'all.
Why are they zooming in on the grandma's butt?
I'd like to talk to some of these people.
How was your experience with the Price Master? She's got her hands behind her head the whole time. She's like, oh my God.
Young American citizens learn about the economy.
So you can make him an offer. Like if you want to pay like $10, you can offer that. He'll accept it or he'll reject it. So you guys just go up there and
Go up there with you.
no, you just go up there and tell him what you want and just say how much. Yeah, but you can whatever you want to pay, just offer that.
What's your right?
So specific. I mean, he went down. You got.
Haggling works.
Boom.
They're all amazed. I like how they zoom in on the original. Like they just zoom right in. Fuck.
$5.95 with deodorant. $700,000 for this.
Is this the guy with the used caulk?
Oh, I think he's a laser gun. Yeah.
Does the chainsaw work? How much for the chainsaw? $9,000.
$9,000. What are you talking about? No, seriously, what do you want first?
Make him an offer.
I don't even know if it starts. You need to tell me more about it.
He gets told it's $9,000 and
Tell me more about it. Does it start?
Does the laser gun start?
Like, I'll consider it, but
$9,000.
Ask him if he'll start it up for me.
Does the chainsaw work?
I'll kill myself with these things. Does it work or not?
He didn't answer. I don't know. It's his.
just grills them.
Bring in this.
The laser gun.
What'd you say?
The laser gun.
The laser gun. What laser gun? What is it?
$9,000.
$9,000. Yeah. No, it's hard for me to say without starting it. It really is.
But if it started, would you buy it for $9,000?
No. I'll be back.
Thank you for shopping.
Just FYI, this is on my bucket list of things to do.
Yeah, it's so much fun, dude. I'd love to do this.
Oh shit. Yeah.
That was surprisingly good.
Yeah.
That was surprisingly good. That actually felt like 10 minutes.
You just see all the dreams and hopes
Like
of all
10
those
minutes.
people like just shattered.
Well, what he was doing was he set up a situation where there was a social expectation, and the normal social expectation was shattered, and people didn't recognize it, and they just continued acting like their social expectations still existed, even though they weren't in the situation they thought they were. He was trolling his own fucking yard sale.
His neighbors and everything.
And those people suffered. I would say someone again, Doomerang. I don't know how you or no one else has told me to watch this before, because like this would have been relevant to the conversation we just had about suffering and the problem of evil.
Anson
Okay?
said
This would have
like
been
1,000
important.
times.
No, you guys always like make it sound like it's like The Price is Right or like a show or so. I didn't know it was like this. I would have watched it like a fucking month ago.
It's fucking hilarious, man. Anson showed me this like, I don't know, a year ago plus.
Oh, Doomerang is the one that started it. He used to have a channel. His channel was fucking hilarious.
Doomerang had a channel? Okay, I didn't know that.
Well, shit.
But I'm glad I watched that. I feel like I have to see more at some point because this channel, from what I'm looking at, has a lot of videos. But it's kind of a deep cut, actually. Now that I'm looking at it, only like 20K subs. I don't know how you found this exactly, Doomerang.
Yeah, but those people were like so disappointed.
Yeah, check out the merch store that's linked on the channel. You'll like that. You'll see the guy that is behind the Price Master. He's changed a little bit.
This is what I'm supposed to look at.
That's the guy that is the Price Master.
Wait, is it actually?
Yeah.
That's
Not really.
terrifying.
Well, I mean, kind of, but
rugmunching.com. Yeah.
Queer punk rock. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah. Rugmunching.myspreadshop.com. I don't know. This is probably a risky scroll that I'm doing right now. I probably should not be like scrolling because I don't know
should
exactly.
be blocked, but it's not.
Sapphic pride. Oh, lesbians are the future. Jesus loves transsexuals. I can't tell. I don't know if this is irony. I don't know if this is like for real. I don't even know.
He's a guy that thinks he's a woman now.
Oh, like actually, like for real.
Yeah.
Okay. That kind of checks out, actually. That kind of does check out.
But this was before YouTube, right? So he just like got up one day and was like, you know what will be a whole lot of fun is if I get somebody to report me fucking with all my neighbors.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, this is on my bucket list. I want to do this shit. I would make it like 10 times worse.
I know. I think Podesta said earlier on, was this made in the late 70s? But then apparently from 01, I always misidentify this. Like this, I would guess this is like many decades ago, based on like the styles and everything.
Yeah, it's like 20 something years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I get. But to me, it feels like it's like 40 years ago. But I guess apparently not. Yeah.
Yeah, shit's still funny.
That's great. Okay, well, I'm glad I watched that. Okay, I am glad I watched that.
Yeah, me too.
But again, Shame on you, Doomerang, for never bringing this to my attention. Okay,
why
I'm just
did
gonna
you-
say
why did you
that.
have to tell him,
Shame
Doomerang?
on you. Shame on you, Doomerang. Okay. You
Shame
should've
on
told me
Fuck
about
It Button
this
for
shit.
never getting up here.
Also Fuck It Button, who said he might show up and then never showed up. Okay.
He's like
Boomerang is your
bonking printers in
family,
the
okay?
bathtub.
Doomerang had the best
Yeah.
channel on YouTube, by the way. He was fucking hilarious.
Is this an? I can't tell if you're like fucking joking.
No, I mean, I heard he had a channel. Yeah, I think I came around after, but I heard Doomerang had a channel. Yeah.
Why I don't know why he still doesn't. Doomerang, I will always say, Doomerang has the funniest chats in my chat. Like Doomerang like sends me probably like every single stream I have. So Doomerang, I don't know what happened to your channel, but you should make a new one. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. Iceberg over all my shit. I don't know what that means, but
Yeah, I could never have a YouTube channel, but people like you are really good at it. So
I feel like that's an insult. I feel like that's a veiled insult.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
just gonna- I
bullshit.
feel like that's a veiled insult against me.
Anson
Because I
creates
know
a
Anson's,
YouTube
I know his
channel. and
intonation enough.
No, yeah. Anson creates a YouTube channel and it does fine, and then he fucking ends it.
I've only done that 3 times.
And then he does it again, and it does great, and then he fucking deletes it. Over and over again. Fucker.
Okay, well, I think that's as good a point to end as any. I'm glad I stuck around for that. And again, shame on
no.
Doomerang. Okay, shame on him for not mentioning this to me
The fucking
beforehand.
button's still there.
He is still there. He says, Spurg chat over all the parts, shit laid out for 1 of 5. I don't know what that means. I don't know. Is this a Price Master reference that I somehow didn't get despite watching it? I'm not really sure. Possibly not.
No,
Can't
fucking button
say.
needs to get up here now, or that's it. Like now. It's the moment.
Hey, fuck, he says.
That last chat made no sense, but I loved it.
Doomerang is saying something that he said earlier. I don't know if that's a reference. Yeah, okay, we're in the shit now. Now we're in the real shit. Okay,
He's taking apart
Between the
printers
two of
and
them.
shit.
Mm. Okay, well, Confluence is Bedfluence. Thank you for showing me Price Masters.
All right,
Finally,
all right.
again, you should have showed it to me earlier. All of you guys, all of you should have showed this to me earlier. Okay, I'm just saying that. You have to accept that fault. Okay, just saying.
All right, Confluence. All right, Anson. Y'all have a good one.
07s,
Y'all be good.
everyone. God bless. Take care.
Rugwatching.com.
Yeah, buy the merch. Use code Confluence. Actually, no, fuck that. No, it's trans now.
Buy
Use
the
code Anson to get
$100,000.
10% off. Use code Anson to get 10% off. Crazy times.